Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Dr. Shada Patasar, who is out of the country, and Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Josh Drayton, whereas Senator Shada Patasar is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President is aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)A and Section 44(4)C of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Josh Drayton, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 24th of November 2023 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator Shada Patasar. To Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, whereas Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President is aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)B and Section 44(4)B of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Tim Gopi Singh, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 24th of November 2023 and continuing during the absence of Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 24th day of November 2023. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Josh Drayton, having been appointed a member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I'm about to enter.
I, Jim Gopi Singh, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Minister of Public Administration.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Public Administration to the 9th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the implementation of the 2021 budget with emphasis on the green economy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Yes, thanks. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the statement of recovery of expenses of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the year ended December 31st, 2022. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation Chairman's Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Office of Procurement Regulation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2021. The third report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2003. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the San Fernando City Corporation Mayor's Project Fund account for the financial year ended September 30th, 2018, and the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020.
Reports from committees.
Senator Jerlene John.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The 10th report of the Public Accounts Committee, 3rd session, 2022 to 2023, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the concerns raised in the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021 with specific reference to the administering of government grants. The 11th report of the Public Accounts Committee, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial years 2014 to 2018. The 12th report of the Public Accounts Committee, 3rd session, 2022-23, 12th Parliament, on a follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 30th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the concerns raised in reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago with specific reference to the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. The 13th report of the Public Accounts Committee, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Public Transport Service Corporation for the financial years 2014 to 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 8th Public Accounts Committee report, 11th Parliament, on an examination of the report of the Auditor General on a special audit of the public PTSC.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The 10th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the audited financial statements of the National Maintenance, Training and Security Company Limited for the financial year 2018, and follow up on the committee's 11th report from the 11th Parliament. The 13th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations in the 4th report of the Committee on the Audited Accounts, Balance Sheet, and other financial statements of the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program for the financial year 2009 to 2014. The 14th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and financial statements of the Estate Management and Business Development Company Limited for the financial year 2015, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations of the committee's 7th report from the 11th Parliament. And finally, the 15th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee, third session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Tourism de Trinidad Limited for the financial years 2018 to 2020.
Urgent questions?
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Honorable Minister of Education. Given reports that the late payment of salaries of staff of the UWI Global Campus for the months of October and November has imposed severe hardships on these employees. Can the minister indicate the measures being pursued to rectify this situation?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the staff of the UE Open Campus are not paid directly by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The Open Campus was built on a revenue-generating model, and the management is pursuing measures to ensure that they are able to meet their expenses in a sustainable manner.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Honourable Minister explain or share with this Honourable Parliament what are some of the measures being pursued by the administration of the Global Campus, UWI, to address this situation facing employees of said campus?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's my understanding that the campus has hired a consultant to lead a committee in this regard, and once we are apprised as the government of what those measures are, then certainly those can be shared, but we are not in possession of those at this time as they are currently being formulated.
Senator Mark.
I ask the Honourable Minister, through you, whether the 14% reduction in subvention to the UWI has in any way contributed to the challenges currently facing the campus, UWI Global Campus, in any indirect or direct ways?
Minister.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. The answer is no.
Next urgent question, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Honourable Minister of Education. Can the Minister inform the Senate when will the mandatory policy for bad behavior of expelled students commence?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, that policy has already been approved by Cabinet and therefore is currently being implemented.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether there was any consultations with the stakeholders involved in that particular industry before the formulation and final approval of said policy, Mr. President?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the school discipline matrix was consulted on with the TTPS, with the Children's Authority, with the Ministry of National Youth Development and National Service, within the Ministry of Education, with the NPTA, and many other stakeholders, and this forms part of that policy.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister, was a report arising out of those consultations generated? And, Mr. President, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether such a report will be made public?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. The consultations would have resulted in the amendment of the school discipline matrix. It was approved by Cabinet and it is on the ministry's website for quite some time and can be perused by any member of the national public.
Senator Thompson-Aye.
The Minister of Education. Can the Minister state the legal authority under which children expelled from the school system will be transitioned into the MyLab program?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, by law, students under the age of 16 are required to be enrolled in an educational institution.
1 second. Senator Thompson-Aye, you can take your seat. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you. However, the Education Act provides for expulsion of students by the minister under certain circumstances. MyLat is a special educational institution and can therefore accommodate the educational continuity of students outside of the mainstream school system. This is the legal framework which underpins the compulsory enrollment of students under the age of 16 into MyLat. While these students may have behavioral challenges and may not be able to strive in the school environment, as far as possible, the government is committed to giving them every opportunity for transformation so that they can become productive citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. For those students over the age of 16, while they are not required to compulsorily register, the MOE will continue to recommend their registration at MyLAT and assist in any way possible to allow them to continue their education in that transformative environment.
So you are saying that you really have no authority because they are not under your program. MyLAT is not run by you.
Is that a question, Senator Thompson-Aye?
Yes.
Phrase it as such.
MyLAT is a military-led academic training program, a social intervention program, which is not conducted or supervised by the Minister of Education. So how are you fitting students into that program?
Minister.
Thank you. Mr. President, this is a decision of the government, it's a policy of the government, and it's an arrangement between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Youth Development that is guided by an MOU that allows our students to be able to transition into this environment to allow for their continuity of education and their transformation.
Senator.
So it is a policy and it is not a law. You have no legal, that's really what you say. You have no legal right to
Senator Thompson-Aye, you're making a statement. Is there a question?
Are you saying that you have a legal right to put students who are expelled out of the education system because you are the Minister of Education? They are not in the Ministry of Education, under the Ministry of Education.
So the question is...
Do you have authority over children who have been expelled out of the education system?
So Senator Thompson-Aye, have a seat. That is sounding pretty much like a statement. You have to ask a question of the minister. Is there a specific question?
My question, Madam Honorable Minister, is, do you have, I'm asking again, any authority over students who are expelled as education minister out of the school system? Who are expelled out of the school system, so they're not under the Ministry of Education, to do anything for them like that, put them into that program?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the basis of the advice from the legal department, the Minister of Education is given the responsibility for the educational continuity of all of our students under the age of 16 and to ensure that they are in educational institutions. MALAT is such an educational institution, and therefore the MOU between the Ministry of Education and the MyDNS allows for the transition of students who are expelled from the mainstream school system into the MyLAT system to allow for their educational continuity and to allow them a chance to develop into productive citizens.
Questions or notice? Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, the government is in a position to answer question number 4, question number 5, question number 6, question number 31, question number...
Continue. 1 second, Leader. So just allow the Leader of Government Business to say what he's saying so that I can hear exactly which questions are to be answered. Continue, Leader of Government Business. Could you start over for me, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm still being interrupted by a senator here this morning.
All right. So we are early in today's proceedings. Again, this is just a simple procedural matter. Very, very simple. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, the government is in a position to answer question number 4, question number 5, question number 6, question number 31, question number 32, question number 33, and question number 49 for oral response. We request a deferral for 2 weeks of question number 50, please. Mr. President, question number 40, I believe there is a procedure with respect to that particular question.
Honourable Senators, the deferral that the Leader of Government Business seeks on question number 50 is so granted.
Back to written questions, Mr. President. The government is in a position to respond to question number 43, 44, and 45. All 3 questions are qualified for today.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 4 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was a bit surprised by the question because all of this information, all of it, that is being sought in this question is available in the Review of the Economy 2022 and 2023, copies of which every member of Parliament get at the budgetary time. It is also all available in the consolidated monthly bulletins published on the website of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. In addition, Mr. President, Standing Order number 281G9 makes it abundantly clear in the clearest language that a question shall not be asked, the answer to which can be found by reference to available official publications, 3 official publications of which I've just identified, and accordingly, Mr. President, no further response is required.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, is this arrogant minister?
So again, I did not hear a word Senator Mark said because the decibel level in the chamber went up before he could finish what he's saying. Again, please allow this procedure to continue in silence so that I can hear what is taking place. Senator Mark, repeat what you said.
And through you, can the minister answer the question as was approved by your good self in this Parliament? Can he answer the questions that the Honorable President approved and not come and give us a lecture on anything? So let him
There's no need, Senator Mark. Have a seat. Okay, so that is not a supplemental question, Senator Mark. Do you have any further supplementals in relation to this question?
I think the minister is suffering from dizziness.
Senator Mark, take a seat. Senator Mark, take a seat. I think we've all been here long enough to know exactly how this procedure works. That is not a question. That is also not allowed. If you have no further supplementals, I invite you to move on to the next question on the order paper.
I hope I don't get the same answer. Question.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark, take a seat. Take a seat. Minister of Finance, one moment. If this procedure cannot go on as per my ruling, I will take the necessary action. Just ask the next question on the order paper without commentary.
May I ask, sir? Thank you. Question number 5 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as Senator Mark is fully aware and well aware, these are confidential commercial agreements that are currently being negotiated at every step and every stage over the last 4 years when this government initiated the conversation with the shareholders, the major shareholders of Atlantic LNG, being BP and Shell. We have at every stage when there's been progress told the nation what is going on. What I can say today is these confidential and very sophisticated and complex negotiations that have never taken place because there's been no renegotiation of an LNG structure in the world to date are currently in the final stages of negotiation, and at the appropriate time, the necessary information, when completed, will be provided in full transparency that is permissible to the population.
Ask the Minister to confirm or deny a public statement made by the Prime Minister that in the restructured and reunitized Atlantic LNG, that Trinidad and Tobago's shareholding is now 10%. Can the Minister confirm or deny the Prime Minister's confirmation of this?
Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. What I can tell the population without fear of contradiction, the negotiations that we have been undertaking on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago as a minority shareholder in Atlantic LNG will, when completed, be to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, the price structure that we have renegotiated over the past few years has resulted in over $17 billion additional income to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we would not have received. The final shareholding will be an increased shareholding for the people of Trinidad and Tobago at no additional cost to us. I can understand the anxiety by those on the other side who did not negotiate a single gas sales contract during their period of time. And in fact, the record shows the only energy contract that they negotiated continues to cost the people of Trinidad and Tobago on an annual basis losses of billions, I repeat, billions of dollars. So the struggle to understand complexity and confidentiality of energy negotiations is well understood by the rest of us.
I am not struggling for anything.
Literacy.
Mr. President, let me ask, I'll say what I have to say about this.
One second. Senator Roberts, I can hear the rumbling going on. Senator Mark.
Can the minister tell this Parliament whether in arriving at this new percentage ownership, there was a trade-off with Shell in terms of the pipeline from the Dragon gas field to the Hibiscus plant, that amounts to some $5 billion. Can he deny or confirm there was a trade-off?
Minister.
Mr. President, again, that is an absolute figment of the imagination of the population. This is the first time I've ever heard of such, I'm tempted to use unparliamentary language. The answer is no, that is a figment of the opposition's imagination. And that's why you...
Don't do that. Don't. Senator Mark.
President, through you again. Mr. President, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, through you to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry. Can the minister indicate to this honorable parliament what role he, the minister, has as a policy maker to be the lead negotiator in this process involving the restructuring of the Atlantic LNG? Is there a distinction in this instance between a policy maker and a lead negotiator, or is he the lead negotiator?
What I can say, Mr. President, without fear of contradiction, as a result of these negotiations, in just one aspect with two of the companies, the people of Trinidad and Tobago have received over $17 billion that they would not have received. Tangible money that has gone to the coffers of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is only one pillar of the achievement of the negotiations to date.
Senator Mark.
What sellout? Can I ask the Honorable Minister? What sellout arrangement did the government have to undergo through you, the Honorable Minister, in exchange for what you are talking about, $17 billion? What did you sell out?
Mr. President, the answer to that is very simple. We sold out nothing. We fought for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, starting with the energy spotlight, something that the UNC was incapable of doing after they decimated the energy sector between the years of 2010 to 2015, resulting in over $9 billion in claims being left behind by the whirlwind. And I would like to remind the population at this stage, a leader of the opposition who stood up in a budgetary debate not too long ago, unfamiliar and not even aware of what was the shareholding of the people of Trinidad and Tobago in Atlantic LNG. And I would be the last person, if I were Senator Mark, to talk about selling out, lest his history come back to haunt him.
That was the final question, Senator Mark. Right, so Senator Mark. I am not inclined to allow this type of behavior to continue. Let this be the final warning to all for the rest of the day. Leader of Government Business. Government Business? No? Senator Mark. Yeah, go ahead. Next question.
Yeah, Mr. President, I have my final question.
No, you had 4 questions. On question number 5, you're on question number 6 now.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Question number 6. Where's the Prime Minister? Question number 6 to the Prime Minister, please.
Leader of Government Business. Who's answering question number 6?
Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, on May 10th, 2023, before the House of Representatives, as Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, I made a ministerial statement with respect to the matter of civil action 2022-04567 Brent Thomas and Specialist Shooters Training Center Limited against the Attorney General and Director of Public Prosecutions, and the judgment delivered by Mr. Justice Devendra Rampasad, I beg your pardon, on the 25th of April, 2023. I reiterated and I emphasized then, as I do now, which has already been said by the Honorable Prime Minister, that the Executive played no role in the events and the facts giving rise to the judgment and commented on by the judge. Mr. President, I stood before the House of Representatives and informed that my office has filed an appeal against the judgment in this matter bearing civil appeal number CAP123 of 2023 between the Attorney General and Brent Thomas and another. And my office has filed an application before the Court of Appeal to hear this appeal urgently in priority over all other appeals. The matter is set for a case management conference on Wednesday, 7th February 2024. This substantive matter is ongoing before the Court of Appeal and therefore obviously sub judice. And Senator Mark well knows that it is a breach of Standing Order 47 to pursue any matter which relates to active proceedings in any court of record until the proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinuance. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can I ask you to rule on this abuse of the sub judice rule on matters that are not before a judge and jury? Because the Honorable Attorney General was threatening and cautioning me.
No, Senator Mark, okay.
So I wanted you to rule on this matter.
So there are several things here. The question has been asked. The Attorney General has given an answer. You have responded by asking of me a certain question, but in that response, just be absolutely careful in terms of imputing improper motives of any other member in this chamber in relation to that commentary. 2, the question has been answered. It is up to you to ask a supplemental, so I will ask you to do so now.
Mr. President, I want to ask the distinguished Attorney General to share with Trinidad and Tobago who authorized police officers, members of the Defense Force, to board an aircraft, to kidnap Brent Thomas.
Senator Mark, have a seat. Have a seat, Senator Mark. Senator Naked, I am on my legs. Senator Mark, that question is out of order, and I will not allow it. Next supplemental.
Mr. President, in light of the gravity of the government's involvement in this kidnapping exercise.
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed. Take a seat. Please refrain from using or imputing improper motives in relation to the asking of any question during this proceedings. You have a third supplemental. Continue.
Mr. President, through your good self, I don't want to get you on your legs too often. So I am going to ask the question so that I will avoid you from rising. Mr. President, through you, can I ask the Honorable Attorney General whether the gravity of this matter should attract an independent criminal forensic investigation to get to the bottom of this whole debacle that has impacted on
Attorney General.
Mr. President, the matter is before, as Standing Order 47 says, a court of record. And a court of record being an independent court of record of the Supreme Court of Trinidad and Tobago. And there is no need for me to engage in the speculation that is invited by Senator Mark's question.
A supplemental.
I ask through you, Mr. President, when the Attorney General made his statement in May, did not the Attorney General, through you, understood the same standing order that he's quoted when he attacked the judgment of the Justice?
Senator Mark, this is the third time I'm asking you on a question to refrain from making those kinds of statements. I'm not going to allow that to continue. Next supplemental. Senator Leiter. No, not supplemental. Next question, sorry.
No, I think
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Section 2017, I withdraw question 31.
So noted.
Yeah.
Senator Leiter, next question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 32 to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industries.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. President. The project scope for the port community system entails the design and setup of technical and functional infrastructure and installation of the PCS software, the design and implementation of 12 modules, and maintenance and support for the 12 PCS modules. The project scope is divided into 4 phases. Phase 1, project initiation. Phase 2, PCS design and implementation of primary PCS modules. Phase 3, implementation of secondary PCS modules. And Phase 4, maintenance and support. The modules to be implemented are as follows, with modules 1 to 4 being implemented in fiscal 2024. Module 1, administration and portal. The administration module handles system configuration, security, and user management, while the portal module provides stakeholders with a user-friendly interface to access services, share information, and streamline port-related processes. Module 2, ocean import, voyage, and manifest. The module will enable shipping companies and other cargo and freight transport entities to announce schedules of vessels and their ports of calls, register cargo manifest for submission to the Customs Border Control System, and notify stakeholders of cargo arrival. Module 3, maritime transport. This module will enable shipping companies, airlines, and other cargo and freight transport entities to announce the schedules of vessels, aircrafts, and their ports of calls. Module 4, ocean import, FCL, Ro-Ro, break bulk. This module will facilitate the completion of formalities for importation of goods, manage authorizations required for cargo release, as well as special cases of movement of goods for transfer or specific exit requests. Module 5, ocean export and transshipment, voyage and announcement. The module will facilitate the registration, export port calls, cargo bookings, and manage events related to the transport of goods. Module 6, ocean transport and transshipment. This module will facilitate the completion of formalities for export of goods, manage authorizations required for cargo loading, as well as special cases of booking updates or change of vessel. Module 7, ocean import. This module will facilitate the completion of procedures for the organization and transfer of containers for the stuffing purposes. This will include the registration of house manifests, submission to the Customs Border Control System, and notification of the deconsolidation to stakeholders. Module 8, ocean export and transshipment. This module will enable the management of cargo consolidation, including stuffing operations and transfer of containers for loading. Module 9, road transport. The module will enable the terminal operator to handle trucker appointments configuration and to manage appointment requests from truckers. Module 10, air import. The module will facilitate the registration of flight calls and cargo arrival manifests, as well as completion of procedures for the release of cargo. Module 11, air export. The module will facilitate the registration of flight calls and export manifests, as well as completion of procedures for the onboard loading. Module 12, business intelligence. This module will facilitate the generation of ad hoc and periodic statistical reports, allowing the port community and its stakeholders to gain actionable insights, monitor performance, and optimize operations. This will contribute to informed decision-making, improve efficiency, and enhance competitiveness within the port and logistics ecosystems. For modules 2 to 11, the following features will be facilitated. Roman 1, provide real-time exchange of data and streamline and improve the efficiency of import, export, maritime, and road transport-related activities. Roman 2, tracking and managing vessel arrivals and departures. 3, communication between vessels, port authorities, and terminal operators. 4, registration of inward and outward manifests. 5, registration of the customs exit permit in import. 6, control and recording of entry and exit of trucks and containers to the port. 7, traceability of transactions. And 8, alerts and notifications. Thank you very much for allowing this, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And through you, could the Honourable Minister indicate, given the agreement of the $9.8 million on this project, exactly where they are in the implementation of this project?
Minister of Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are at the stage waiting on the first, where's my paper? The first module, that's right. We are in the first phase, which is the project initiation phase, and as I said to you before, there are 4 areas which will be implemented by the end of fiscal 2024.
Senator Leiter.
Through you to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industries, can the Minister indicate if of the $9.8 million that also includes training and the upkeep of the service for what period of the upkeep?
Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. As I go to the final module, which will facilitate the generation of ad hoc and periodic reports, allowing the port and the stakeholders to gain insights and to monitor performance. So it involves some monitoring of performance and optimization of operations and so on. But as to whether it includes training, that's not included in this particular, but we have budgeted for training that may be required.
Mr. President, through you, can the Minister indicate exactly how much has been budgeted for training and maintenance for this system throughout and through which period?
I don't have that figure with me at this time.
Senator Leiter.
Yes, if you can provide that, I'd like to get on record. And finally, Mr. President, through you, can the Honourable Minister indicate what was the selection process in choosing SOGE as the project implementer?
As you know, this was done under the SCW, this was done, yes, under the SCW department, but through an IDB loan arrangement, and therefore we would have gone through the process as is required for seeking any projects under any IDB facility.
Senator Leiter, next question. On the
paper. Question number 33 to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industries.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. President. The selection process employed in arriving at the final list of successful candidates for the posts of commercial officers and commercial attaches is as follows. The positions were advertised in 2 daily newspapers during this period, September 30th, 2022 to October 14th, 2022, inviting applicants to apply for the vacancies. Applicants were shortlisted based on possession of the required qualifications, skills, attributes, and work experience of the positions. Commercial officers were shortlisted based on their possession of a master's degree in business administration, international relations, or economics, considerable knowledge and at least 5 years of experience in international trade, a minimum of 5 years experience in business experience working at a senior managerial position, advanced or native level of proficiency in the language of the host country, experience in undertaking business development activities, proficiency in sales planning and market research, possession of excellent negotiating skills. Applicants for commercial attaches, that position was shortlisted based on the bachelor's degree, business administration, international relations, or economics, 5 years of experience in private sector trade outreach activities or with public sector institutions involved in trade promotion, training in diplomacy and protocols, experience in undertaking business development activities, knowledge of Trinidad and Tobago's trade agreements, proficiency in sales planning and market research, possession of excellent negotiating skills. During the period 20th of December 2022 to 19th of January 2023, interviews were conducted for the positions. Interview questions were derived from the job description and designed to elicit behavioral evidence of competencies in the primary job activities for the position. Candidates underwent an assessment based on their competencies in the areas of sales planning, market research, negotiations and communications, led by a panel comprising of representatives from the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Foreign and Caribbean Affairs and Export TT Limited, and the top scoring candidates were selected and offered the advertised positions. Thank you.
Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industries, can the Minister indicate how many persons applied for this position? Are you in a position to say how many persons applied?
Minister.
Yeah.
While I cannot give you the specific figure, but I can tell you there was well over 100 applicants for there were well over 100 applicants.
Mr. President, and to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industries, can the Minister indicate from those 100 and more applicants if a merit list exists that will be open for scrutiny by the public after this panel has made this choice?
Minister.
Yes, of course there is a merit list.
Senator Leiter.
So we could get right, okay, all right. So
Senator Leiter, question.
So can the Minister provide it? Can the Minister provide the merit list?
Minister, have a seat.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Any information in any industry within the government is available to the public.
Yeah, we look forward to receiving it.
Senator Leiter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And can the Minister also confirm whether the final 2 appointments that the Minister had promised, or that the government had promised to fill in late 2023, if those appointments have been filled?
Are you
Minister.
speaking of the additional,
Yeah, the additional 2.
2 commercial attaches? Yeah. No, we want to ensure that this system is working properly before we take on 2 further commercial attaches. But all of the commercial officers and the 2 attaches chosen at present are out on the field and in their respective countries and performing their duties.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. May I just take a moment before I pose a question to express condolences to Minister Imba and his family on the passing of his mother, and may ask that God grant them grace and strength to bear this difficult period. May I also advise, Mr. President, through you, that I, in accordance to Standing Order 2717, I withdraw question 48 and advise my intention to refile for written response.
Withdrawal is so noted, Senator Richards.
Thank you.
Next question on your
Question
paper.
number 49 to the Minister of Public Administration.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, respectfully, the question appears to be inconsistent with Standing Order 281G13, which states that a question shall not be asked raising a question of policy too large to be dealt with in the limits of the answer to a question. The Honourable Senator is therefore respectfully requested to simplify the question and reduce its scope so that it can be fully compliant with the standing orders, at which time we'd be happy to respond, Senator.
Rephrase the question at this time, Mr. President, through you.
You can ask a supplemental.
I can ask. Can the Minister indicate if the government plans to restructure the public service, full stop, or question mark?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Senator, we have indicated some of the initiatives that we have embarked on, one of them being a review of the legislation regarding the regulation of the public service. Some of that work has started and is in progress. Some of it is still to start. We have reintroduced the Shrimp Council, which is comprised of the Ministry of Public Admin, the Personnel Department, and the Service Commission Department, to collaborate in terms of how best to restructure the public service. There are some issues of constitutional import that will impact how far we go, and these matters are still in discussion. So that briefly is the approach that we are taking.
Senator Richards.
Through you, Mr. President, can the Minister indicate if there's a specific timeline involved in these collaborations and integrations of various sectors in the interest of this proposed restructuring for efficiency in the public service?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator, we are seeking to be able to report to and to come to the Parliament, hopefully with amendments to legislation during the course of 2024.
Senator.
Introduction of bills. The Miscellaneous Provisions, Trustees, Exchequer, and Audit Act the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, proceeds of crime, income tax, companies, partnerships, securities, tax information exchange agreements, the non-profit organizations, and mutual administrative assistance in tax matters Bill 2023 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Ask you whether this bill does not satisfy Standing Order 62-1, having regard to the fact that we only received it at around 5 p.m. on Monday evening. Monday does not count because it's 4 clear days under 62-1, and therefore this bill is subject to first reading by being laid, and then subject also to our collective agreement on second reading, because this bill is inappropriately before this honorable body.
So, Senator Mark, there's a procedure to take place, which I'll now invite the Minister of Finance to do. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think that.
Yes. Mr. Amoesi? Yes. Ms. Gopi School?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mr. Singh? Yes. Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes.
Mrs. Sajran Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Sukai?
Yes.
Mrs. Lazamali Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
No.
Ms. John?
No.
Mr. Nakid?
No.
Mr. Lyder?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
No.
Dr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Aye? Professor Hutchinson?
Yes.
Ms. Moraj?
Abstain.
Mr. Francis?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. One member abstained.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows: 19 members for, 6 members against, and 1 member abstained. As such, the next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Public Business, Government Business, Bill second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, before the Senate is a bill with a rather long name, entitled the Miscellaneous Provisions, Trustees, Exchequer, and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Oh, I am terribly sorry.
Yeah, you want to start over, Minister of Finance?
Yes, I will, certainly.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I apologize. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, Number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Number 7 of 2020, be now read a second time. And that actually, Mr. President, would allow me not to read the title of the bill again. And before I begin, let me thank all members of the Senate who have expressed condolences with respect to my recent bereavement. Mr. President, I want to stress from the outset that the passage of this bill is absolutely essential to the economic growth and development of this country. It is aimed at ensuring that our laws are consistent with international standards on the transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes as set by the Global Forum. And Mr. President, one needs to understand that the world that we live in now is completely different to what it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, there was no requirement, for example, for a financial intelligence unit. There was no pressure coming from the Financial Action Task Force. There was no pressure coming from the Global Forum or the EU Council of Ministers on other countries in terms of the exchange of tax information. But we live in a completely different world now, where these powerful entities and these powerful countries are now dictating to countries such as Trinidad and Tobago and other Caribbean countries and other emerging economies, developing countries, and so on, as to what our tax laws should contain in them. And regrettably, unless you comply, you will face sanctions because they simply are proceeding. There's a lot of protest about this. CARICOM, in a united effort, has been speaking loudly about this issue, about the fact that we are being bullied by the developed countries. And I do expect in due course that there will be some give and take. But at this time, we have no choice but to comply. By way of background, the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes is an international body established by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD for short, consists of a collective of 169 member states and 23 observer international organizations, including the UN, World Bank, the IFC, and the Financial Action Task Force. The objective of the Global Forum is said to be simple: putting an end to bank secrecy and tax evasion through global tax cooperation. The intention is to eradicate tax havens that have denied countries around the globe legitimate revenues. Unfortunately, the definition of what is a tax haven is where one gets caught. And I remember having several conversations with the people in the OECD headquarters where they apologized and said that Trinidad and Tobago is not by any stretch of imagination a tax haven. But because of the definition, we fall within that rubric, unfortunately. The bill is urgent because Trinidad and Tobago will commence its peer review assessment before the end of this year. We've decided to proceed with this and not delay any longer. Consequently, in order to stand a chance of changing our rating, which is currently non-compliant, to compliant or even largely compliant, the legal framework must be in place by the end of this year. Based on the timelines that I have been given by the Global Forum, the peer review team is scheduled to perform an on-site visit to Trinidad and Tobago in February 2024, and it will not consider any further legislative changes after the end of June 2024. This means that after the on-site visit, there's less than 4 months to address any legislative deficiencies that are revealed during the peer review. But the peer review begins almost immediately, and they will be looking at our legislation immediately. We have not set about doing this blindly. The bill before us is the product of years of technical assistance received from the technical assistance team of the Global Forum Secretariat, who has reviewed several draft versions of this bill and advised. And it is a moving target. The goalposts keep moving all the time. The technical assistance team has made 23 recommendations for amendment to our legislation for the purpose of addressing compliance with their standards on tax. These 23 recommendations, together with a technical assistance action plan by that team, form the foundation upon which this bill is drafted. I'll now go through the bill clause by clause. The first bill, of course, short title, which I have read. The second clause, provides for the commencement of the bill by a date to be fixed by proclamation by the President, the usual commencement clause. And given the onerous requirements of the bill in relation to the filing and maintaining of beneficial ownership, and that is the problem, because there are so many people that hide behind various facades and fronts who really own companies. People hide, and this is why the Global Forum and other similar entities are now being so focused on the whole question of beneficial ownership. There is a need to ensure that individuals and entities, because of the onerous requirements of the bill, have sufficient time to put in place the necessary mechanisms to give effect to the requirements. The passage of the bill will take us a long way to complying with the Global Forum requirements for its standards on tax. Clause 3 amends the Trustees Ordinance to make provision for the ascertaining, filing, and maintaining records on the beneficial owners of trusts. Trusts are quite a common device used to hide the beneficial ownership of corporate bodies and other similar forms of legal arrangement under the Trustees Ordinance. The maintenance of beneficial ownership is a cornerstone that underpins not only international standards on tax under the Global Forum framework, but also our international obligations under the Financial Action Task Force framework, as it relates to money laundering, countering of terrorist financing, and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. To understand the synergies between standards set by the Global Forum and FATF on beneficial ownership, a recent publication entitled Building Effective Beneficial Ownership Frameworks, a joint Global Forum and IDB toolkit published around 2021, says the availability of beneficial ownership information on legal persons and arrangements is a key requirement of tax transparency and an instrument in the fight against tax evasion and other crimes such as corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing, and so on. The term beneficial ownership is defined by the Financial Action Task Force as the natural persons behind an entity, whether a legal person or arrangement who exercise control over it. Transparency of beneficial ownership is now required under international standards of exchange of information for tax purposes. From a tax perspective, knowing the identity of the natural persons behind entities not only helps a jurisdiction preserve the integrity of its tax system, but also gives treaty partners the ability to achieve their own tax goals. It is essential that jurisdictions deal with these international transparency standards in a manner consistent with their national legislative and institutional systems. In other words, we don't need to do exactly what is done in other countries. Methods may differ from one jurisdiction to another. We do not need to, and we should not give up our sovereignty. The Global Forum does not prescribe any particular mechanism for implementing beneficial ownership standards. There is no one-size-fits-all. However, jurisdictions are required to implement a sound framework for ensuring effective availability of beneficial ownership information. If I look at the last statement from the Global Forum, it will give some indication of how complex the drafting process has been and why it has taken years to address. Jurisdictions should implement the requirements for beneficial ownership under the international transparency standards in a manner consistent with their national legislative and institutional systems. And the problem with this is that our national legislative and institutional systems continue to evolve. International transparency standards continue to evolve. And this is why the goalposts have kept moving. So that what we had to do was an entire overview of all legal entities in Trinidad and Tobago. In Trinidad and Tobago, there is a microcosm concerning legal entities, including trusts and associated legal arrangements, companies established under the Companies Act, partnerships, reporting entities under the Securities Act, statutory bodies, non-profit organizations, and the corporation sole, which is the body corporate established in the sitting Minister of Finance. You will find, therefore, Mr. President, in Clause 3, the proposed amendments to the Trustees' Ordinance require beneficial ownership information to be ascertained. And I wish at this time to indicate that I will be moving an amendment to this clause because the clause as drafted requires a natural person to file a statement of ownership within 14 days of the commencement of the Act. Any change in beneficial ownership is required to be filed, and the Registrar General is required to maintain a register of beneficial owners concerning trusts and other forms of legal arrangements. On reflection, I wish to change this to 30 days and also to put in a provision that the Minister can extend this period by order because of recent events. We've seen cyber attacks, we've seen issues with the company's registry, persons not being able to access the registry easily, and therefore it is necessary to build in some flexibility here. Because even though this is a fundamental requirement of the Global Forum, that beneficial ownership be filed quickly, we have our own issues in Trinidad and Tobago, and it is necessary for us to have the flexibility to extend the period of time for persons to file statement of ownerships. Because there are penalties. The penalties in the bill is a fine of $10,000 and imprisonment for up to 3 years for failure to take reasonable steps to deal with beneficial ownership, or knowing or recklessly filing a return, obviously that has false information, or filing, failure to ensure the information is accurate or correct. The retention period for beneficial ownership information under the Trustees' Ordinance is a period of 6 years, and therefore we have kept that 6-year period for uniformity. Going to Clause 4. This deals with the Exchequer and Audit Act. This requires beneficial ownership information in relation to statutory bodies that are subject to the provisions of the Exchequer and Audit Act. Under that Act, A statutory body is defined as any municipality, county council, board, commission, or similar body corporate established and incorporated by an act. This is a very wide definition, covers virtually every statutory body, and the obligations relative to beneficial ownership will now be imposed on all of these entities. The international standards on tax require a cascading approach to ascertaining beneficial ownership. This means that one must seek out the natural persons in control of a legal entity that have ultimate beneficial ownership. Where no beneficial can be identified, then exceptionally, the natural person who holds the position of senior managing official should be identified as the beneficial owner. So if you can't find out who the beneficial owner is for some reason, then the person in charge of the entity will be identified as the beneficial owner. Given the legal composition of statutory bodies, an approach where shareholders file beneficial ownership information is not appropriate because statutory bodies have no shareholders, so this can't work. So again, the bill captures beneficial ownership of statutory bodies through the controlling mind of the statutory body, so that the persons in charge, the board, and so on, will be required to file beneficial ownership information. And a definition has now been inserted in the Exchequer and Audit Act by way of this bill to define member as the person or persons having control over a statutory body, including a director. Such members, the equivalent of directors, commissioners, and so on, will now be required to file the beneficial ownership information with respect to a statutory body. And that given that the Minister of Finance has main responsibility under the Exchequer and Audit Act, it follows that the Treasury is the appropriate body to monitor the filings of statutory bodies with respect to beneficial ownership information and to maintain a register. There will be a similar requirement for 6-year retention of beneficial ownership information for statutory bodies. Clause 5 deals with the Minister of Finance himself and requires the Minister of Finance to file beneficial ownership in relation to corporations sole, in relation to state corporations where the Minister of Finance as corporation sole is vested with the shares of state corporations. Now, there is a little issue here because the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, the Corporation Sole Act, as it is also known, already provides that the minister for the time being shall be a corporation sole by the name of the Minister of Finance, and all property transferred to and vested in a minister by this act or otherwise acquired by the minister shall be held in trust for the state. So it already says that the Minister of Finance is the beneficial owner of the shares of state enterprises. However, the advice we got from the Global Forum Secretariat is that this is required to be ascertained, so that we will just have to follow the procedure. Clause 6, Proceeds of Crime Act amends the Proceeds of Crime Act and substitutes the definition of beneficial owner to include, amongst other things, the provision for other types of legal arrangements. This is a compliance requirement. Clause 7, Income Tax Act. This is meant to ensure that the use of taxpayer information received by the Board of Inland Revenue from another country is consistent with the terms of the tax information sharing agreement in place between Trinidad and Tobago and that other country. And the OECD Model Tax Convention provides that any information received by a contracting state shall be treated as secret in the same manner as information obtained under the domestic laws of that state, and shall be disclosed only to persons or authorities, including courts, concerned with the assessment or collection of the enforcement or prosecution in respect of or the determination of appeals in relation to the taxes referred to or the oversight of the above. Such persons or authorities shall use the information only for such purposes. They may disclose the information in public court proceedings or in judicial decisions. And this is how we deal with our income tax secrecy provisions. So that if information is disclosed by Trinidad and Tobago to another jurisdiction, another member by way of a treaty or otherwise, it must be consistent with our secrecy laws. Effective mutual assistance between competent authorities requires that each competent authority must be assured that the other will treat with proper confidentiality, the information it obtains in the course of the corporation. So there's a safeguard in Clause 7. It is intended to ensure compliance with international standards on tax relative to confidentiality. To this end, expanding the treaty network of Trinidad and Tobago with other jurisdictions is also of paramount importance in promoting our country as an investment jurisdiction. And this is an issue. I do remember a visit by a distinguished person from China, former governor of the Central Bank of China. And he did ask me about our compliance with the Global Forum, and he did indicate that there would be issues with respect to investment by Chinese banks in Trinidad and Tobago if we were not able to achieve some sort of compliance with the Global Forum. And this can only happen if we support measures such as confidentiality of taxpayer information from other jurisdictions. So the concern was that if other countries provide our Inland Revenue Division with taxpayer information, it must be confidential. So this is in Clause 7. Clause 8 amends the Companies Act, makes a provision for the abolition of bearer shares. For those who are not too familiar with bearer shares, this is an instrument which is infamous for its ability to change ownership without any documentation. Infamous, a bearer share. And this is something that is certainly being highlighted within the international tax conversation. And it is now required that holders of bearer shares will be required to redeem and convert these assets on or before an appointed date. And persons who fail to surrender these bearer shares before the appointed date will have to do so within a 3-month period, only in circumstances beyond their control and beyond the control of the true owner of the bearer share or with the approval of the Registrar General. Failing that, the court will intervene. I am advised that these provisions are proportionate and provide many opportunities for due process to be facilitated, and therefore no constitutional majority is required. The imposition of sanctions is also subject to due process requirements, where the Registrar General is required to make an application to the court before seeking appropriate restrictions, and this would apply to the whole question of bearer shares. It's like currency. It's as if you had a $100 bill. It has no real owner. It has value, but it's anonymous. And a bearer share is exactly like that. It's anonymous, but it has value. It can be converted into cash without revealing the owner of the bearer share. Clause 9 sets to implement the same requirements for filing, maintenance, and retention of beneficial ownership that has been adopted and has been adapted for partnerships. It implements a requirement for the retention of beneficial ownership information for 6 years. Clause 10 deals with the Securities Act and implements a requirement for beneficial ownership information in relation to reporting entities under the Securities Act. And the approach with the Securities Act is similar to the approach with all the other bits of legislation, with respect to retention periods, sanctions, and the cascading approach. And I may point out that the Securities and Exchange Commission already possesses the power to impose fines under the Securities Act for persons who fail to disclose changes in beneficial ownership. Clause 11 amends the Non-Profit Organizations Act to make similar provision for beneficial ownership information as all of the other clauses in the bill. A non-profit organization is defined as, and under this amendment, as a body of persons, whether incorporated or unincorporated, which A, is established primarily for the promotion of a patriotic, religious, philanthropic, charitable, educational, cultural, scientific, literary, historical, artistic, social, professional, fraternal, sporting, or athletic purpose, or some other useful object, and raises or disperses funds for that purpose or object. B, carries on its business without pecuniary gain to its members or officers, except as reasonable compensation for services rendered. And C, restricts the use of any of its profits or other accretions to the promotion of its purpose or object. And the Registrar General has oversight for monitoring filings with respect to non-profit organizations. Clause 12 deals with the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act. It ensures that a presidential order is issued for all exchange of information agreements, so that the BIR has the power to obtain information to enforce these agreements in cases where the requested information is not required for its own tax purposes. Clause 12 also provides for exceptions in particular circumstances when such notification is likely to undermine the chances of success of an investigation conducted by the requesting jurisdiction. Clause 13 deals with the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act. It amends that act to ensure that a number of definitions meet the international standards on tax and it addresses minor drafting deficiencies to match what the Global Forum has asked us to do. In 2019 and 2020, we did address Global Forum requirements at that time. And 4 pieces of legislation were enacted to address deficiencies known to us at that time. But as I said, this is a moving target. It evolves, it morphs, it transforms every single day. We are hopeful that this bill will address most of the issues that have arisen and may arise in the future. At that time, we amended the Companies Act, the Income Tax Act, the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, and the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act. However, in 2021, the Global Forum looked at what we did and determined that we had to do more to address new deficiencies. So this is where the 23 recommendations came from, and these are in the areas of exchange of information and beneficial ownership. And this bill is designed to deal with those 23 issues that the Global Forum identified after the passage of those 2019 and 2020 bills. Trinidad and Tobago's placement on the EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions is as a result of 3 criteria, namely a non-compliant rating under the exchange of information, common reporting standards, and the signatory and ratification of the OECD Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance, 2, the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, and 3, the Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting. The European Union tells us that they wish to improve tax transparency and good governance globally by ensuring parity in keeping with the standards set by European member countries. Now, this is important. So they are telling us that they are setting the standards, and we must comply with their standards, unfortunately. The EU's EU's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes was created by the EU as a tool to tackle tax fraud or evasion, tax avoidance, and money laundering. Their framework has 3 pillars: transparency, fair competition, and base erosion and profit sharing. The government, led by a team from the Ministry of Finance, the Tax Treaty Unit, the Board of Inland Revenue, the Office of the Attorney General, has established a high-level committee to deal with this problem, the placement of the EU, by the EU, of Trinidad and Tobago on a list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. The committee continues to work with the Global Forum Secretariat through intense technical assistance towards a common goal of preparing the necessary legislative, administrative, and operational improvements to undergo the peer review, to protect the integrity of the global financial system and to comply with the EU requirements. As I said, our peer review is expected to commence in the first quarter of 2024. In October of this year, the EU added Antigua, Belize, and the Seychelles, together with Trinidad and Tobago, to a total of 16 countries that they have decided are on the EU list of non-cooperative tax purposes, tax jurisdictions. So we have to get off of this list. We have to sign the OECD Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance. They won't let us sign it unless the legislation is consistent with their requirements. They had indicated we have harmful tax regimes, and that is as simple as our free zone legislation. They determined that you should not have free zone legislation. And the Minister of Trade would have come to this Parliament over the last several years with legislation to abolish free zones and replace free zones with exclusive economic zones to meet global tax information standards. They have indicated we do not implement base erosion and profit sharing standards on a country-by-country basis, and we do not have automatic exchange of information with all of the Global Forum EU countries. So this bill is designed to deal with these issues. There are some companion pieces of legislation which, were they laid today? Yeah, so that's let me, I guess it's here somewhere. But there are some companion pieces of legislation which should have been laid in the Parliament today that we will have to address in due course. And those deal with base erosion and profit sharing, and also the regulations for the exclusive economic zones. And I can just refer members to them. The miscellaneous provisions, Register General Companies, Registration of Business Names, Non-Profit Organizations Act, bill, and the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Act. So we will deal with that in due course. Those are companion bits of legislation. This bill seeks to make provision for ensuring the availability of adequate, accurate, and timely information on trusts, including the information on the identity of the trustees, the settlor, the protector, the beneficiary, the class of beneficiaries, and any other natural person exercising control over a trust. The bill will require trustees of any trust to hold basic information on the regulated agents of and service providers to the trust. Mr. President, how much more time do you have? Okay, I'll be 11 minutes, okay. Including investment advisors or managers. So providers to a trust, this information will have to be made available. Accountants and tax advisors. The bill will introduce penalties for non-disclosure of beneficial ownership information by trustees to competent authorities, including law enforcement. The peer review that is coming up is crucial to assess how the country processes and responds to exchange of tax information requests. The review will cover all exchange of information requests received and sent during the review period, and will look at responses received during and after the review period. During the period, next year, the Global Forum will critically examine all legislation and supplementary information to assess whether Trinidad and Tobago can be delisted from the EU. And I want to stress that this is the first step. This bill is critical. Otherwise, it's like a lottery. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. So we must proceed with this legislation. I wish to assure this Senate that the government is taking all possible steps to secure the best position for Trinidad and Tobago in this matter. We do not intend to give up our sovereignty, but we must address remaining deficiencies. The legislative solutions proposed are expected to be addressed in this bill and by the companion legislation I spoke about, the SEZ regulations, the BEPS inclusive framework. And we will also be undertaking administrative and operational measures to achieve the removal of Trinidad and Tobago from the EU list. In fact, we have a team going to Europe at the end of this month, within a week actually, to meet with the Global Forum and the EU officials to continue the dialogue with respect to getting Trinidad and Tobago off the list. Now, mechanisms to ensure confidentiality and data protection must be in place for the effective implementation of information exchange. The Inland Revenue Division has been working on improvements from a policy perspective to deal with this confidentiality issue. This includes the finalization and approval of 20 documents on confidentiality and data protection, and the Information Security Management Work Plan with the Global Forum. Another important aspect of our peer review is the requirement to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago has a strong exchange of information function in relation to the timely sharing and updating of information. And the Inland Revenue Division is working assiduously on strengthening its operations in that respect. One of relevance to improving our chances of coming off the EU list and the OECD list is the updating of the information exchange articles contained in each agreement within our tax treaty network. So we have a lot of work to do. We decided some years ago that the exchange of information articles in our tax treaties should be updated to the Global Forum standard, and at this time, our current double taxation agreement is based on the United Nations Model Double Taxation Convention. The committee that deals with tax treaties has on its agenda the inclusion of the UN version of the relevant article, exchange of information, Article 28 in double taxation treaties, and again, this will be subject to dialogue and agreement with our current tax treaty partners. I just wish to highlight the importance of this bill to ensure that our legal framework is compliant with the Global Forum standard. And the main issue here, there are two issues. One is to determine who really owns companies in Trinidad and Tobago. There are many companies where you just do not know who owns them. And the other objective is to ensure there is timely and accurate exchange of tax information. One of the first bits of legislation that we achieved in this parliament was the FATCA legislation with the United States had required us to enter into an exchange of tax information arrangement with them where U.S. persons and U.S. companies doing business in Trinidad, we were required to send that information to the United States competent authority, the U.S. Treasury, and they were required to send us information on Trinidad and Tobago citizens and entities doing business in the United States. And we achieved that, and that is working well, and I'm not aware there have been any issues with respect to breaches of confidentiality and so on. This bill seeks to strengthen our overall tax compliance efforts, build capacity in tax administration, and to improve our international reputation. I will address any issues that honorable senators raise in my response. But I think at this point in time, I've explained what this bill is all about. If I were to summarize, what it seeks to do is to remove once and for all the ability of persons to hide their ownership of corporate entities and similar bodies, and it will now require complete transparency in terms of beneficial ownership. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance Cap 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, number 7 of 2020, be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me join my esteemed colleague in the back of me in extending to the Minister of Finance. We have our exchanges from time to time. But you see, debt is a serious business. And I really want to join, Mr. President, with the Honorable Senator Dr. Richards in extending my condolences and the condolences of the front bench on the passing of the Honorable Minister's dear mother, Dr. Maura Imbut. And I would like to say that we would like her soul to rest in perpetual peace and rise in eternal glory. So we would like to do that from the word go, Mr. President. I would also like to indicate, like the Honorable Minister of Finance, that the bill before us today is a very serious piece of legislation. There are some troubling aspects to this bill before us. And I'm sure that the Minister of Finance would want to ensure that there is consensus, even though on the face of it, the bill calls for a simple majority. We on this side are opposed and will do everything, Mr. President, to strengthen the use of devices, techniques, measures corporate vehicles in order to conceal and or obscure ill-gotten gains through money laundering, through the financing of terrorism, and through the financing of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We are also mortally opposed to anyone using vehicles, corporate vehicles, using, Mr. President, legal devices in order to avoid paying their fair share of taxes to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through what is called, Mr. President, tax avoidance, tax evasion. So we are in support. In fact, we initially in 2014, the intergovernmental agreement that brought into being, Mr. President, what is known as FATCA, the agreement between the United States and Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, we initialed that. So from 2014 to the present time, there has been a journey, Mr. President, to address global standards as enunciated by FATF and its Caribbean version, CFATF, and of course, the Global Forum for Transparency, and also the exchange of and sharing of information agreements for tax purposes. Yes. So we would want to ensure, Mr. President, that we have a robust legal framework, because it is our view that the anti-money laundering mechanism in Trinidad and Tobago today is extremely weak. And too many people in this country use different devices in order to rob and deny the people of their fair share of taxes in this country. And that is why we could talk about leakages of over $10 billion. That is why the Minister of Finance can come and tell us through the FIU every year hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. President, in what is called suspicious transactions, suspicious activities. All of these things are taking place, and nobody is held accountable. Nobody is sent to jail in Trinidad and Tobago because of weak enforcement and very weak infrastructure in our nation. So today, Mr. President, we have before us 9 pieces of weighty legislation. In fact, the Minister of Finance told us earlier, years, it has taken the government years through some technical program and a technical team to arrive at what we have here today. Yet still we as senators who are asked to approve legislation of the complexity and technicality that we have before us, we were given only 72 hours. 72 hours to debate among ourselves before we came here today on very weighty pieces of legislation. I mean to say, Mr. President, something has to be wrong with our system. None of us has a personal assistant to conduct any research. So we have to do our own research in 72 hours, Mr. President, and 9 acts of parliament. And when I check them out, Mr. President, 4 of the 9 acts of parliament were passed in this parliament with special constitutional majorities it meant that our rights and freedoms were infringed by certain provisions in those 4 pieces of legislation: the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Securities Act, the Exchange of Information Agreement Act, and then the last one is the Mutual Administrative Assistance on Tax Matters Act. Those were passed with special constitutional majority. So we have to be very careful when we come here to debate matters that we do not sell out the rights of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have to be very careful, Mr. President. So this is a very serious matter that we are engaging in here today. For me, I cannot go through all of these pieces of legislation. So what I have done, Mr. President, is to confine myself to at least 3. And I'm sure if the Minister of Finance, if I know him well, in this period of mourning, would give consideration to some of the points that I'm about to make. Because I'm sure that the Honorable Minister of Finance would like us to have consensus in the passage of this piece of legislation. Because like him, we are all committed to getting our beautiful and beloved country off the blacklist. We want to get Trinidad and Tobago off the blacklist, which the European call delist or delisting. We want to get off the blacklist. So if this piece of legislation, as the minister said, is going to give us one step on this ladder that we have been climbing for some time now, so that we could get off the blacklist, Trinidad and Tobago, that is, we welcome that. But Mr. President, there are some concerns. There are some concerns that I would like to bring to the attention of the Honorable Minister of Finance, because he made some points and I took note of it. And I am in his corner because I too, like him, am not prepared to sell out the sovereignty of the Republic of Haiti. And whilst we might be small, Mr. President, we are not to be bullied. So we have to do what is necessary, Mr. President, to ensure that when this piece of legislation is ultimately refashioned, it can withstand the test of times. And that no smart aleck will use loopholes in the legislation in order to undermine it and subvert it. And I'm seeing some loopholes in the legislation, and I'm seeing some areas for consideration by this Honorable Senate, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me say the following. And the Minister of Finance said it. Why are we here? What are we doing? He said it, and I want to repeat it. We are trying to achieve 2 objectives, 2 aims, 2 goals, essentially. To unmask those criminals, I call them criminals, who use companies, who create shell companies in order to hide their true identities as it relates to their true ownership. So many of them exist in this country, denying taxpayers their fair share of taxes. They don't pay stamp duties. Some of them don't pay their fair share of taxes. And the reason for that, Mr. President, they use all kinds of devices, as the minister said, trusts, deeds, shell companies. Among others, what they call in the literature, corporate vehicles are used, Mr. President. So one, Mr. President, we are seeking, that is what the Senate is attempting to do today, to unmask those who hide behind companies and we don't know who are the real owners. Is their mother, their father, their sister, their nephew, their niece. But that is not them. But they are the real owners of the companies. And Mr. President, what is the second aim? We want to engage in what is called timely and accurate and correct updated information exchange for tax purposes, Mr. President, with counterparts that are involved in what is called double taxation treaties or arrangements, or what is called in the literature before us, or the bill before us, declared agreements, Mr. President, declared agreements. Okay? So, where are we? Mr. President, I want to take you on a brief journey, very brief. Because, as I said, I am not going to deal with all these bills, all these acts, rather, that we are asked to amend. I am just dealing with 2 or 3. And the first one I want to bring to your attention, Mr. President, is Clause 9. Clause 9 of the bill deals with the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act 20. And Mr. President, if we want to strengthen legislation to get at the bandits, to get at the money launderers, to get at those who are financing terrorism, to get at those who are involved in tax avoidance and tax evasion, you have my support. But do it properly. Do it properly. Do not bring miscellaneous omnibus legislation to this parliament and housed and populated in this legislation are pieces of legislation that, based on the amendments, will infringe on sections 4 and 5 of the citizens' constitutional rights and freedoms. Because it's the very criminals who we are trying to deal with will go to the courts and say, look, they passed this piece of legislation and they did not pass it with the constitutional majority that was required. And in addition to that, Mr. President, you see banking information, you see the details of your banking information is sacrosanct. It is confidential. And nobody has the authority to go to any bank that you have an account in, bypass you, and get all your banking details to somebody else who you never see, but who's investigating you. I am saying, Mr. President, you want to do that? You're infringing the rights of citizens. Trinidad and Tobago has a written constitution, and we have something called an enshrined or entrenched Bill of Rights. Under Section 4.2c, there is something called privacy rights. And I have a right to privacy under the Constitution. And if you are going to invade my privacy, you must get the requisite constitutional majority. and it is not in the bill that is before us. Mr. President, let me explain. Mr. President, let me explain. If you go to Clause 9, and you have to read Clause 9 in conjunction with this act called Act Number 5 of 2020. So you have to read Act Number 5 of 2020 to understand what is at stake here. And I don't care if Global Forum acts in fighter. Global Forum cannot tell Trinidad and Tobago to undermine the rights and freedoms of our people that is enshrined in the Constitution. We have a democratic, sovereign republic. So let me tell you, Mr. President, what is going on here. I don't know if this was an oversight on the part of the minister and the drafters of this piece of legislation, but I find it quite troubling. I find it quite disturbing. I find it quite dangerous for the government to introduce such a measure. And the Honorable Minister, maybe, as I said, he's undergoing a period of condolences or mourning or grief, I should say, or bereavement, whatever. So maybe it might have slipped him. The drafters who put it together bypassed the minister. So I don't want to blame the minister for the time being. So, Mr. President, let's go to Clause 9. And Clause 9, Mr. President, says in 9A, 9 Clause 9, and I'm going to the section C. And it reads, Mr. President, after Clause 11, the following new section is inserted. This is the new section that is inserted here. What is Clause 11, by the way, so we can understand? Clause 11 in Act Number 5 of 2020 says, where the board provides information to a competent authority of another state under any declared agreement, the board shall, Mr. President, listen to the language. Listen to the language. The board shall. It's mandatory. It is mandatory, Mr. President, under Section 11. They shall, within 1 year of such provision, notify the person in respect of whom the information relates, that personal information relating to the person which is required to be reported under the Act and under a declared agreement has been forwarded to the competent authority of that state. What this is saying in essence is that if a requesting party, Jamaica, asks for your private data or banking, let me not say data, your banking information, because they are conducting an investigation into you, for tax purposes, that is. Yeah, tax purposes. So they want to get your information. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. So for tax purposes, Mr. President, what this is saying in 2020...
You would ask Senator Mark to give way?
Sorry to interrupt. You were referring to Clause 9 of the bill, but Clause 9 deals with partnerships. I'm a little lost.
May I? Mr. President, I must admit, and I apologize, I had the old version that was sent to me. So I don't have the gazetted version. You know, in other words, look at here, look my bill here. It's something that you print and send to me.
So, Senator Mark, which they are, hold on. There are bills circulated for today's debate. I would assume that you've gotten the most recent version as circulated by the clerks. If you're going to refer to a particular clause, so that you don't confuse other senators and the Minister of Finance, one second, you don't confuse the minister piloting the bill, I would ask you to try and get the most recent version so you could reference the clause that you're speaking to. I would assume it's not clause 9. So, okay, so I'll ask the clerks to furnish you with the most recent copy. And that way, if you're referencing the clause, reference the correct one.
Yeah, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, is this the same version I'm getting again? Is this the gazetted version, Mr. President? I thought there's a gazetted version. Is this the gazetted version? I'm not too sure.
Senator Mark, that's the most recent version. So I would ask you to take 2 seconds, check the clause, reference the correct clause, and then continue your contribution.
I don't have to check. I understand what I'm saying. Mr. President, what I'm saying to this Honorable Senate is that in the bill, which is an act of 2020, if you are going to inquire into my banking details for tax purposes, you must notify me.
Excuse me.
The minister is asking for you to give way.
Would you give way?
Yeah.
I thank you very much, Honorable Senator, for giving way. I listened very carefully to everything you were saying. I looked in the bill. I couldn't find anything even remotely resembling the words that you are referring to. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I suspect others are in the same dilemma. I don't see anything about banking. I don't understand. So could you perhaps tell me where it is?
Mr. President, I don't want to take the minister who's in a state of bereavement.
So that's enough. No, have a seat, have a seat. So, Senator, have a seat. Have a seat, same way. Let us, Senator Mark, I am on my legs. So, as much as you're saying you apologize, Senator Mark, let me just state that we do not go down that road. You have stated in the very beginning of your contribution what you had to say in relation to that matter involving the Minister of Finance. That is it. It ends right there. There's no need to mention it again because it goes past what it's intended to be. Right? As in relation to the matter raised by the Minister of Finance, I invite you now, if you would like, to take just a few seconds, find your bearings in relation to the most recent bill that's before you so that you can continue to make a contribution and everybody could be on the same page. I now invite you to do so, Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, let me see if I can get... Mr. President, I think it would be it's not the securities, Mr. President. Yes, section 12. Mr. President, I think it's 12.1 I'm being advised. So like, can I ask my colleagues to check 12.1 this evening? Okay, Mr. President, it is clause 12, and I am seeing page 32. I don't know if everybody is on the same page, like me. Is that okay? Right, clause 12 of page 32. So Mr. President, what is being said here is that under this 12C, and I'm dealing with 12.1 of 12, which is clause 12. I read for you, right, the following. 12.1 reads, notwithstanding section 11, and Honorable Minister, if you are following, I would like you to go to this act number, Mr. President, Act number 5 of 2020. And I am referring to Section 11. Section 11 is being amended to insert a new subsection, which is what I am referring to, Mr. President, in section under clause 12, Mr. President, that I have before me. It states that by inserting after section 11 the following new section, and it reads section 12, subsection 1. You with me? Right. So what this is saying is, notwithstanding section 11 in Act number 5 of 2020, where in the course of making a notification under section 11, so a notification is being made by the board, the requesting jurisdiction, whichever jurisdiction, informs the board that the notification is likely to undermine the success of an investigation being conducted by the requesting jurisdiction. The board may withhold such notification. That is the point that I'm making. So if the board may withhold notification to the individual, it means to say, Mr. President, you are giving the board a discretion, and the board does not have that power to have a discretion on the rights of the citizen. And what we are arguing here, Mr. President, is that this is inconsistent, contrary, incoherent with previous laws that we passed in this Parliament. If you go to FATCA, Mr. President, you will see where in FATCA we spent a lot of time in 2017. This is the act here, Mr. President, between the United States and Trinidad and Tobago. And there was a whole preamble. You know what was going on before this act was passed? The Board of Inland Revenue was passing your private, personal, sensitive information, Mr. President, to an external party without your consent, without your knowledge, without your permission. And this act was passed in 2017 with a 3/5 majority to validate the illegal and unconstitutional behavior of the Board of Inland Revenue. That is what was done. And in this act, Mr. President, it is called Act number 4 of 2017. There is a whole preamble. And I just bring to your attention the following. And whereas the Act provides for the sharing of personal information of identifiable individuals without first obtaining their consent. That is what was going on. They passed on your information without your consent. And whereas the sharing of personal information of identifiable individuals without first obtaining consent for such sharing amount to a breach of the person's right to his family and private life as guaranteed by Section 4 of the Republican Constitution. All this was in the preamble. And it went on, Mr. President, to say, and whereas personal information in the possession of the Board of Inland Revenue has been shared with the Secretary of the Treasury under the 1989 TIEA without the consent of the person to whom the information related. It went on to say, it is now necessary to validate the action of the Board of Inland Revenue in this regard. And this was passed with a 3/5 majority because the Board of Inland Revenue for years were providing third parties with your private, personal, sensitive, and confidential information without your consent. And the government recognized that. And the government brought this bill called FATCA, and the preamble made it very clear. It was illegal, unconstitutional, unlawful to do what the Board of Inland Revenue did. You come back in 2023 to give the Board of Inland Revenue that same power that we said you couldn't give them, and you had to pass this with a constitutional majority? How can the Board of Inland Revenue, a group of public servants, have the power when they are going to deal with your personal and sensitive information, not to inform you? You must be informed, Mr. President. You must grant your consent. And if the government does not want that to be inserted, this is going to be challenged in the court. It will be struck down as unconstitutional. So I bring this to the attention of the minister so that the minister can give it some thought. Mr. President, it is repeated in Act number 7 of 2020. In Act 27, in Act 7 of 2020, the government continues that particular excursion into people's private and confidential information. And Mr. President, if you go, again, this is 12. Mr. President, if you go to clause 13 of 32, page 32 that is, right? Go to 32. And Mr. President, you go to, let me tell you the exact section because I had it in a, yeah, Mr. President. Just want to get the correct section for you. Mr. President, if you go to page 37, you go to Roman 3, you go to subsection 5, the same language that is used in the exchange of information sharing agreement is the same language that is used in this mutual assistance in tax matter.
Senator Mark, you have 4 more minutes.
Yeah, Mr. President, so the same language is used in this section. Mr. President, I would like the Honorable Minister to amend these 2 sections or 2 clauses. Clauses, I want the Minister to delete clauses 5 on page 37, clause 13, Roman 3, 5. I would like the minister not to give the Board of Inland Revenue the authority to bypass an individual whose personal information is being shared by a third party without the person's consent. And if you don't do it, I'm going to put an amendment for the consideration of this Senate, because this is an infringement on people's constitutional rights. And Mr. President, I just want to bring to your attention a recent piece of law that was passed, that was issued in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, where Justice Devendra Rampersad made it very clear in a judgment issued on page 31 of that judgment. Let me tell you that judgment was dated sometime, Mr. President, on the 11th of September 2023. And in this judgment, the distinguished and honorable Justice Rampersad said, Mr. President, that your banking information is a constitutionally protected right to privacy under the Constitution. Nobody can go into your banking account for any information. The judge ruled that it is your constitutional right. And therefore, Mr. President, I call on the government to address those two dangerous and troubling and disturbing provisions in those two pieces of legislation. That is clauses 12 and 13. We need those to be amended, and I can help the minister amend those to ensure that the rights of citizens are protected in this regard. Mr. President, in closing, I know I have a few moments, but I think the minister made mention of it. I will just make mention of it in Apasa. Bearer shares and share warrants are to be something to be outlawed. But this was supposed to have been done by now, because in the 2019 debate, the government brought an amendment to the Companies Act that was beginning that process. So I was shocked that in 2023, we're now going to outlaw bearers' share and share warrants and bearers' certificates, which is a mechanism and a device that is being used to hide behind the real owners of shares in companies, Mr. President. So that is something that we felt was late in coming, but it is here. And I just want you to look at the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures, Trinidad and Tobago Mutual Evaluation Report, June of 2016, see FATF. And you'll see this report, a series of recommendations aimed at strengthening legislation to deal with anti-money laundering, countering of the financing of terrorism, Mr. President, as well as financing of weapons of mass destruction, along with tax evasion and tax avoidance. Mr. President, I know you're about to rise. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this limited intervention to see if we could add some flavor and strength to what is before us. So at the end of the day, you bring a bill, you have a piece of legislation that can withstand the time or could stand up to the times. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Dr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to make what I hope will be a short contribution to this, the Miscellaneous Provisions, Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information, Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organization and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Bill 2023. Let me be honest from the start. This is a very difficult proposition for even persons who are trained in these specialist areas. And while I understand the minister's route of potential efficiency in bringing in an omnibus bill, one has to admit, if one is honest, that this, in terms of exercising due diligence, which I think is part of our responsibility, in fact, it is part of our responsibility in looking at legislation and seeing whether or not it meets muster in terms of its objectives. And I have no reason to disagree with the minister or doubt his urgency in terms of our international obligations for compliance. But part of our job, or part of my job here, is exercising due diligence and going through each clause and each part diligently to see if it meets muster. And I have to admit, I am not trained in this area, so I have to rely on common sense, which I hope I have some of, and go through 9 acts and the parent acts and match it against the proposed amendments here and make sense of it in 72 hours. And I think that is unfair. I think it's anathema to due diligence, which I think is part of our responsibility. And we must, although I understand the need sometimes for efficiency, and omnibus, it may fulfill the requirements of omnibus legislation, I really don't think it is in the interest of ensuring due diligence is carried out. And I'm not casting blame on the minister here, but I'm certainly putting it on the floor for future consideration for us not to have to deal with these bills in this manner. Because I don't think it is in keeping with the principles of due diligence and responsibility which we are so on to uphold. So I just wanted to put that on the floor. I understand clearly the need for compliance, and among the issues I intend to raise today is the comment from the Honourable Minister, through you, Mr. President, about the moving goalpost, which has been identified by not only Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, Barbados Prime Minister the Honourable Mia Mottley, Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and several other regional leaders individually and in CARICOM fora, that the Caribbean and CARICOM cannot continue to be slavishly dragged around the floor under these conditions. Because very often, we are not the ones who are most guilty globally of tax evasion, tax fraud, and being accused of tax havens. And I'll just go through one article here that I managed to capture from the OECD regarding the countries that have the highest and most damaging reputation as tax havens. The first one is from Statistica, where the headline is, "The UK dominates the most damaging tax havens." But they're directing to us how we should jump and how high we should jump and when we should jump. Topping the list, British Virgin Islands, second Bermuda, Cayman Islands, Netherlands, Switzerland, Luxembourg, Jersey, Singapore, Bahamas, Hong Kong, Ireland, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, Mauritius, Belgium, Isle of Man, Cyprus, China, and Hungary. That's just one. The countries losing the most to tax abuse: Ireland, 22.26% of GDP, Colombia, 18.2% of GDP, Singapore, 10.73% of GDP, Pakistan, 9.30% of GDP, Angola, Mexico, Egypt, Netherlands, UK, Philippines, Indonesia, and Germany between 4.15 and 7.36% of GDP. I won't go down the list to belabor the point. International tax evasion by member states, 2016 estimates as a percentage of GDP. Topping the list, Malta, Cyprus, Latvia, Sweden, Greece, Belgium, France, Portugal. None of those are CARICOM countries. Estonia, Ireland, Bulgaria, Austria, United Kingdom, Czech Republic, Poland, etc. Now, I understand, because of these statistics, the need for those countries to refine their laws regarding tax evasion and tax avoidance and the terrorist financing, small arms funding, etc. But, and because of that, because they are large countries with which we have to do business, we have to fall in line. Otherwise, we'll be black or grey listed. There are negative potential impacts on our correspondence banking, etc. We've been through all of those debates, 2018, 2019, and beyond. So we are at the behest of them because we are small, they are large, we have to do business with them. But I think CARICOM needs to take a stronger stance on this because of the continuous impact on Caribbean countries. And just in Trinidad and Tobago alone, the huge hoopla that arises when we are blacklisted and greylisted, and the global implications are profound. So I think from CARICOM's perspective, they need to do more. That is not to say Trinidad and Tobago does not have issues. And the data I spoke to just now, Mr. President, through you, just for the Hansard, is from the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, report on tax and fraud and money laundering vulnerabilities involving, that's the real estate sector. In Trinidad and Tobago, if I could quote from a Newsday article, of the 24th of January 2023, authored by Clint Chantak. The title is 1.93 billion in suspicious transactions in 2022. And it quotes the Honorable Finance Minister as reporting. The FIU reported a total of 958 suspicious transaction reports, suspicious activity reports, STRs and SARs, at the end of September 2022. Total monetary value of 1.937 billion, thereabouts, which focused on primarily tax evasion, fraud, money laundering, and drug trafficking. Breaking down, Minister Imba, I'm continuing the quotation, said 844 valued at just under 1.6 billion were completed transactions, completed suspicious transactions at that. 195 valued at 350,864,000 thereabout were attempted transactions. At the time, it represented a 24% decrease in completed transactions and a 68% decrease in attempted transactions compared to the previous reporting period, which means there was an improvement. However, we don't know how much of that, are in what category and how vulnerable we are because of those, and how many of those went into the illicit trafficking in arms and drugs, etc. And those things need to be investigated. Mr. Vice President, one of the other areas of concern to me is, and the Minister mentioned it, is the issue of how this, I think he used the word bullying, of the CARICOM member states and the smaller developing nations is affecting business in the particular jurisdictions, is affecting government's ability to keep up and continue doing business globally and keeping their reputations sound. So again, I think there needs to be some sort of stronger action by CARICOM on this because of the onerous, I think that was the word the Honourable Minister used, onerous demands as we see outlined in these 9 acts and the provisions contained therein. One of the areas I have the most concern with, and the Minister mentioned it, is the varying definition of beneficial owner or beneficial ownership, which I just looked at. Partnerships, it's on page 17. Securities Act, page 22. And I want to hone in on non-profit organizations, Act 2019, which is clause 11, which it says by inserting the definition AML/CFT/PF, the following new definition. Keep in mind, we passed NGO law, or updated NGO laws in this country a couple of years ago, which instituted significant new requirements for NGO ownership, and the NGO sector in Trinidad and Tobago has done and continues to do amazing work. And many of those NGOs have reported the difficulty in their resources and capacity to keep up with the new onerous requirements, and we're adding more now. I think if we continue with this for 2 more cycles, we're going to run 3/4 of the NGOs out of business in this country, which will be a sad day in this country. The new requirement for beneficial owner, the new definition, of beneficial owner means, and this is quoting from Act number 7 of 2019, clause 11, beneficial owner means in respect to a non-profit organization subject to this Act, a natural person who owns or controls 10% or more of the membership interest in a non-profit organization. Roman 1, direct ownership, Roman 2, indirect ownership, or Roman 3, controls through other means. Mr. President, through you, I would ask the Honourable Minister to please explain to me, in the context of an NGO, what is 10% of an NGO? I don't know. It's an NGO. Yeah. So, well, I'm reading from the document, the latest document here. So that's what it says. The natural person who owns or controls 10% or more of the membership interest of a non-profit organization. I racked my brain to figure out what that means in the context of an NGO. Voting rights, thank you. The Minister says voting rights. Well, maybe it should be more clearly specified here, because I don't know that NGO has shares that they could share around like that. And oh, I understand. Thank you.
So, Minister, would you want to, yeah.
All NGOs are required to have a structure. There would be persons in control of the NGO. They would have a constitution, and there would be a system by way decisions are taken by majority vote and so on. So that's what that is all about. Okay?
Thank you. Well, you can imagine if I'm confused, how many of the NGOs are confused too. And it just becomes more and more difficult to exist in this space because of the strings being pulled by the European Union. And as I said before, I'm really concerned that the more these requirements become more and more onerous, the more people will just say, you know what, this doesn't make no sense anymore. And good work will fall by the wayside because they just don't have the resources to continue to be compliant, or they don't have the legal expertise, or other resources that may not be available to the particular NGO. And I really think that that would be a shame if we continue to dance to this foreign beat, this non-regional beat, to remain in compliance in one area while other areas are being detrimentally affected. The other issue I would like to raise is, and I think the Minister mentioned, and I hope I didn't hear wrong because I was trying to pay attention, the Minister may have mentioned the municipal corporations that may be affected and how we are to rationalize that in the context of the new requirement if and when we have a revised or reformed Municipal Corporation Act, Local Government Act, which has not been fully proclaimed, yet we are putting provisions in place for compliance under the European Union requirements for compliance, but we have not fully proclaimed the law in Trinidad and Tobago, and operationalizations already has so many implications for compliance in different areas locally, and we're adding international jurisdictional compliance requirements. So I think all those things need to be rationalized and reconciled because of the potential impact locally. And I understand, as I said before, the need for us to not, in our assessment, end up wanting to be blacklisted or graylisted because of the implications for the financial services sector. And while we have to balance the protections as envisioned in these provisions of the 9 acts, I think not being able to go through them in detail and distill them as to the potential impact locally is extremely disturbing to me, and I'm sure will be onerous to the local entities who now have to comply once these provisions are passed, or if these provisions are passed in this Honourable House. So, and that's why I said earlier on through you, Mr. President, that I think a more productive approach in these 9 may have been to come for 3 days and do 3 at a time so we can fully distill and understand the need for urgency and efficiency. Absolutely, Minister.
With the opportunity to clarify that point that you raised and the previous point. The Global Forum requires corporation sole. It requires a process to determine whether corporation sole is the owner of shares in a state enterprise. One would think that's obvious from the Corporation Sole Act, but it's just the way they operate. And this is similarly, they will want to know who the beneficial owners of a municipal body are. And if there are no shares in a municipal body, then they want to know who's the controlling mind, which would obviously be the council. So it is just a process that they have, that they need to know, according to their formula, who owns this entity. And if there are no shares, then who controls this entity? So, and in the case of a municipality, that would clearly be the council. Okay?
So much for the clarification. So, as I said, I didn't intend to be long, but I also think that part of the responsibility we should shoulder when we are trying to become compliant in so many different aspects of law in Trinidad and Tobago is to ensure that the public, the wider public, has a clearer understanding of these provisions and what the implications are for them as individuals, whether they be business owners, shareholders in businesses, etc., operating in the spaces that these acts and provisions in these acts affect. Because very often, well, ignorance is no defense in law, but because the cycle is changing so quickly, to keep up with it with the new provisions, when you've just become accustomed to the old provisions of 2019, 2020, become more and more onerous and put people more at risk for defaulting and ending up on the criminal side of things. So with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to participate in this debate. Let me start by commenting on Senator Richard's concerns. I do acknowledge that the bill is cumbersome and that the members of the House did not get a significant opportunity to get into the meat of it and do proper research and verification. But notwithstanding that, what I would say is that while the legislation may appear to be complicated, it is actually very simple in concept. Essentially, it is looking at our various legal structures which have evolved over the years, through which human beings own or hold interest in property, and it's seeking to identify who the actual human beings are who own the property or have interest in property. That is essentially the purpose of the bill. But before we get into how the bill is proposing to do this, to identify who the human beings are, who the real owners of property are, let us briefly discuss why this legislation is important. And I'm not going to focus on the pressures that we're receiving from outside to get this done, but why those pressures exist. Because there are approximately 200 countries that are part of the Global Forum who have, at least in theory, agreed that this legislation is required. Because we operate on a global scale, businesses are cross-national, they operate across the world, and that gives those businesses the opportunities to hide behind different legislation in different parts of the world, to come up to all kinds of machinations, to hide income, to get involved in trafficking, in terrorism, and all these kinds of things. So if countries do not collaborate to share information, to understand what businesses are doing, then the businesses will inevitably win. So it is necessary, if we are to ensure that we get our fair share of taxes, that we counter all these negative anti-money laundering activity, terrorism activity, and so on, that we share information. So that essentially is why we need legislation of this nature. Yes, we appreciate that most of the perpetrators of these international crimes come from bigger countries, and that they are the ones who have the most to gain in terms of reducing tax avoidance, because a lot of the taxes will have to be declared and paid in those countries. We also have a benefit to gain from understanding the real percentage of the income from the international operations that should be ascribed to Trinidad and Tobago. We have real benefit to gain from understanding how these entities are using their funds to support terrorism, to get involved in money laundering, drug trafficking, human trafficking. So unless we share the information, those perpetrators of these various crimes will continue to win the war. So while it is an imposition, while it is difficult on all of us, while it is cumbersome, as we become more and more international, as borders become less and less relevant, this becomes more and more critical. So, yes, I understand that CARICOM needs to push back, because my first reaction when this legislation was first introduced some years ago is, this is ridiculous. Why are we spending money to gather information to benefit places like the United States and the United Kingdom? The more you delve into the why and the how, the more you realize that this is all part of what we need to do. The same way the Prime Minister would have reached out to the US a few months ago to say that the legal and illegal guns in Trinidad and Tobago are coming from the US. We need to work with you to reduce the incidence of guns coming into this country, the same way we have to work with other countries to reduce the incidence of all of these other negative things that are mainly financially related. So essentially, that is the rationale for this legislation. So this legislation is coming in accordance with our obligations to the Global Forum. And the main focus of Global Forum is to minimize the opportunities for tax evasion and tax avoidance, as well as to counter money laundering. And what is money laundering? Legitimizing money earned from criminal activity in various spheres. Because the more you reduce the benefits of conducting criminal activity, the less lucrative it becomes, and therefore the less likely it is for people to get involved in that area. And what we want is to reduce incidences of these kinds of international, very destructive crimes. So, the rationale for the bill is essentially that. So how is the legislation then seeking to discover who actually owns property? Because when we know who owns property, we know the linkages throughout the world, how they're using their network to get up to these criminal activities, who is doing it, who do we go after to reduce the level of criminal activity. So the legislation is saying, let us find out who is doing these things, who has the resources, and how they're using the resources. So firstly, the legislation requires us to identify the various ways in which properties are owned. And this will vary from country to country. So we have to look at what obtains in our country to determine what actions we need to take to address it. So in Trinidad and Tobago, we have identified that property is owned by person A on behalf of person B through various vehicles, as Senator Mark referred to them. So trusts have been something that has been around for a while, which is where person A is the legal owner of property, but he's holding it for the benefit of person B. Non-government organizations, NGOs, is another form of ownership of property which is held not for the benefit of the members of the NGO, but for others. Companies. A company is a separate legal entity, but it doesn't own property on behalf of itself. Corporation sole has been separately identified as a person who owns property on behalf of others, and partnerships. So those are the entities we are targeting who own property, not on their own behalf, but on behalf of others, who we are saying you need to identify who are the beneficial owners of the property that you hold, who has interest in that property. So, having identified the vehicles through which properties are owned, other than by the individual who is the beneficial owner, what we need to do is identify those beneficial owners. And the intention is not to interfere with how those entities operate and the business they do. It is really to allow us to see if there's suspicious activity happening in those entities, who stands to gain from those activities, so we know who needs to be approached in terms of reducing or getting rid of those activities. This is why we need to know who the beneficial owners are. Or perhaps it starts with us identifying that person X is involved in international criminal activity. Let us see where he holds property so that we know how he's channeling his funds to promote those criminal activities. Unless we have that information, it is difficult to identify the perpetrators and difficult to stamp it out. So the legislation requires the entities to provide details of persons who hold beneficial interests in them. Trustees must declare their beneficiaries. Companies and NGOs must declare their shareholders. And yes, Senator Richards, NGOs do have shareholders. Most of them have shareholders that are limited by guarantee. So people don't make upfront contributions to purchase shares like they do in business operating companies, but they undertake, if something goes wrong with the company and the company needs funds to settle debts and so on, they will contribute. So they are shareholders limited by guarantee. Corporation sole must declare the officer in charge, and partners must declare their partners. Not only are they required to declare these interests, but they're also required to keep the information up to date, current, accurate. Those details and updates must be provided to the regulator/registrar to whom the entities report. The Registrar General in the case of companies and NGOs, the Securities and Exchange Commission in relation to publicly listed companies. Trustees also report to the Registrar General. When we are talking about cross-border activity, two other bits of legislation come into play that have been amended by this legislation, and they are the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act. So, what are we as Trinidad and Tobago required to do? We are required to ensure the adequate, accurate, and up-to-date beneficial ownership information of legal persons. A legal person can be an individual, a company, a trust, an NGO, a partnership. A beneficial owner is a natural person, a human being, who ultimately owns or controls property. So we have artificial entities and we have human persons. We want to know who is a human person who owns or controls property, so that we know who to go after, we know who is pulling the strings, we know who is ultimately committing the crimes. And the legislation also accepts that in certain cases, the beneficial owner cannot be determined. For example, corporation sole, who is a beneficial owner of property owned by corporation sole? Is it the government of Trinidad and Tobago? Or is it the people of Trinidad and Tobago, every single individual? And when you talk about the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is it a national, is it a citizen, is it a resident? So in those cases, the legislation says, okay, do not identify the beneficial owner, we will deem the beneficial owner to be the controlling person. And it does allow, the guidelines set by Global Forum does allow us to set thresholds below which we are not required to go to identify the beneficial owners, so that Senator Richards again raised the issue of the 10% ownership in NGOs. So if your ownership in NGOs is below 10%, the legislation does not require the NGO to report on you. So it puts a threshold. The guidelines indicated that we were not to go below a 25% ownership, but we opted to go with a 10% ownership. So everybody who owns 10% or more in those entities are required to be identified. So we are required to ensure the adequacy, accuracy, and currency of the beneficial ownership information. The information must be sufficient to identify the natural persons who are the beneficial owners and the means and mechanisms through which they exert ownership and control. So included among the information that is required is the name, the nationality, unique ID number, the residential address. And to identify the means and mechanisms for beneficial ownership, the type of information generally required will be the type of participation. Is it shares? Is it shares limited by guarantee or otherwise? Is it voting rights? Is it participation in a partnership? What is the means of control? the level of voting rights, and the scope of control. And it can't be one thing or the other, because one thing may not determine the ownership or who actually has the control. And I'll give you a simple example. We have TSTT, which is owned by the government and a private entity. The government owns 51% of TSTT, but there is an unusual shareholders agreement which gives the other shareholder a greater than 49% right to vote and make decisions. And therefore, one has to weigh those two things to come to a landing on who should be regarded as the person in actual control of the TSTT assets. This information must not only be provided, it needs to be capable of verification. So we are required to ensure that the information is right and that it's updated within a reasonable time of any change occurring. So this is an ongoing obligation. And of course, in order to make it effective, sanctions are placed on persons who fail to comply with the requirements under the legislation. The Securities Exchange Act requires reporting issuers and reporting entities to get confirmation from holders of their securities of the capacity in which they hold. Because at the moment, the Securities and Exchange Commission can tell you everybody who owns shares in listed companies. But that doesn't mean they're the people who have the beneficial ownership in those shares and who actually have the interest in the company. So they now have to go beyond what they've traditionally done and find out whether their shareholders hold these shares in their own right or whether they hold them for the benefit of somebody else. And if they hold them for the benefit of somebody else, then those shareholders are required to declare to the SEC who the beneficial owners of those shares are. So it is a deeper dive than has currently applied, but I have sought to explain why that deeper dive is necessary. Public responsibility for holding the beneficial interest. There are public bodies who are responsible for receiving this information on the beneficial ownership from the various entities, the trust, the NGOs, the companies. They are required to receive the information, ensure that they get it on a timely basis, and ensure that they maintain databases to be able to communicate this information as and when required to our cooperating countries with which we have exchange of information agreements. So those entities that have that responsibility include the tax authority, the FIU, the company registry, the SEC. And because traditionally the Inland Revenue in particular I need to go beyond saying has not had the authority, has actually been debarred traditionally in their legislation, Section 4, from sharing information on persons' tax affairs with third parties. Specific legislation had to be included to allow them to share this information for the limited purpose of the Global Forum activity under the Tax Exchange of Information Bill. So that...
Sorry, Minister. Person with the offending device, could you please just put it on silent? Continue.
President. So that, let me give you an example or two of how Trinidad and Tobago can benefit from the sharing of information. We do have companies in Trinidad and Tobago coming out of Trinidad and Tobago history that have cross-border activity. Most of them are restricted to the Caribbean, but certainly not all of them. There are countries operating as far as Malta, they operate out of the United States, the United Kingdom. So we do have a lot of cross-border activity. As somebody who has provided tax advice to various entities such as this on how to minimize their taxes, and I will caution Senator Mark that most of these companies do not get involved in illegal activities, so it is wrong to call them criminals. The law has what are called loopholes that companies can take advantage of to minimize their tax liability. It's all legitimate, it's all above board. And so that's what the companies do. I'm making money all over the world. How can I minimize what taxes I can pay? So they get involved in different activities. And what tax authorities have to do to counter that is determine which are the most egregious loopholes, because you can't close them all, and try to address those. In order to be able to properly know which loopholes are being taken advantage of and what additional legislation is required to reduce them, you need to know who is operating where and what they're doing and how they're taking advantage of the loopholes. And you can only do that if you get cross-border information. So when Company X sets up in a tax haven in St. Lucia, when that existed, in zero, operating in a tax-free zone in St. Lucia, in Barbados, and St. Kitts, and transferring profits over there legitimately in accordance with the legislation to reduce their Trinidad and Tobago taxes, there's nothing we can do unless we get the information as to how they're doing this, how much money is involved. And then once we understand that, we can look to close those loopholes. So while we lament the imposition on us of the obligations that we have that require us to make these adjustments, what I am hoping as a tax practitioner that the Board of Inland Revenue and the TTRA to come will do is take advantage of this opportunity. Take advantage of the additional information that we will be gathering to shore up our own tax position, to make our own tax compliance more effective and allow us to collect more of the taxes that we should be collecting if we had all the information that we had and if we had the opportunity to close the loopholes that exist. So that essentially is what this legislation is about. As I said, there's a lot of it. If you look at it closely, there's a lot of repetition throughout the various bills. And so the bottom line is we are seeking to determine who the beneficial owners are so we can determine how they're using their funds to embark on criminal activities. The most obvious being tax avoidance and tax evasion, tax avoidance not being illegal, let me remind you, but more egregious being all of these other things, the money laundering, the terrorism financing, the human trafficking financing, the financing of weapons of mass destruction. All of these are things that impact us throughout the globe, and we cannot hide in our little corner and say, well, that is a big country. That is a big country matter. It doesn't concern me, so leave me alone. Let me continue on the course that I'm on. We all have to participate in minimizing and reducing the activities that happen in these criminal spheres, and that is what this legislation is about. So while, yes, it was unfortunate that we could not give the senators more time to digest the bill, Minister of Finance would have pointed out to you the constraints we have in terms of our requirement to comply, the fact that we need to ensure that we improve our status on the listing that is ascribed by the Global Forum. That is the reason why we had to come to the House so quickly in such a short time to seek your support in getting this bill through so that we can improve our status and continue operating our business while CARICOM continues to discuss what should be done in terms of, we are sure, what will be additional obligations that will be sought from us and take appropriate action to treat with those. So with those 2 words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Gopi Singh.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege for me to be here this afternoon to be able to contribute to this very important piece of legislation, which is, from a financial perspective as a country, important for us as Trinidad and Tobago to get out of the grip of being blacklisted in terms of what we do with the rest of the world as far as financial matters and other matters are concerned. I want to say thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, for allowing me the privilege of contributing to this debate. And it is good that the government has acknowledged that they have been found wanting in being able to provide the ample time and opportunity for the parliamentarians to study and to research this piece of legislation. And 72 hours, as mentioned by my colleague, Senator Mark, and of course by independent Senator Richards as well, and of course confirmed by Senator Honorable Alison Smith. West. Sorry.
It's Minister of Public Administration. We use the titles.
Minister of Public Administration. Yes, so that we have all understood the significance of this piece of legislation, which is broad and wide. And this encompasses about 41 pages, Mr. President, for us to digest, research, and make a meaningful contribution to. So we are caught in a dilemma. And the dilemma is that the opposition, which is going to be the next government of Trinidad and Tobago in 2025, and we are looking at ourselves on the other side now in 2025. We, as my colleague Senator Mark indicated, we are in full support of all exercises and legalities to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is removed from that list, and that we are in full support of any measures taken to eliminate anti-money laundering practices and the financing of counter-terrorism and the financing of the proliferation of arms, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. So we are in sync with the government on those matters, and we will continue to work with them to ensure that we get out of that blacklist of 16 countries. But listening to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mr. President, I am amazed that in 2023, we are now coming to talk about getting out of FATF and out of the FATF regulations and the CFATF requirements and the Global Forum requirements and the EU requirements. This has been a government now in its 9th year of governance. And they were left in 2015 with work that had been done by the People's Partnership government. I remember the Attorney General coming on many occasions to speak to Cabinet on the work that is being done with FATF and CFATF on numerous occasions. And then by the end of 2015, when we demitted office, but in the last year of 2015, we had a visit from the Global Forum, and they brought in the requirements that were needed to be implemented. But we demitted office in 2015. But then the Global Forum and so on put out on June 2016 a mutual evaluation report, Mr. President, on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures for Trinidad and Tobago. And in that report, Mr. President, may I be permitted to read some of the things which should have been done by this government and not being entertained 7 years later, but immediately when they came into government. In 2016, this report came in. In June 2016, the mutual evaluation report, and it deals with anti-money laundering and countering financing terrorism measures for Trinidad and Tobago. And that report, Mr. President, analyzed the level of compliance with the FATF 40 recommendations and the level of effectiveness of Trinidad and Tobago with anti-money laundering and counter-financing terrorism systems, and provided recommendations as how the systems could be strengthened in 2016, Mr. President. We are in 2023. And it is only because of the pressures of the community and the nation and the nationals and CARICOM finding themselves in the same problem that something is now being done 7 years after this administrative mutual report. And I want to prefer that they are very slow and tardy, and there's a general degree of malice and incompetence that is pervasive with this government over the period of the 9 years. This should have been dealt with early. And the National Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism Committee advised that Trinidad and Tobago was in the process of reviewing, consulting on, and finalizing the collated report before sending to the World Bank. They admitted that we were doing that between 2010 and 2015. This report came out in 2016. In the report, the FIU of Trinidad and Tobago received information in the form of suspicious transaction reports and suspicious activity reports, which may indicate that some legal entities are engaged in conducting business with entities that may be involved in terrorism activities. This was the People's Partnership government in 2010 to 2015 doing the work. And the report from the Global Forum on the Mutual Evaluation Report speaks loudly about the work of having suspicious activity reports and suspicious transaction reports. So it also went on to identify areas. And the Honorable Minister of Finance, he's there now in his 9th year, should have worked more assiduously to bring about some of these and effect some of these recommendations.
9 years of
9
pain.
years. The key findings were identifying, assessing, and undermining the limited use of financial intelligence, money laundering investigations, and prosecution. They identified that these need to be done. Confiscation, terrorism financing needed to be looked at. They mentioned the whole question of non-profit organization. And today, 9 years later, we're now coming to deal with non-profit organization. And they said in the report, NPOs are required to register with the Registrar General's Department. However, there is no proper AML-CFT policy in relation to the management, supervision, monitoring of these entities. Are you suddenly awake 7 years later after this report? Well, I don't know whether the minister would have seen this report or whether he knew of the report. But it was telling us just an area of the non-profit organization, just one of the areas, that there was no proper AML CFT policy in relation to the management, supervision, monitoring of these entities. A targeted risk assessment of these entities has not been done as yet. Neither are there adequate laws to address the area, which means that for most intents and purposes, the sector is not being sufficiently regulated. 2016 report saying that we're in 2023, and we're now hearing about non-profit organizations in a legal for laws to be passed on it. And he even mentioned
Mr. President, on a point of order, please. 46-1.
So, Senator, you've created your context, you've spoken to the report, and you need to tie it into the specific clauses of the bill as to where it connects. But I think you've made your point. You've gone through the report. I invite you now to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's painful.
So I wanted to draw to the attention of this honorable House that report, and a lot more work should have been done between 2015 and now 2023. And they are crying for help now. And I want to respond to some of the other statements made by the Honorable Minister of Finance. He said 20 years ago there was no pressure from FATF and Global Forum and EU. But we were hearing of that from since 2012, 2013. That's 10 years ago. There's pressure. So he can't come today and say they're now beginning. Pressures now on Caribbean countries, what tax laws we have. Unless you comply, CARICOM is being bullied by developing countries. The Global Forum established by 169 member states and 23 other bodies. And they admitted that Trinidad and Tobago is not a tax haven. They said the bill is urgent. Of course we know the bill is urgent today, but you give us 72 hours. We mentioned that already. He said that there's going to be a peer review by the Global Forum before the end of the year. We're in November, and there's going to be a peer review before the end of the year. So when is that peer review going to take place? And were you sleeping on the job? That you know that a peer review is going to come before the end of the year, and Trinidad and Tobago is crying out to be removed from that blacklist, and you're in the last part of the year, now trying to bring the legislation and rushing it within 72 hours. And that is incompetence, gross mismanagement. And they really are crying for our support. And we are prepared to give this support, but not with that level of tardiness that has been exhibited by this government over the period of time. We said the legal framework must be in place before the end of the year. And when we pass this legislation now, when is it going to be proclaimed by Her Excellency the President? It has to be proclaimed. And my colleague raised some significant points. This bill, Mr. President, has 13 clauses and impacts upon 9 pieces of legislation, 4 of which had required special constitutional majority, namely the Securities Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Tax Information Act, and the Mutual Administrative Act. And my colleague made a strong point that in the area of litigation, if you don't protect Trinidad and Tobago with the laws that require special majority, and you don't exercise that principle here for the passing of this bill, and the 4 acts that required special majority are not taken care of by a certificate of special majority, it can be brought to court and found deficient, and the entire thing collapses as a result of non-inclusion of the certificate of special majority voting. So these 4 bills, 4 acts, and the aspects within them require a special majority passing. And we want to re-emphasize that. And I want to re-emphasize what my colleague, Senator Mark, made about these particular acts of parliament. Now, the first act that is being looked at in this bill is the Trustees and Ordinance 1939. And the Act has added a number of sections after Section 10. And it says the beneficial owner must, within 14 days of the Act come into being, register with the trustee of the trustees or the administrator or of the other form of legal arrangement. And what is the direct trust or express trust? It is an intentional trust in express terms. And it goes on to say a person who fails not registering this, I believe the Honorable Minister said that he has extended it from 14 days now to 30 days. And if it is not registered, it is considered an offense and is liable to summary conviction, to a fine of $10,000 and to imprisonment for 3 years. Who inspects this registry? Where is the registry held? This is an administrative aspect of the management of all the aspects in this bill. Who supervises the registry? So the registry is there. You're supposed to send the information to the registry within 14 days or 30 days. Or where is the registry? Who is responsible for the registry? Huh? The Registrar General. Well, it must be said. Right. And as my colleague has been mentioning the Registrar General, before I forget, my understanding that the Registrar General's department is swamped. They are deficient personnel in terms of numbers. And when all this information goes to the registry, how are they going to deal with that? So this is just not a matter of passing the laws here, the law today, but it's a matter of the administrative aspect and the management aspect of it. Sure, it goes to the registry. And how does that information go to the registry? Is it by personnel? Is it goes personally? Or by electronic system as well? So all these administrative aspects need to be taken into consideration for us to succeed in this fight against the counter-terrorism measures and so on that we want to adopt. So, and it says this includes directors. Directors of where? This is the Exchequer and Audit Act. Who are these directors? And, well, of course, the obligation in respect of beneficial ownership information. Maintain and keep a register. So where are these registries created? And may I ask at this moment as well for elucidation, when these registries are maintained, does the general public have any ability to go and check in these registries to get information? I think these questions need to be answered. And keep the information for 6 years. Why is that 6-year limit being made? I need a little understanding. We need a little understanding of this. We know the Income Tax Act has that you have to keep your information with you for 6 years. Where did the 6 year come from? Why it can't be 4 years or 5 years or 3 years? And then every member who had, who were gatekeepers, beneficial owners, their names have to be stored on that, who were beneficial owners before. Their names have to be stored on that for the 6 years prior to when the registry is. So that is creating a lot of administrative pressures, Mr. President. And who came up with a figure of 10% or more of membership interest? Is that something that is international? Something that FATF has asked for? Or is it something that we made up to ask for 10%? Who owns 10% of the shares or whatever have to be registered as a beneficial owner? And every member liable when statutory authority fails to maintain his register. So you have a board of directors or so, and every member in that board of directors is liable to be charged or to be jailed if that registry is not up to date. So who takes the responsibility? I understand the Treasury will keep the register. But who determines in the Treasury who taking the reasonable steps to ascertain the information? You have to ascertain information who are beneficial owners of the past, who are beneficial owners now, and the Treasury has to keep a register. Failing to take reasonable steps to ascertain information can lead to jail. So who is going to be jailed? Who is responsible? So these administrative issues, Mr. President, need to be dealt with and answered. So the Exchequer and Audit Act, I've dealt with that. The Minister of Finance Incorporation Act is amended in Section 2. And the corporation sole must maintain beneficial ownership information on corporation. The corporation sole is the Honorable Minister of Finance. Is he putting on himself the responsibility of maintaining the beneficial ownership register? And the corporation sole to keep updated a register of beneficial owners on details, date on which any person ceased to be beneficial owner. The Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General, could probably assist us with the Minister of Finance in giving us information of, really, is the corporation sole the person responsible for keeping this register? Or he delegates responsibility to someone else in the Ministry of Finance to keep the register? And of course, you have to keep that information for 6 years. Then it also speaks about people within the Ministry of Finance being responsible for having the registry as well. So the whole issue of the corporation sole needs some clarity of who is dealing with the registry and where the registry is being kept. Is it the Treasury? Or is it the corporation sole in the office? And this is very, very confusing. Then there's an area about dissolution of corporation sole. Dissolution of corporation sole. What do you mean by dissolution of corporation sole? Is the corporation sole not going to be there anymore? Is he going to move himself from being corporation sole, the Minister of Finance? So that aspect, that word inside there, leaves a lot of questions to be answered. Of course, you have to verify information on the register of beneficial owners of corporation sole. Who are the beneficial owners of a corporation sole? Who are the beneficial owners of a Ministry of Finance? What do they mean by beneficial owners of corporation sole? That leaves major, major questions to be answered. And corporation sole to ascertain info on beneficial owners. So I would sit now if the Honorable Attorney General will help us to understand who are the beneficial owners in the corporation sole area. Honorable Attorney General? Good. Corporation sole to file annual return. So the Minister of Finance has to file annual return. And the register of owners to be made available to the Board of Inland Revenue where required under the tax sharing information agreement. My colleague Senator Mark spoke about the necessity for the protection of the privacy for bank information. And what is the corporation sole doing there? To file annual return and register of owners to be made available to Board of Inland Revenue. Who are the register, where that registry of owners, who are the owners inside there? The corporation sole. So, Mr. President, this leaves a lot of questions to be answered. And I'll now move on to the other one now, Proceeds of Crime Act. The Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, is amended in Financial Regulations 12, deleting the definition of beneficial owner and substituting a new definition, and deleting the definition of legal arrangement and substituting a new definition, and also to provide an interpretation for the term natural person in relation to legal arrangements. So this is not a difficult act to have amended, the Proceeds of Crime Act, if they're just looking at deleting the old definitions of beneficial owner and substituting a new one, and deleting the definition of legal arrangement and substituting a new definition. But when you go through this bill, Mr. President, you'll find in every one of the acts and the amendments in the acts, they are speaking of new definitions of beneficial owners from time to time. So in one act and in one amendment, they have a definition for beneficial owner, and in the next act and the next amendment, another definition for beneficial owner. So it's very confusing, and I'm wanting to say that there should be a fixed definition of what a beneficial owner is and beneficial ownership that will be across all the 9 acts of Parliament that we are looking at and the amendments in these 9 acts. The Clause 7 is amended the Income Tax Act. And it says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, if taxpayer information is received by the board from another jurisdiction under a tax information sharing agreement for the exchange of information in relation to taxes, the board shall only disclose such taxpayer information to other agencies, and the board and other agencies shall only use such taxpayers' information as is permitted under the terms of the tax information sharing agreement for the exchange of information in relation to taxes. So the board shall only disclose such taxpayer information to other agencies. Mr. Vice President, who are these other agencies that the Board of Inland Revenue will disclose information to? That is under the amendment to the Income Tax Act, Clause 7. My colleague was reminding me, Mr. Vice President, that with this new revenue authority, where the minister elects the board, the minister decides the board, and the board decides who is the head of the revenue of the Board of Inland Revenue, that is it's wrong. It's fundamentally wrong. So when you amend this Income Tax Act on Clause 7, what is going to happen when the Revenue Authority, if and when it comes into being? It would be the minister being able to get information on anybody's personal financial account.
Dangerous.
And it's very, very dangerous. Yeah. So,
especially with their track record.
Mr. Vice President, the Companies Act in Clause 8 says, from a date to be appointed, share warrants or bearer share warrants shall cease to be valid and shall, for all purposes, be cancelled and be of no value. Is there going to be an education program across the country telling businesses and citizens or entities, legal entities and legal arrangements, when the act is come into place and what are the requirements for these share warrants, people holding share warrants or bearer warrants, because they're giving them a time frame to close up shop and to report it. A company shall convert share warrants prior to appointed date. When is the appointed date? Is it when the proclamation has taken place, or are you giving them a time frame after the proclamation has taken place? So all those who have share warrants, well, of course, we want to know who the beneficial owners are. It is correct to make them determine, say, who are the beneficial owners. Now, they say the registrar can approve conversion up to 3 months after the appointed date. Are we unclear of what is the appointed date? What date is speaking about? Is it the proclamation of the act, of the bill? So it's massive confusion in terms of the information that is provided in the amendments. It's very confusing. And this is why we have been saying that 72 hours is not enough. Even at 72 hours, we can ask these questions for answers, and we don't know whether these answers will be forthcoming. But we are prepared to assist the government in moving forward expeditiously to get us out of the trap that we're in. But these are questions that have been answered. And it also says where share warrant cancelled prior to the expiration of 18 months, apply it to the court for the reinstatement of the share warrant. So we don't know what date we are looking at.
Senator,
Mr. Vice President,
you
how
have
much time
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. It also goes on, delete the definition of broker, replace with a new definition under the Securities Act 2012, and make provisions for aggrieved decisions of the registrar. The Registrar General obviously has a hand in determining what to do with the share warrants and share certificates and bearer certificates and so on. If a bearer share certificate, share warrant or bearer share warrant is cancelled, the holder within a 4-year period can apply to the court. So enough information is not given to people holding share warrants and warrant certificates and so on. So these are the 6 acts that I've barely touched on, Mr. Vice President. My colleague, Senator Mark, raised some very serious concerns on the other three acts, and some of these needed special majority consideration. So questions have to be answered, and we hoped that the answers would be forthcoming from that side. So there are some questions that remain to be answered. Why 6 years to keep a registry? Where does that come from? Is the Registrar General's Department capable of handling this amount of information going? And how is that information going to the Registrar General Department? Who inspects these registries? For someone to be guilty of not complying with the requirements, who will visit these registries? And where are the registries kept? Who will visit the Treasury? Who will visit the Registrar General Department? So people could be landing up in jail for 3 years and not getting their due justice. And these 30 days and 14 days that they speak about in the legislation, are they working days? That's important to know. But I guess in the legal language, they probably refer to 30 working days, normal days, or 14 days. I ask again, who are the owners of this corporation sole in this corporation sole department? If the corporation sole does not keep a proper registry, who is the Minister of Finance, there is a jail sentence applied to that for 3 years. If the corporation sole does not keep a registry, he is guilty of being jailed for 3 years or fined 10,000. So is he subjecting himself to that? And then if he delegates authority, who are the other people in the corporation sole area? And so, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the administrative aspect of all of this is weak. We understand and we see clearly that there will be weak monitoring mechanisms. Even though we pass the laws here, it will not come to fruition. The professionalism and the competence does not reside there. And this is where we have to lift our capabilities. The training is required. And so we want to work with the government in ensuring that we get out of this list of 16 countries that are wired up inside there and cannot get out from. And this has been going on for the 9 years of this administration, when they could have done this report, administrative report, came out in 2016, where they could have started working in 2016, 2017, 2018, and we would not have found ourselves in this trouble that we find. They're being rushed. And this team of people is coming before the end of this year. They give them up to 4 months next year to put their house in order. I think we're still in the same position, and we're going to be in the same position next year as we are in now. So, Mr. Vice President, thank you for allowing me the opportunity.
Senator Maraj.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am all for shredding the veils of secrecy over beneficial ownerships. For far too long, the law has created vast spaces for people to hide ill-gotten gains, unfairly gotten gains from one shell company inside of another shell company, inside of another shell company, where it's impossible to trace. So I'm all for that. And of course, like many people here, I cannot miss the irony of us being put over a barrel by the EU or the OECD countries, which of course were the masters of that system, where all these onshore and offshore entities where people hid their monies were in countries like ours, small islands. There's still a few left. And they made themselves, through the Swiss banking system, the gold standard for hiding money and assets. So now with the rise of the global south and the redistribution of power and the globalization of financial assets, of course, people are changing. And here we are today, being asked to just sign up these things and get on and be part of this. My only hope is that as much as OECD countries will use it, we will use it as well for money that finds its way outside of our territories. And the question is, do we have the infrastructure to do that? I also can't miss the irony that the last time we were here, we were being asked, or we were debating the widening of the exemptions of services, another set of services outside of the scrutiny of the procurement regulator, which is in the opposite direction to what we are agreeing today. So that being said, I know why we are here. We are over a barrel, as I said. We have very little choice. We are being told, you're going to stay on that blacklist with consequences, and we have to get over that. Nobody's going to deny the minister the opportunity to take the country out of that. But there are things that we have to ask. One of them, very clearly, is what level of stakeholder consultation took place ahead of this bill being brought to the Senate. Right now, we know that Barbados, which is an even worse situation than us, I think they're on 2 blacklists, they are intensely engaged in stakeholder consultation so that when it comes to their parliament, the public will know what we are talking about, what is being spoken about, and they will have an investment in that. The same circumstances that senators have found themselves in today, having to hustle to try to make sense of this bill of high finance and various other things. Can you imagine the average person? I'm particularly worried about the nonprofit organizations. And I would hope that the minister will shed some light on what has been the experience with the 2019 Nonprofit Organizations Act in terms of what level of compliance. And does he feel certain that given that experience, nonprofit organizations can meet the 30-day deadline, I think, for getting their house in order with passing this information forward? That is a critical sector. I also imagine that he has the benefit of a whole team of people with all kinds of training and expertise and so on to assist him. I think the nonprofit sector in particular needs resources. They need some sort of group that they can go to get this kind of assistance. Otherwise, the great risk of this piece of legislation is that we will pass muster with the OECD and it will not be enforced. And it will just join another piece of paperwork that is lying as, just lying fallow. The other thing is, I hope the minister will also help us to understand about the enforcement. I see that the Registrar General will deal with companies that fail to file. I imagine it will also is also to do that with nonprofit organizations. So where's the enforcement? And perhaps I miss it on the corporation sole if that register is not kept, or the statutory bodies. The other point I want to make is what this is shaping up to be is a national register of beneficial ownership. And what extent of access does the media or the public have to this list? Now, ownership is very different from taxes. I understand the confidentiality. That's a different thing. The media and the public has a right to know who owns what, especially when it comes to politically exposed persons. And we need to consider where we are taking this list and what arrangements are going to be put in place. Indeed, I wonder if this information, one's entire trail of ownership, should not be in the integrity legislation as well, not simply what you have 100% in your own name. This is part of, I embrace this piece of legislation because it is consistent with a culture of transparency that can only be to the benefit of entire societies. The hiding and the non-accounting simply puts the public at a disadvantage. It is unable to hold people to account. You cannot be talking about a democracy and you cannot hold those who act in your name to account. And so I think that just saying that we are doing this because we have to do it, it misses the point that we should be wanting to do this. And we should be wanting to have a powerful procurement act. And we should be wanting to seed a culture of accountability and transparency, and not just because we need to be compliant to somebody else's agenda. And so I will leave my contribution at that point and say I support this move, but there are quite a number of elements there that are worrying. I'm particularly concerned about this piece of legislation not having the infrastructure for actual implementation to the point of enforcement. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today on this important suite of legislative amendments that the bill before us asks this House to introduce and to pass. And before I get into the few remarks that I wish to make on the substance of the debate, permit me to address the remarks of my colleagues who have preceded me. First of all, and I regret that he's not here because I don't like to say things critical of persons in their absence, but Senator Mark's contributions amounted to arrant nonsense. Senator Mark spent a third of his time referring to a bill that is not before this House. And then he premised all of it on the basis that Clause 12 of the bill, Clause 9, he said first of all, eventually he was taken to Clause 12, deals with a particular piece of legislation, and he suggested that that legislation that is being amended is to infringe persons' rights to privacy. It is truly regrettable that the citizenry of this country have to be subjected to the kinds of contributions that Senator Mark continues to make his trademark. It is truly regrettable. The clause to which Senator Mark was referring in the substantive legislation, which is law, is Clause 11.1 of the Tax Information Agreements Act number 5 of 2020. And Section 11.1 says, where the board provides information to a competent authority of another state under any declared agreement, the board shall, within 1 year of such provision, notify the persons in respect of whom the information relates that that personal information related to that person, which is required to be reported under this act and under a declared information agreement, has been forwarded to the competent authority of that state. And subsection 2, a notification under subsection 1 shall be in the form prescribed by the minister by order. That is the law. Senator Mark was allowing himself to suggest that the amendment is seeking to do this. That is already the law since 2020. And the amendment that is being proposed is simply to follow that and to put circumstances on hold in an appropriate situation. It distresses me. It distresses me. So let me say immediately in response to Senator Mark and Senator Gopi Singh, who I am saddened to see associated himself with Senator Mark's comments, this bill requires no special majority. This bill infringes no rights of any citizen of this country. This bill seeks to introduce a number of amendments to different pieces of legislation, which in the scheme of the transparency, and I am grateful for her emphasis on it, which Senator Maraj addressed, in the scheme of the transparency which the bill is seeking to introduce, is proportionate and has the legitimate aim of transparency. And those are the measures by which, in the law that exists today, constitutionality or unconstitutionality is measured. If the law is proportionate and has a legitimate aim, it does not require a special majority. And the Suraj case is the latest authority that makes that very clear, and happily has endorsed the fact that a government such as this government, which I am proud to belong to, which has the mandate of the population to govern, can come to this Senate and pass legislation with a simple majority in the interest of transparency, a legitimate aim. Let us get real in these debates that we are allowing ourselves to engage in. I passed to Senator Gopi Singh. He spoke of bearer shares, and he says, who is the beneficial owner of the bearer shares? I beg your pardon, Mr. Vice President. Bearer shares require no beneficial ownership. As the Minister of Finance said, it's like a piece of currency. When I hand it to you, you are the bearer of that share, and you are therefore the owner, and you earn dividends simply by presenting it to the company that has issued it, by possession of the piece of paper. Let's get real. Bearer shares, dividends are paid against the presentation of the paper, and the identity of the beneficial owner, whoever is holding it, doesn't have to be known, because you simply present it. You send your messenger with it to the company to get the dividends. So, Mr. President, Vice President, let's talk about beneficial ownership, and I adopt the language of my colleague, Senator West, member of government, Minister of Public Administration. The concept that translates across all of the legislation that we are seeking to amend today is a simple concept. It is simply about the availability of the identity of the persons who are concealing themselves behind clothes or other disguises of ownership. The natural person, that is what beneficial ownership is about. The natural person behind a legal entity or arrangement, which is now the key requirement that international tax transparency and the fight against tax evasion is concerned with. Tax evasion, financial crimes. Yes, Sydney.
Honorable Attorney General. The issue of beneficial ownership definition is being changed in almost every one of the acts. You will see that there is a change of definition of beneficial ownership. We understand what the real definition is, but why are they seeking to change the definition of beneficial ownership in almost every one of the amendments that we have in these acts?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you, Senator Gopi Singh. Why is that the case? It is because we are dealing with different fact scenarios from case to case. And essentially, the definition of beneficial ownership will have to be adopted and adapted to the particular set of facts that is going to be governed among trustees, among non-profit owners, non-profit ownership organizations, among corporations within the Companies Act, within the tax evasion legislation. So you have to tailor the legislation to get at the identity of the natural person behind the disguise. So you cannot have one definition because you are dealing with different factual scenarios. You are talking about the transparency of ownership in fighting financial crimes, in fighting corruption and money laundering, in fighting terrorist financing. You can't have one definition for terrorist financing and the same definition for a company that is owned by X number of shareholders. You have to tailor the legislation to fit the particular facts that you are dealing with. And that is why, going back to Minister of Public Administration, my colleague Senator West made the point, it is a simple concept. You are identifying the legal, natural person behind the facade of different disguises of ownership. That's what beneficial ownership is about. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ultimate controller is what this legislation is seeking to do. So in the case of the corporation sole, yes, you have to identify who is the ultimate controller as the corporation sole. As the Minister of Finance said in answer to Senator Richards, in the case of a municipal corporation, it would be the council. You have to look to the controlling entity. And what this legislation is seeking to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to give the law in different scenarios the flexibility to be able to hold all of the different controlling entities accountable. It is as simple as that. So if I may just spend a little time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the bill before us. It seeks to amend a number of different pieces of legislation, which include the Trustees Ordinance, the Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Income Tax Act, the Companies Act, the Partnerships Act, the Securities Act, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act. Let me pause there for a moment. The Companies Act. One of the things that the amendment and the paper is being laid on the table today, even though we are not debating that aspect of it, one of the things that the amendments to the Companies Act is going to seek to do is to provide for not only the definition, an enhanced definition of beneficial ownership, but it is providing for what is known as CROSS, the Computer Registration Online System, which is going to allow, when that amendment is debated in due course, and it is one of the acts that has to be, bills that has to be read with this legislation, it is going to allow everybody who has access to a computer to go online and get access to all of the information in the company's registry in order to be able to register their companies, in order to be able to see who are the beneficial owners under these amendments that we are putting in now, in order to be able to change ownership and change shares. All of that is going to be capable of being done by a computer registration online system, which addresses the point, and I want to correct Senator Gopi Singh. The Registrar General's Department, which is responsible for the oversight and management of the company's registry, is not swamped. They are adequately, if not fully, deployed in terms of personnel. And when I was last in this Senate during the course of the budget debate, I made the point that coming out of the Stanley John report, there are a number of changes that are being made in the Civil Law Department, which includes the Registrar General's Department, and offices are being filled as we speak. There is an ongoing exercise right now that is taking place in the Registrar General's Department, in the Civil Law Department of the Chief State Solicitor and the Solicitor General's Department for a comprehensive restructuring and reform. We've begun those discussions. So the Registrar General's Department is not swamped, and in any event, the system is going to be largely online. So it's not a question of asking, where is the registry? Who is in the registry? What part of Port of Spain is the registry? It's all online. It's out there. Mr. Vice President, as a sovereign nation, Trinidad and Tobago has to accept, and we regret, yes, the playing field is not level, and we would wish that we could ignore the requirements of the OECD and the other Global Forum and Financial Action Task Force requirements that put the pressure on us. But the reality is we belong to an international community with whom we trade, with whom we bank, and in order to be part of that, we have to stand strong and we have to make the legislative amendments to our laws so that we can participate on an ongoing basis with the best of them. And we are doing a pretty good job of it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I may say so with respect. The Global Forum organization concept is a multilateral response to tackle offshore tax evasion, among other things, bringing together 168 jurisdictions, including Trinidad and Tobago, dedicated to improving transparency and the exchange of information for tax purposes. We might wish, and it is a point that, again, I refer to Senator Maraj, and she didn't put it in these terms, but we might wish that we had the benefits of the state of Delaware, which allows for significant tax evasion to large corporations that are not being subjected to what we are being subjected to. But the reality is that we have to work within an international system which we belong to. We have to work with our international banking arrangements. We have to trade on a day-to-day basis with other countries, with other institutions. And in order to be part of those international arrangements, we accept that we must continue to adhere to the requirements that are being made of us by the Global Forum and indeed the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force machinery, which we also belong to. And we continue to do a very good job of leading the charge to ensure that we are compliant. And let me disabuse Senator Gopi Singh. We have done, this government, more work in the period that we've been in office to make ourselves largely compliant than was done before we took office.
So true. So true.
Because Global Forum originated in 2000. It was restructured in September 2020, but it began in 2000, and it's when this government took office that we began to put things in place that now has us admittedly not compliant, not fully compliant, But in the last report that came out of Global Forum in October 17, 2023, it says, among other things, Trinidad and Tobago does not have a rating of at least largely compliant by the Global Forum. It says Trinidad and Tobago has committed to addressing the Global Forum recommendations with regard to automatic exchange of information, criterion 1.1, in due time, so as to achieve determinations of at least in place but needs improvement. So the Global Forum regime recognizes the work that we are doing as a responsible government. And we are here today to appeal to our fellow parliamentarians, not in a partisan way to seek to embarrass each other, but to take our nation forward. And to ask everyone to join with us to take us forward as we continue to trade, to engage, and to find our way forward for the generations to come to benefit from the achievements that we are making on a day-to-day basis in improving the economy of this country for every citizen. Mr. Vice President, I can assure this Honorable House that this government is taking every possible step to secure Trinidad and Tobago's best position as a sovereign nation. And we are addressing our deficiencies as they are revealed to us, as we reveal them to ourselves, because Global Forum is a peer review enterprise that has everybody assisting everybody else to keep themselves under scrutiny. And the peer review system of Global Forum also provides for capacity training and capacity building. So persons from within the Ministry of Finance, persons from within the Ministry of the Attorney General are constantly going off on training programs so that we can work with our international partners in order to make ourselves more and more compliant. In short, Mr. Vice President, this legislation will address the remaining legislative gaps and the identified 23 recommendations, which, while simultaneously addressing deficiencies observed by Global Forum on transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes. The government continues to work closely with Global Forum, Mr. Vice President, to improve Trinidad and Tobago's current non-compliant rating and to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago becomes fully compliant with Global Forum recommendations. As the world becomes increasingly globalized and increased cross-border activities, and that's important. We are not anymore an island in the Caribbean Sea. We are engaging all the while in cross-border transactions. And as we deal with that, the tax administration needs to work together to ensure that taxpayers pay the right amount of money and are held accountable in a transparent situation. And I appeal to our fellow members of this august chamber to support this government in passing this legislation today so that we continue the work for our citizens and the generations of Trinidadians and Tobagonians to follow. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much.
Senator Vera. Excuse me, sorry, Senator Leiter.
Oh, okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. Vice President, I thank you for, we might be both Portuguese, so that's probably why he got confused. But I thank you, Mr. Vice President, for actually giving me the opportunity now to stand and contribute to this very important debate. And though coming very low on the batting lineup and hearing lots of noise coming from the other side, Mr. Vice President, there's a lot that has been said already. A lot has been said by the opposition, a lot said by the government and the independent bench. And so therefore I wouldn't want to be repetitive except to say that there's one common trend coming out of both the opposition as well as the independent bench, is the concern as to the length of time we were given to really scrutinize this piece, this very important and lengthy piece of legislation. It's important to note that we were summoned here at really short notice, Mr. Vice President. In fact, a motion had to be moved to correct a standing order that was breached because of the timing of the laying of this paper. So that's to tell you the length of time we had to deal with looking into this piece of this bill. And then we come here to see this rather inconsistent and oddly flavored pillow of legislation that really is once again indicative of a government that continues to pass legislation in a knee-jerk reaction way and a sort of a halfway manner, Mr. Vice President. So we see this hydra of a bill seeks to bring significant amendments and numerous laws engaging several portions of financial legislation regarding beneficial ownership transparency, and subsequently part that I would look at, which would be partnerships and non-profit organizations. But let me from the onset make it very clear so that this government stops hoodwinking the population into thinking that this opposition does not support important pieces of legislation. I want to clarify that the United National Congress fully supports any legislation that will bring about greater transparency and accountability. And in the case of this bill today, we will support any legislation that will combat against corruption, that will combat against money laundering, tax evasion, financing of terrorism. Of course we would. But at the same time, Mr. President, this legislation must be properly balanced to ensure that we protect the rights of citizens, the freedoms that have been enshrined in our Constitution and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Citizens have the rights of privacy, Mr. Vice President, especially of their personal information. No, it's okay. It's okay because, Mr. Vice President, they want us to just listen to them and believe what they say. They want us to do that. You can't come here, bring 9 pieces of legislation, right, where we don't have the time to study it properly and stand up, but we must take the Honorable Attorney General's word for it. No, Mr. Vice President, we must scrutinize it. And if there are things we don't understand, we appreciate if they clarify it for us, if they can. But, Mr. Vice President, as it pertains to today's bill, it needs to be said that there are several valid and deep-rooted concerns with the government's approach here today, and it was discussed by Senator Gopi Singh and Senator Mark. So just imagine, Mr. Vice President, and I must reiterate it because I feel personal about it. When you take about 38 pages of proposed amendments to 9 bits of legislation, all lengthy pieces of legislation, and we don't have the ability to look at this, a number of wide sweeping changes, multiple additional sections, several incredibly potent proposed clauses. Yes, very potent. Some of you on the other side may not be potent, but although creating this monstrosity, Mr. President, this bill that could possibly impact the lives and freedoms of citizens. And we will get an opportunity to review this bill in more depth after, Mr. Vice President. We will. Right? Mr. Vice President, it's not me alone. I have stood up here and listened to several independent senators raise the same concerns that we have. It's not the United National Congress alone here, Mr. Vice President. But you see, Mr. President, Vice President, this PNM government, that's the governance for you, especially when it comes to matters of finance and economy. I'm getting accustomed to that now. This government has seemingly abdicated its role in maintaining an efficient and fair financial climate. So we've gotten accustomed to that. That is why we have the mistrust there today, Mr. Vice President. Under this PNM government, Trinidad and Tobago has become accustomed to falling into blacklists, warnings from the international entities. We listened to the Minister of Finance admit that today. For several years, the administration has failed to deliver proper and timely legislation to ensure that our country's economy, our business opportunities, and our reputation remain in good health. Mr. Vice President, yes, I wrote it. But you give me a little bit of time, so I have to write it and read it. And the Honorable Attorney General stands and says to us that the PNM is not changing anything serious. We are compliant with it. We just want to be compliant with international standards. At what cost, Mr. Vice President, when we delve into this bill properly? Let us not forget that it was in 2017 that the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development reported that only one country failed to comply with international transparency standards. And you know who that country was, Mr. Vice President? You wouldn't believe it. Trinidad and Tobago under this PNM government. Mr. Vice President, it wasn't until 2020 that the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force saw it fit to remove us from this grey list. And in 2021, it was the International Monetary Fund that pleaded with us in the Article 4 consultation report to implement fully measures for a clear and transparent medium-term fiscal framework, strengthening anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism framework, and effectively report economic statistics. So these measures were highlighted all the way back, Mr. Vice President, by the IMF in 2018, you know. But we're in 2023 here, going into 2024 now, racing to the end of December to pass this bill. Mr. Vice President, the PNM's administration handling of regulation has made us an international embarrassment and has set us back. It has set us back rather than take us forward. The Attorney General said they have done more to make us more compliant than anyone else. Yet we hear that by December, if we are not compliant, we could go back on another blacklist. So they talk about progress, but what they are doing is going backwards, Mr. Vice President, and then running to try to catch up, while not giving any one of us on this time the opportunity to understand what's within this bill and how it can impact us. So how does the government seek to address this? They come here with a rush bill, with multiple legislative changes glued together in the hope to push this in quickly in the upper house. And this could never be good governance. This cannot be effective policy making by any standards. And so therefore, for me, it is as though the PNM continues to make the same mistake. They have not learned after 8 years of poor legislation, of poor framing of legislation. They have not learned. Mr. Vice President, portions of the legislation, as indicated by the Honourable Minister of Finance, were proclaimed in 2019, which allowed for the development of beneficiary ownership registry. But, Mr. President, it must be noted that the registry, named the Trinidad and Tobago Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which only serves the energy sector, Mr. Vice President, 8 years later, this is the only registry that is live today. And the Minister of Finance could correct me if I'm wrong. No, well, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the only one that we see on record that is live today. Maybe there's one I'm missing, but we're here today discussing a whole slew of different industries that this government has neglected in activating the registry. Mr. Vice President, so the question must be asked, why did the government take so long to bring proper legislation on beneficial ownership? And why is legislation being brought to the Senate in such a hastily manner? But again, Mr. Vice President, we heard the minister actually admit it today. It's very strange that we would hear him admit that they have put themselves on a spot of bother, but he's admitted it today. We have to pass this today, otherwise we are in trouble. You see, Mr. Vice President, what I would have recommended, had we had time, would be for the government to allow this to go to a joint select committee so that all persons, the government, the opposition, the independents, can raise all their concerns about the issues in this bill. But we don't have that here. We don't have that luxury today. And Mr. Vice President, and another question I have, I'm not clear on it. Maybe, again, the Honourable Minister of Finance could clear this up for me. But with the Board of Inland Revenue fundamental on the functionality of the beneficial owner transparency framework, and the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority coming on stream, I see they won their case, but coming on stream, is the government, I don't know, will they have to come to bring further amendments to the bill? So, Mr. Vice President, I'm seeking clarity only. But I see no reason behind this timing other than, as I said, there's a pending grey list or blacklist coming. There are pending sanctions coming, as I heard the Minister speak about possibility of sanctions. But just as Senator Gopi Singh and Senator Mark indicated earlier, and again, I am not just accepting the Attorney General's word for it, But as they indicated, as both of them indicated earlier, we are discussing critical pieces of legislation, of which Senator Mark indicated 4 of those were passed by special majority. 4 of them. I'm going to repeat it. They can say what they want. I will say what I have to say. And we are being asked here to pass amendments to these 4 pieces of legislation by simple majority. Mr. Vice President, again, a joint select committee would have helped us to avoid all of these problems at a much earlier time this year, where we could have come here today and had an easy debate on this legislation. But we come here today to pass this bill, and I ask myself, how can I, in my conscience, vote in favor of something when I have not been able to see or study the entirety of this bill? Remember, I started off by saying that we are for good legislation that will bring us up to international standards. But we should have been given more time to study this. How can I, in my good conscience, vote on something that could potentially impact and infringe on the rights of privacy, can have persons charged and jailed? How can any of us on either side in good conscience do that? You see, Mr. Vice President, one common trend I got from the independent bench on this side is that, again, we haven't had the opportunity to study this bill. So I put it through you to the government, Mr. Vice President. Who on the government side, besides the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Minister of Finance, maybe we'll have a debate that goes into 2 in the morning. Who on the other side has actually read this in its entirety and can debate this here? I hope somebody follows me and it's not a wind-up after this, Mr. Vice President. But they will all vote yes, blindly. So it is clear that the government's back is against the wall and they will have to pass this bill by hook or by crook. However, in this moment, I just have a few words, because I'm not going to be very long, Mr. Vice President. I just have a few words to focus on a few key concerns that I have. You see, Mr. Vice President, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures mutual evaluation report of 2016 that I heard my colleague, Senator Gopi Singh, speak about, highlighted several shortfalls in Trinidad and Tobago's beneficial ownership transparency framework. And it states in section 25, it says, and I quote, Trinidad and Tobago has no express legal requirement for keeping of beneficial ownership and control information within the company's registry. And there is no specific mechanism to ensure that beneficial ownership and control information is adequate, accurate, and up to date on a timely basis. So that's there in the report. That's why we're here today. Furthermore, the Financial Action Task Force's guidance on transparency and beneficial ownership of 2014 states, and I quote, fundamental to beneficial ownership transparency is the use of public nationwide registries to ensure that corporate entities do not utilize the cover of anonymity to conduct illicit financial practices. So you see, Mr. President, the concept of beneficial ownership in legislation and the implementation of proper beneficial ownership registry is key in the process of combating illicit activities and schemes. But these were recommendations that were put to this government way back in 2016. And if you read the report, you will see that many of the 9 that we are discussing here today are there in those recommendations. Non-profit organizations are there in those recommendations.
Mr. Vice President, 46.1, please. And by way of expounding, perhaps they don't know. Act 7 of 2019,
no, what is the standing order? What is the standing order?
Organization Act has been passed. The companies...
What is the standing order?
Act has been amended several times.
Mr. Vice President, how is he debating? I don't understand. What's the standing order? 46.1.
Have a seat, please. Have a seat, please, Senator Lyra. Have a seat. Senator Lyra, continue.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, we need protection.
You see, we need the protection, especially from someone who should know the standing orders, like a book, printed in his memory. Printed. Yes. Yes. So in the implementation of registries, it's important to note that the international standards per the FATF is the creation of multiple specialized registries, Mr. Vice President, covering multiple, if not all sectors of business within a state. And I'm telling you why I'm mentioning this now, because I'm going to use some international examples. The government likes to use international examples when they're trying to defend their poor performance against others, where we will show where this government has performed poorly, and we'll compare them to other international jurisdictions. See, Mr. Vice President, these registries maintain that the proper legislative foundations of the entities of partnerships and non-profit organizations. However, from the 2016 recommendations, as I was stating, and in 2019, when the legislation was passed up until now, as I stated earlier, there was only one functioning registry, and again, we will see if there's one, the TTEITI, right? And the government may want to hold this as an achievement, but let's put it into context here today, Mr. Vice President. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Senator Gopi Singh, Good, wow, relation. We spoke, the Honorable Senator Gopi Singh spoke about the amount of work done by the People's Partnership government. And then, of course, we lost government at that point in time. And what did we see? We saw a PNM government come in and collapse the agenda. Because, Mr. Vice President, when you look at 2016, when the recommendations come out, 2016 is an important year. Let me tell you all how important 2016 was.
Tell us.
In the United Kingdom, they have 11 live registers, all of which are available online, covering every sector in the UK's economy. And the earliest registers are dated back to the first quarter of 2016. It doesn't stop there, Mr. Vice President. South Africa, under the ANC government, has had registered up since 2016, accommodating public access, all sectors of the economy, as well as non-profit organizations, unique registry. New Zealand has laid the foundation for 2 registries. Canada has implemented 4 registries, all of which are public to cover all the sectors of the economy. In 2022, they published a register structure for partnerships, targeting LLCs. Mr. Vice President, the Honorable Minister of Finance loves, when he can't compare to the international, the big boys, he likes to Honorable Minister likes to compare to our neighbors and our CARICOM neighbors to see how we're performing better than them. But Jamaica, they were able to launch and maintain a COVID-19 registry from 2020 with public accessibility. Mr. Vice President, I don't mean to be facetious, but imagine Afghanistan has registers still operational, 5 in total, including energy and other sectors, up since when? 2016. So, Mr. Vice President, even the Taliban is more compliant than the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Can you imagine that, Mr. Vice President? In Taliban. But I don't mean to be facetious. It's a serious business, Mr. Vice President. We are far behind, and it's time we accept that. But how do we accept coming here and rushing this legislation and throwing it down our throats today? That's the problem we have. Trinidad and Tobago lags behind. There are dozens of countries with multiple public accessible, consistently upgrading their systems, their registries, the service, improving and increasing on transparency, accountability, beyond just extractive industries as we are doing now in Trinidad and Tobago. So therefore, that's why I say that this government has come once again with a knee-jerk reaction because their backs are against the wall.
Why is it right there? Why is it?
Because the international community has says no more. If you don't comply, sanctions for you.
Why is it?
So you don't only have to worry about what happened down south in Venezuela, you have to worry about not complying and getting sanctions placed against you. Mr. Vice President, and I thought I had to be the one to expose this to this Senate. But the Honorable Minister of Finance did it all for me today. Because he admitted on Hansard that we stand as one of 16 countries that are blacklisted by the European Union today. And I agree, we don't have to be bullied. We are a sovereign nation, we must protect that. But something wrong when you are only one of 12 or 16, blacklisted. Something have to be wrong with you. At what point do you look in the mirror and say, I have a problem? Mr. Vice President, and while we are blacklisted, the likes of Grenada, Barbados, our regional brothers and sisters have come off the blacklist because they have done the work. Mr. Vice President, the most notable criteria for this blacklist is a lack of legislative environment for combating tax evasion and profit shifting, both of which run significant risks to us if we do not bring proper legislation to the table. Therefore, the government is continuing in the vein of being reactive, slow, some may say lazy. Lazy when it comes to legislative agenda. We've seen that recently. Oh, how we miss the honorable.
No.
We don't?
No.
But at least he used to bring plenty more legislation to the table. We seem to be in a slumber in this Senate, Mr. Vice President. But, Mr. President.
It couldn't be that.
But, Mr. Vice President, I just want to touch a few small points that, just a few points that I've noticed when I looked at a couple of areas in this bill, Mr. President. When we look at the proposed legislation itself, so there's some questions that I have, regarding when we look at the proposed amendments to the Partnership Act. Again, we must not, we were not given enough time to look through it, but I picked up on this little thing. I asked about the justification on fines, for example, proposed fines. So when we look specifically at 20B7, which states, and I quote, a partnership that fails to ensure that the information is maintained in respect of beneficial owners of the partnership is current and correct, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of 10,000 Trinidad dollars and to imprisonment of 3 years, and for every day in which the offense continues, a further fine of $300. Now, Mr. Vice President, whereas there is a fine here, you tell me how impactful is that to any company that is dealing with millions of dollars in tax evasion or millions of dollars in money laundering? That $10,000 will just become a cost of doing business.
Peanuts.
So if we're really serious about dealing with implementing fines on those who are not compliant, then I think all we need to do is look a little further to our international community again to see what the fines are over there. Mr. Vice President, when you look at other jurisdictions, one would find throughout the Commonwealth and beyond, many states will utilize a more stringent level of fines when you are for non-declaration of proper beneficial ownership information. In the United Kingdom, for example, Mr. President, the fines start at £2,500 sterling, starts at it. And of course, per offense. And of course, as you continue on, Mr. President, and that's per day, every day after that the offense continues, £2,500 sterling. We see in other jurisdictions the equivalent of $500 per day on the ongoing offense, added to a fine of $10,000. Mr. Vice President, when it comes to 10,000 TT dollars, as I said, that is barely a fine. That is, you may want to consider, again, in a joint select committee, there may be these recommendations we would have been able to give in terms of fines, if we're serious about stopping money laundering, weapons of mass destruction, funding terrorism. Mr. Vice President, you have to wonder, is it yet an indicator of this government's lukewarm response to the international financial mandates? I don't know, I'm just asking. So if the government is really serious on cracking down on the possibility of money laundering, they may want to consider some more robust penalties in this regard. And then I have some concerns about the proposed legislative amendments to the Non-Profit Organizations Act. Well, with very loose, light fines compared to international standards, and now with the NPOs, we see a very stringent classification now compared to international standards. So firstly, the proposed amendment to Section 3.1, defining a beneficial owner, which reads, and I quote, "Beneficial owner means in respect of a non-profit organization subject to this Act, the natural person who owns or controls 10% or more of any membership interests of a non-profit organization through 1, direct ownership, 2, indirect ownership, or 3, control through other means." So what I see as stringent is this selection of a 10% threshold. When we look at other jurisdictions, such as United States of America, Australia, where the threshold is 25%. So I must ask the question that this strict choice of 10% and ask if the government's attempt to be serious about the framework. Is that it there? What is going on here, Mr. Vice President? What it seems to me is just like a wish-wash, a mishmash of fines, amendments, just so that they can race to the finish line at the end of December to become compliant. And it is not properly thought through. Mr. Vice President, I have concerns also about the proposed legislation for NPOs as a whole. Although non-profit organizations do serve as hotbeds, and I do admit they can be hotbeds for profit shifting and tax evasion in many jurisdictions, and yes, possibly in Trinidad and Tobago as well, many countries have opted to sort of exempt this class of organization from mandates for registry. And I'll tell you why. You see, the reality is that currently there's too much fluidity within the operations of NPOs, as allowed within many of the jurisdictions, to be able to regulate it to an effective extent without hampering the possible growth of the NPOs. For example, although the proposed legislation tries its best to cover all bases for asserting beneficial ownership in an NPO, it still doesn't have the capacity to contend with many NPO structures, especially what we see here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Vice President, where I would say to you it's almost near impossible to confirm any one natural person as a sufficient owner or interest and or enjoys the benefits of ownership. Furthermore, the proposed amendment on 21A5 of the Non-Profit Organization Act states, and I quote, "A non-profit organization shall not remove beneficial ownership information from its register for a period of 6 years." I think Senator Gopi Singh spoke about that. A person ceases to be a beneficial owner, or B, the dissolution of a non-profit organization, the dissolving of a non-profit organization. This doesn't give the consideration to the shifting membership, directorship, and therefore the beneficial ownership. Mr. Vice President, I belong, right here in Trinidad and Tobago, to a non-profit organization made up of probably about 100 or more members. I think Senator Gopi Singh may also be members. Some of you on this side may be members of NPOs. I don't know. And how do you now identify a beneficial owner when you have 100 persons, none of which has any ownership or holds 10% holding or anything in this organization? So maybe we'll get some clarity there as to how you intend to deal with beneficial ownership there. So in some jurisdictions where the problems are the same, we see an attempt to mandate registration based on service projects or types of assets dealt with by the NPO. For example, Mr. Vice President, when we look at Brazil, it targets organizations that conduct any form of business via seaports. Germany, both foreign and domestic entities must register once they're on land within the state. So in the same vein, we must consider our options on innovating, in regulating, while we still continue to develop beneficial ownership and the transparency that comes from it. I understand what the minister says, that the goalpost changes and it continues to change and we have to change with it. But you cannot come and tell me that we have had 7 years since the recommendations of 2016. We have had going on to 9 years under this government. And we have only one registry going. And we are scampering to December to become compliant, with only 6 months after that to ensure we make any further amendments. See, this is the problem we have, Mr. Vice President. I have just taken my time so as not to be repetitive to go and compare us to other jurisdictions. And all I can say at the end of the day, Mr. Vice President, is no wonder why we are one of 16 blacklisted by the European Union. There is no wonder why our CARICOM neighbors are ahead of us. There is no wonder why all of us could stand up here today. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Vice President, I don't know how the independent bench will vote. I can't say how they will. But it is almost as though the government has left us with no choice. What are the consequences if we are blacklisted further or receive sanctions? What are the economic consequences? What are the consequences to the business community in this country? To our ability to travel, open bank accounts outside, send money for our family in schools. What are the implications? I could go on and on. But really and truly, the government has really left us with no option here today. No option here today, Mr. Vice President.
If you can't get US, we do tish. Somebody say that.
So, Mr. Vice President, I would simply say that this haphazard bill has been delivered to the Senate in a shameful manner. That's how I put it. In a really shameful manner. No, it's shameful. It's not only shameful, but it's disrespectful.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's disrespectful to your colleagues. You don't have to like the opposition, but at least treat your independent senators fairly. Give them the opportunity to have a say in this. I think Senator Richards indicated that he was not an expert in this area. I think I heard something like that. So he might need a little more time. So do I. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a brilliant lawyer like the Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Stop telling fibs.
An amazing lawyer.
It's jokes there.
You know?
It's jokes there today. It had to be a joke.
So I too wanted a little more time. Right? I don't just want to take the Attorney General's word for it. The Honorable Attorney General's word for it. That everything is A-OK.
You take a affidavit.
Lord Father, I ain't going down there. So the bill, in my opinion, Mr. Vice President, has many gaps, inconsistent measures, a lack of consideration of the private sector, tone deafness, and does not meet the prior international standards. Clearly doesn't, because we see so much differences. So for me, Mr. President, as I wind up, I ask myself, how can I, on behalf of the 309,000 citizens that put us here, and to the many thousands more who will put us into the government by 2025, how can I, with good conscience, stand up here, despite understanding the importance of this legislation, despite understanding the seriousness and the serious consequences that could befall not just the government, but the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, but how can I really do justice and vote for this, unless, of course, this government is prepared to take a slew of legislations that my honorable colleague, Senator Mark, has indicated amendments that my honorable colleague, Senator Mark, has indicated is coming. And maybe then we can support it in its entirety. So, Mr. Vice President, as I close, let me repeat that we in the UNC believe in fighting anti-money laundering and combating financial terrorism. All right? But not at the cost of the constitutionality enshrined and the rights enshrined in our Constitution. Rights that every citizen in this country deserves, as well as the rights of this Senate to have the time necessary to scrutinize this bill. You cannot expect us to come here today and blindly support something without prosecuting each clause individually and properly. Mr. Vice President, the balance...
Senator, you have just under 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, really? That just goes to show you, I could take 1 point, Mr. Vice President, and show you how this government has completely failed. 1 point. Just compare them with the rest of the world, and you see how bad this PNM has performed and how they've put us backwards.
PNM is a curse.
You see, Mr. Vice President, the balance of the scales of justice must never be tipped in any one position. We must always balance what is good legislation, what is right for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, the scales. You all know about that? You all know about that scale? It's be tipping on one side for the whole PNM government. Mr. Vice President?
Senator Leiter.
No, it's been one side. The poor.
Senator Leiter.
Yes.
As you utilize your last 4 minutes in wind up, I ask that you keep your contribution towards the bill.
Yes.
And you will come into a conclusion.
Yes.
About 10 minutes.
Mr. Vice President, I'm closing. I just want to try to rebalance that scale because it's badly tipped from the other side. Badly tipped from the other side. I want to rebalance the scale. Right? So you must never bring erratic and rushed legislation to this Senate, especially when there are major implications. See, Mr. President, by rushing this legislation, we have to ask ourselves what ill fate awaits the country by not passing it today, but what ill fate is that falls upon the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago by us not properly scrutinizing it to ensure that we protect their rights and freedoms. We must balance the need for compliance with the protection of the rights of citizens. So we call upon this government to act in the interest of the business community, of the constitution of this country, and of the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and take seriously, we are going to go to committee stages, and take seriously the amendments that are going to come from the opposition, and I have no doubt there are going to be amendments presented by the independent senators, Mr. Vice President. And with those few words, I thank you very much.
Honorable Senators, I seek your indulgence to revert to item number 13 on the audit paper.
Introduction of bills. The miscellaneous provisions, Registrar General, companies, registration of business names, and non-profit organizations Bill 2023 in the name of the Attorney General. The Base Erosion and Profit Shifting Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Bill 2023 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Ask and you will receive. Senator Drayton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to weigh in on this very important matter at hand. I must say that, like my other colleagues on the independent bench and opposition, I must also register my disappointment in the length of time that we are allowed to review such an important piece of legislation. But with every crisis, there is an opportunity. I do think that it is an opportunity for government to recognize the need to educate all members on issues related to financial crimes. Since time and time again, we've had colleagues getting up and saying they're not specialists in this area, but we do understand the impact that it has on our financial system, our citizens, and of course, our international reputation at large. So I do hope that that recommendation is taken somewhere by the government, that there's a need to bridge that gap in terms of sensitization of all members. Nonetheless, I would like to start off by saying beneficial ownership is not a very new concept. I think a lot of the members may be thinking that it's something new. if we were to go as far back as 2005 in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, you would see beneficial ownership appearing in several articles. Further, issues related to the denial of favorable tax treatment has also been included in the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption that was around since 1996. So the whole issue of understanding the connection between taxation and financial crime and what globally is called illicit financial flows has been explored globally for 2 decades, roughly. The perspective that I'm going to bring today is for us to recognize that in order to follow the money, and it has been mentioned before, but I would reiterate, we need to be able to go behind these various veils, whether they're corporate veils or otherwise. We need to be able to trace assets. We need to be able to find, as this bill seeks to do, the natural persons. And while I would agree that it's quite lengthy, the bill satisfies some baseline requirements or low-hanging fruits for beneficial ownership, noting that this is the start of a beneficial ownership and transparency regime. At least this is how I would like us to see it, and hope that this is the start and a more robust system will be rolled out in the future. But the low-hanging fruit is first to identify who are beneficial owners. This bill, in various provisions, seeks to do so, from my understanding. While it has been adapted to different corporate vehicles, by and large, it seeks to do several things. One, can we identify who the natural person is, or owner in this instance? Two, if there's no owner in that way, are we able to identify who has that control over the decisions that are taken? So this bill does that. It satisfies those basic requirements, which I think is a good starting point, and of course it has to be built on. It then goes into address something that is a bit more serious with respect to the anonymity of transactions, which is what we've heard so far. Bearer shares, bearer negotiable instruments, that type of thing. Essentially where it can move from one hand to the other without you knowing who are the legitimate owners, only those who bear it. So in simple terms, the bill does that. It seeks to remove that because if you are a financial investigator, you have to follow the money. And if it's moving as much as cash, and of course we do recognize that we live in a cash-based society, then it's going to be extremely difficult to go after the criminal. I also want to say, though, that not because you have veils or covering or trying to mask the ownership means that you're involved in some corrupt enterprise or some financial crime. People do these things for various reasons. They may be because there's a high risk of kidnappings, for example, and therefore they don't want to be identified. I also want to clarify some points that were raised earlier, which was that there's a difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance, so please let's not mix the two. Tax evasion is illegal. Tax avoidance is your right, essentially, to determine where you can maximize your earnings. So, all in all, I see this bill from that perspective and being able to close some of those gaps. My concern has to do really with the number of registers that are being outlined in this bill, if the Minister of Finance would refer to the most recent document, guidance document from FATF on beneficial ownership, there is a leaning to centralized registers. And this is something that we have to take into account. Where that will be is, that has to be explored. There's also the question of interoperability between registers, given that the information that's collected, and I see in some sections it's noted that any other information or relevant information, these kinds of phrases. We may want to be more specific to ensure that if we have registers being used by law enforcement in particular, that they're able to speak to each other, that they have the similar fields, data is collected, and it's useful. So interoperability is a very important theme. I also note that mention was made about capacity and our capacity to be able to review these disclosures, essentially, and to keep them up to date and apply the necessary sanctions and the like. I point you to the latest FIU annual report, where because of the increase in the number of NPOs, there's also a requirement for them to do more with less. So there are different ways to approach it. I do not know whether the government may be approaching this from utilization of technology, or whether increasing manpower for this new and added function or layer for compliance and oversight. I also wish to note that it seems as though we have this perception that it is the view that financial crimes is across the board and therefore there's no need to apply a risk-based approach. I want to emphasize again, while we're able to pass very good laws, moving forward, the evaluation of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it's by Global Forum or by FATF, would be on the effectiveness of our ability to implement those laws and ensure appropriate compliance measures. So again, if we apply a risk-based approach, is it that the perspective is full adoption of recommendations such as for MPOs? If you were to read the FIU reports again, you would note that it's actually a very small fraction of MPOs that fall above the $500,000 threshold, right? It's somewhere around 10%. And then even when they go further, they have not identified MPOs as having high risk for certain kinds of activities. So I think part of it in your justification, Minister of Finance, for, and it's not necessary for us here, but for the evaluators, is in fact to justify using the appropriate data to determine this risk is quite low, and therefore the steps that we're going to take is going to be different, or it's going to be on a tiered basis. So applying the standard cookie-cutter approach is not where we'd like to be. And in addition to that, I want to come back to something, again, Minister of Finance. Perhaps if referring to recommendations provided by evaluators, you may want to share those recommendations with us in preparation, because that would help all of us to have a better appreciation as to what the requirements are, what the timelines are. You did reference the November timeline and June, of course, being the latest. And I would close by just saying that I would also like to find out from the Minister of Foreign Affairs the impact that the decision 2 days ago would have on us with the United Nations voting on establishing a tax system, a UN tax system, tax convention, and whether this might be premature. But I don't know whether the minister may be able to advise on this, but I want us to also have this, to bear this in mind in terms of the implication that this would have in terms of our amendments moving forward. What I would like to see is a more robust system of beneficial ownership, which would tackle all the elements. Reference was made to EITI. A lot of times we're doing things piecemeal and in silos. We need to start to pause a little, breathe a little, rethink, and look at it from that big picture approach. So, Mr. Vice President, without further ado, I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity for allowing me to contribute. And I do hope that my perspectives were able to assist the Honorable Minister of Finance in his wind-up. Thank you.
Senator Anthony Vera.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to speak, but I have a couple thoughts that I thought I should put on the record. So, knowing the beneficial owners of organizations is crucial for regulators to prevent money laundering, corruption, and illicit activities. That's a given. And I support the thinking behind the legislation, which is to enhance transparency, accountability, and to help ensure compliance with laws and regulations. I think most of us in this Senate have already expressed that view and take that position. I'm not disputing the need to come off the black and gray list or for our laws to be consistent with international best practice. I'm not going to speak about the double standard in the international community where countries like ours are pressed into very draconian laws and practices in the name of anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism activities, while we get blacklisted and shamed and punished for not meeting these high international standards. At the same time, jurisdictions like Jersey, Guernsey, Channel Island, the City of London, if you would recall when the Ukraine crisis took place and they wanted to put sanctions on the Russian oligarchs, and lo and behold, where's all the money stashed? In these same first world countries that pontificate on us. Yeah? They were living large in these jurisdictions. Delaware in the United States is a convenient jurisdiction for the huge money-making machine that is operated by trillionaires and billionaires and transnationals, where they routinely not avoid, but they evade taxes. Billionaires and transnationals who, like criminal and terrorist networks, they have no home, they owe no loyalty to anyone, and they're accountable to no government. So while I am willing to support this legislation, I do think that we have to raise our voice. The international community needs to deal with this double standard. It's time to rein in these tax havens where it's hard to figure out who owns what and who owns how much. But that's not the purpose of my concern today with this legislation. So I do have some concerns with the legislation before us now. And my concerns really have to do with practical aspects. How this legislation is going to impact certain stakeholders. So let's look firstly at the question of trusts and trustees. Clause 10B, it's clause 3 under part 2A, beneficial ownership of express trust. I'm looking at 10B. A trustee of every express trust or the administrator of any other form of legal arrangement shall ascertain and obtain information as to all the beneficial owners of the express trust or other form of legal arrangement. Fair enough. I draft wills from time to time, And in those wills, I often set up trusts. My executors are both executors of the will and trustees of the estate. I am sometimes asked to act as a trustee under people's wills. Now, how is that going to impact me? How is that going to impact all those people who operate under wills where you now have to fill out all kinds of returns and you have to maintain registers, and failing to do that is a very serious criminal offense. So that's one point. I'm hoping that you all can deal with it at committee stage. Let's turn to another one. So, partnerships. My attention hadn't really been looking at this, but when Senator Mark inadvertently referred to Clause 9, he drew my attention to this. And so having looked at Clause 9 now, it got me thinking. So, absolutely. So let's look at partnerships. Because again, it's nice to read it on the law, but you know under our Partnership Act, you could be in a partnership and not even realize you're in a partnership. Because under our Partnership Act, partnership is defined as the relation which subsists between persons carrying on a business in common with a view to profit. So the three of us here decide we're going to bring out a mass band next year. We set about doing all kinds of things, and the idea is we're going to divvy up the expenses, and then we're going to split the whatever we earn. We haven't described ourselves as a partnership, but we're a partnership at will, because we are looking to make profit. So now here again, we are talking about partnerships, but the impact on people in this country who are in partnerships every day without even realizing that they're in a partnership at will. They're not aware of their legal status. You have obligations once you're deemed to be in a partnership to fill out forms, fill out registries, and if you don't, some hefty penalties are available to you. So that's a second concern I have that I would like to just draw to your attention. And the third one, similar vein, non-profit organizations. Now, I totally understand how lawyers and accountants can use corporate vehicles to hide nefarious activities and to conceal the identities of the guiding minds and the directing minds of the organizations. Totally understand it. And you can do that very often under the guise of an NGO. But we have a lot of very legitimate NGOs in this country. And so let's give an example. Let's take, for example, COT. COT is a non-profit company where all the calypsonians and musicians, the songwriters and the lyricists who belong to COT are members of the organization, right? They have the votes in the company. And at their annual general meetings and their EGMs, they dictate what course the company is going to take. Now, what does this mean for COT? COT now will have to maintain a register of beneficial owners. So you'll have to be listing all the people who are members of the organization and lodge it in a particular registry. And if you fail to do that, does that mean that you've committed a corporate offense, you're now guilty of a criminal charge? So the point I'm making is that, look, these things look nice, but when you really drill down into them at a practical level, we have to imagine for the impact it's going to have on the ordinary citizen, on a lot of these organizations. And I can tell you, as someone who's worked with many NGOs, a lot of times they are understaffed, they're working with very, very limited financial and other resources. This is a heavy burden on them, and it is a heavy burden that has real bite if they run afoul of the regulator. So I don't want to say more than that. those were just my points that I wanted to draw to your attention, and perhaps they can be dealt with at committee stage. I thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It is very difficult to deal with the points made by Senator Mark, Senator Leida, Senator Gopi Singh, because they were all over the place and confused, uninformed, and wrong. But I will deal with the points made by, starting with Senator Maraj. And Senator Maraj made the, Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts, in his usual style, continues to interrupt. I just did.
Senators, kindly allow the
rudeness
minister to wrap up his submission in silence, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm trying to deal with an important contribution made by an independent senator. So the issue about transparency was raised by Senator Maraj, and from the perspective of the media and otherwise, in terms of determining who owns what. And an example was used with respect to politically exposed persons. I think it's necessary to inform and educate. If you go to the company's registry online right now, and I did it while Senator Maraj was talking, I went to the company's registry online, because I have found myself as corporation sole and in my private life having to sign a return of beneficial ownership. As corporation sole, I am now required to sign Form 42, I think it is, for all state companies, and identify myself as the sitting Minister of Finance as the beneficial owner of the shares in all state enterprises. And so I decided, look, let me go to the company's registry. And I just pick a company. I decided, look, what should I pick a well-known company, Massey Automotive Components. I went to the online registry and I pulled up the records with respect to Massey Automotive Components. And I was able to establish that that entity had in fact filed its most up-to-date Form 45, it's actually Form 45, return of beneficial interest in the shares of a company. And when one goes to it, one sees that they have indicated that the beneficial owner of Massey Automotive is in fact Massey Holdings Limited. And then, this is just an example I'm giving, and then you can go to the return of Massey Holdings and you will see it indicates it's a listed company. But you could do it for a private company. Mr. Vice President, would you ask Senator Roberts to stop it, please? I'm making a serious point in response to a serious point made by a serious senator.
Please minimize crosstalk and commentary and allow the minister to contribute and wrap up this debate in silence, please. Without back chat, please. That applies as well.
Serious evaluation required here. So the point is, one can go to the company's registry, and because of a law that was passed a couple of years ago, it is now a requirement that all companies on the company's registry must have a statement of the beneficial owner. That's there, so you can find it. So for any company that is registered with the company's registry, you can determine who the registered owner is and who the beneficial owner is. So that is now publicly available information. But I was interested as well to establish what it was for non-profit organizations, because Senator Leida, being completely uninformed about what is the reality in Trinidad and Tobago, said that the only register available is the Extractive Industries Register. I've already shown that the companies registry will tell you who the beneficial owners are of companies. But believe it or not, there's also a register of non-profit organizations. And it's an active, and I actually went on it, and when you go on that website, you get various links. It takes you to one link is non-profit. You go there, you click on it, and you go search, and a whole menu comes down, and in there you can put the name of the non-profit organization, and up will pop the beneficial ownership of that non-profit organization. I understand these things are very new. This has only been in place now for a couple of years. But believe it or not, the beneficial owners of companies and non-profit organizations are now online and can be searched by any member of the public. I thought it was necessary to say that, because opposition senators just say anything that comes into their head. And if you listen to them, you might believe them. You might believe the nonsense that they talk. But in Trinidad and Tobago today, you can get the beneficial ownership of companies and the beneficial ownership of non-profit organizations online. And I thought that was very important. And the irony of some of the utterances of Senator Leida, trying to sound intelligent, saying, where did this 10% come from? Why did we pick 10% as the controlling interest in a non-profit organization? Why not 25%? But in the beginning of his contribution, he hailed the Extractive Industries Registry as an example of transparency. If you go to the Extractive Industries Industry Register of Trinidad and Tobago, you will see these words. Who is a beneficial owner? A beneficial owner refers to a living person who directly or indirectly owns the company or who controls at least 10% of the shares or total vote. The same 10%. So let me go on to another document that is publicly available. And that is a document from the Registrar General's Department. And it is called Frequently Asked Questions, Registration of Non-Profit Organizations. And then it answers all of the frequently asked questions, such as, is there specific legislation governing the non-profit organization sector in Trinidad and Tobago? If you listen to Senator Leida, you would think, no. Senator Mitchell got up to correct him, but obviously Senator Leida was not interested. And the fact is that the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2019 came into effect on the 14th of June 2019, governing the registration and supervision of non-profit organizations in Trinidad and Tobago. That information is available on the Registrar General's website, and it is the first frequently asked question and answer, that there is legislation governing the non-profit organization sector, and it came into effect in June of 2019. It goes on to say, what is an NPO? What is considered an NPO under the NPO Act? And it gives a definition. A body of persons, whether incorporated or unincorporated, which is established primarily for the promotion of a patriotic, religious, philanthropic, charitable, educational, cultural, scientific, and so on. The exact same definition I used in my piloting of this legislation. It's there on the Registrar General's website. Next question. If I want to operate an NPO in Trinidad and Tobago, what do I need to know? And it says you cannot do that unless you are registered under the 2019 Act. Where must I go to register? Registration may be done at any of the following offices of the Registrar General's Department, and gives the who must register. Next question. Is anyone exempt? Only a society registered under the Friendly Societies Act is exempt. Are non-profit companies incorporated under the Companies Act also required to register? The Act says that once you're incorporated under the Companies Act, you're deemed to be registered as a non-profit organization. So that's an NPO incorporated under the Companies Act is already registered, deemed to be registered. If non-profit companies are deemed to be registered, are there any documents to be submitted to the Registrar General? It gives all of it, all of the documents. So everything is there already in the public domain. We already have legislation governing non-profit organizations, and there already is a public register that you can go to and get information on beneficial ownership of non-profit organizations. I thought it was important to repeat, re-emphasize, and assert these things, because if one listens to the opposition, you might become confused. The things that they say, it makes absolutely no sense. And it all started with Senator Mark's contribution, where he confused himself, confused whoever is listening to him, and spoke about breaches of the constitutional rights of citizens and the right to privacy, completely oblivious to the fact that when we passed legislation in 2019 and 2020, we already gave the competent authority, the Board of Inland Revenue, the right to share information with other tax authorities overseas with the requisite special majority. It's already the law. And this legislation does not in any way affect that. Does not in any way affect that. That is already the law, that the Board of Inland Revenue can share tax information with competent authorities overseas. It's already there. And it is important to understand that the particular provision that Senator Mark confused himself about is a specific requirement of the Global Forum. And it makes absolute sense, because if you're investigating a criminal who is trying to evade tax or to launder money or to finance terrorism, you don't want to tip them off. Tipping off is a very serious matter. So when one looks at the bill before the House, all the bill is saying is that if the jurisdiction, the overseas jurisdiction, who is chasing a criminal, a transnational criminal, who is trying to launder money in Trinidad and Tobago, through a Trinidad and Tobago bank, the Interpol or whoever it is running them down, you don't go and tell them, I am investigating you. What the legislation says is that if the overseas authority says, look, I am trying to investigate a terrorist who may be using Trinidad and Tobago banks to launder money, don't tell him, please. It's only when we have reached the point, maybe we have arrested them or prosecuted them or indicted them or whatever it is, then you could tell him. This is all this amendment is seeking to do. It just means you have a holding period if an international body is chasing a criminal, that you don't tip them off that they are being investigated. And that's standard. That is not rocket science. That is not something that needs all of this carrying on here from the opposition benches. Senator Drayton made a very insightful observation that what this legislation seeks to do is simply ensure that the true owners of various entities are identified and exposed. That's all it seeks to do. The true owners. And it's the same request that Senator Maraj made, that we need this sort of thing. We need this. And if one goes through every clause, that's all it is seeking to do. Senator Vera asked about partnerships and quoted the law on partnerships. And I pulled up the Partnership Act. A partnership is the relation which subsists between persons carrying on a business in common with a view of profit. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is a group of people coming together to make money. And they're making profit, so they're subject to tax. I mean, follow it logically. You only tax profits. So if a group of people come together to create a partnership to make a profit, then they will have to pay tax, and they have to fall into the tax net. It's unfortunate, but that is what a partnership is. It is specifically to make profit, not to not make profit. You know, you could have another kind of organization, and a non-profit organization is such an organization that gets together not to make profit. But a partnership by law is designed to make profit. So yes, now partnerships will have to fill out the forms, but it's logical. Because if we are trying to avoid tax evasion and so on, then that is how it is. I'm sorry, that's how it is. And Senator Vera has made the point that we don't want to do this. We don't want to do this. And that is why the point made by Senator Drayton, a very important point, that was a historic decision of the United Nations, historic, where the United Nations, just a short while ago, when exactly was it? It was this month, November? Just a couple of days ago, apparently. And I'll read a news report on it from the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. The UN votes to create historic global tax convention. 22nd, that's just yesterday. November, yeah, the day before yesterday. Despite EU, UK moves to kill the proposal. And what is so interesting about this, and I really want to thank Senator Drayton for bringing up this, is that the United Nations, in a historic vote, where 125 countries voted for and 48 voted against, to adopt a resolution tabled by Nigeria last month on behalf of African member states, calling for a UN tax convention that could drastically change how global tax rules are set. And what's so important about this is that this is the world deciding they've had enough. So no longer would the OECD and the other powerful countries in the world be able to establish what international tax rules would be. It will now be established by the United Nations. And that should, in time, put an end to all of this bullying that we have spoken about. It's a historic move. 128 votes, 125 votes for, 48 against. So the world has decided had enough of this. But until this is done, and until the international tax rules change, we really have no choice but to go along with this. I mean, we have a choice. We could say no. But then look at what happens. Yes, Senator Beer.
Minister, thank you for this, but my concern really was about the impact on ordinary people. Yes, so, for example, people may not be aware of their legal status, whether as an executor and trustee under a will, or that you're actually in a partnership. And given the potential sanctions, I think it would be incumbent on the government to educate people. Because ignorance of law is no excuse.
Completely acknowledge that. And as you know, as a lawyer, an express trust gives explicit instructions on how property is to be held. I don't need to tell you that. Senior counsel now, as a matter of fact. But you're dealing with property, so you are going to fall within a net. The way we have dealt with your concern is we have a commencement date, so we're not going to make this thing law until that public education program is done. And secondly, there is an amendment I've circulated that now changes the time to 30 days and also gives the minister the ability to extend the period. So we are going to be very careful about this, because I totally agree with you that some people may not understand that they are involved in an express trust or some other similar arrangement. So I am very grateful for the expressions of support. I am very grateful for the interventions of persons such as Senator Drayton, Senator Maraj. I hope I've answered the question about who controls a non-profit organization and how that control is exercised. It's who votes in the organization. And therefore, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to amend the Trustees Ordinance Cap 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, Number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act Number 7 of 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, Number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Number 7 of 2020.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organizations and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, Bill 2023, be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organizations and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Bill 2023 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into the committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
I could just hold on a second. The procedure will begin shortly. Okay, honorable members, the bill before us has 13 clauses, and I have circulated amendments from the Attorney General as well as Senator Mark. So if everybody is ready, they have the correct bill before them? Yes? Okay, and everybody has a copy of both circulated amendments? Yes. All right, so clerk, ready to begin?
Clauses 1 to 2.
Honorable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 to 2 stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that clauses 1 to 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
Honorable Senators, the question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Attorney General or Minister of Finance?
I could handle it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the amendment I referred to, where we are changing the period for compliance from 14 days to 30 days and inserting a provision where the minister can extend the period, which probably is going to be quite necessary. The last part is just tidying up some language, so the big B at the bottom of the circulated amendment, to delete the words knowingly and replace with the words knowingly or. The advice I got is it's either or. So you're either doing something knowingly or you're doing it recklessly. Kind of difficult to do it knowingly and recklessly at the same time. So it's just tidying up the language.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, could the minister indicate to this committee what is the basis for justifying or his justification for increasing the number of days from 14 to 30? That's the first thing. And what is even more egregious is that the minister arrogates unto himself the power to extend whimsically whenever he chooses the time. So the question here is the minister undermining his own legislation? Because if we want to catch, as he claimed earlier on, the criminals who are robbing the country and hiding their assets in trust, and the minister would be aware of these things, right? If you are doing this, why are you giving them a blight from 14 to 30, and then you're going further to say what I've just said? So I would like the Honorable Minister to just really justify that to this committee so I could be convinced of what he's attempted.
Gopi Singh, do you have anything to add to that, or you have something else new?
I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Senator Mark,
There's nothing to add.
by indicating that I have a difficulty with this. The minister may by order approve. The minister is arrogating unto himself again. And there's a subsection 2, Roman numeral 2, or such other period as the minister may by order approve. So twice the minister is arrogating unto himself the authority to change the time. I heard him just mention that he will change the time to extend it from 14 to 30, but he can also reduce it from 14 to 7. So what is he trying to do, and why does he have to put in that the minister may by order do? I object to that. I think that should be left off. The minister may by order, that should be removed.
All right, Minister of Finance. Senator Mark, unless it's part B. Is it part B
Yes,
to this? Okay.
yes. I would like the minister to consider if he is going to issue by order a decision to extend, that be subject to an affirmative resolution of the Parliament, so we can have some control and supervision.
So, all right, Senator
over
Mark.
the minister.
So you've made the suggestions. Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, this is so difficult. You would think that persons with the experience of Senator Mark and Senator Gopi Singh would know they themselves in their ministerial capacities have proposed legislation of this type, have exercised powers of this type, which is standard and commonplace and routine. We have situations where the various attorneys general have extended the time for the filing of annual returns, for the filing of it is commonplace. And in addition, what bothers me, they weren't listening to anything Senator Vera said, where he said, you have a lot of people who may not understand that they are in the position of an express trust, for example, or persons within NGOs who may not be sophisticated, and therefore, on reflection, even though the Global Forum would like us to make this as strict as possible, we felt it was inappropriate to put 14 days for unsophisticated people. And as Senator Vera has said, now ignorance of the law is no defense, and therefore it is completely appropriate to extend, to change the time from 14 to 30. Completely appropriate. And then the idea that a minister is extending a time, that's routine. And why would you want to waste the Parliament's time to determine whether an additional 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month should be given to NGOs and so on to comply with this new legislation? Why? Why would you want to come to Parliament and establish 2 series of debates to do that? In all the amnesties, for example, that this Parliament has agreed to, there is a provision for the minister to extend the time for tax amnesties and so on. So I don't understand the points made, and all it tells me is that members of the opposition just want to oppose for opposing's sake. I think these provisions make absolute sense. They are intended to help people. They're intended to help little people. They're intended to help people who may not understand the effect, impact, and extent of this legislation, and they are perfectly in order. They are commonplace, they are routine, and they subsist in legislation throughout our law books, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Vera.
In following up on what you said earlier, Minister, I know that express trusts and legal arrangements are wider than probate, but this is going to impact probate practice significantly.
Yes.
And so I would like to suggest to the Honorable Attorney General that perhaps your office can arrange with the probate registry and perhaps liaise with the Law Association for appropriate guidance to be given. Because people need to be alerted to the fact that they may be in a particular situation, and we don't want innocent people being prosecuted.
Mark.
I want to support and endorse what my colleague has said, because maybe the goodly Minister of Finance needs to do some more negotiating with the Global Forum, so that, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, the point that is being made by Senator Vieira must be taken on board, because the practicality of the implementation of what is being proposed is serious. And Mr. President, why am I being disturbed by these people?
Because you're contradicting yourself.
Members.
You're contradicting yourself. That's
Minister of Finance, Senator Mark. Minister of Finance and Senator Mark, let us not fall awry of the process. Minister of Finance, you could turn off your mic for me, please. Sure. Senator Mark,
so-
wrap up your point.
Yes, I want to wrap up, Mr. Chairman. What I'm simply saying is that we have to bring some degree of accountability. We do not trust this government. And that is why we are saying that if the minister wishes to extend the power of approving by order, that be subject to some kind of control, whether it's a negative or an affirmative. That is what we are saying. But he wants to have license to do whatever he wants to do.
Okay, all right, Senator Mark, Senator Mark, the point has been made. Minister of Finance, final statement.
No, this is commonplace and standard.
Okay.
Routine.
All right, so I'll now put the question. Honorable Senators, or Senator Gopi Singh?
Afforded the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, after Senator Mark spoke, I had my hand up to complete what I wanted to say. Yeah. We have had opportunity, time and time again. I'm glad he said we have the experience in Parliament. I've been there probably more than 20 years. But from this minister, we have had time and time again where he had orders made. He fought when he was in opposition for affirmative resolution, which we gave him many times. And then now he's asking for just made by order, and we understand that is by negative resolution. So this may be gazetted, and the opposition may miss it, and then he goes on to do whatever he wants. So by making an order, it means then that he can stealthily, I mean, in inverted commas, extend the time or reduce the time without Parliament knowing. This is an act of Parliament, and we can't play around with it. We have to be strong, and what we are making an act of Parliament here, and we do not conform with his proposal.
Okay. So, Minister of Finance, no final statement?
All I would say is that what the honourable senators have said doesn't make any sense. It is standard practice when you are imposing a deadline that you give the minister, whoever it is, the ability to extend that deadline, especially when what is being imposed is onerous. And to have to come to Parliament every single time you want to extend a deadline, convene debates in Mr. Vice President.
Allow the Minister of Finance to make his final statement. Senator Nakid. Please, Minister of Finance.
Quite frankly, I think the proposition is unproductive. I do not think that it would add any value to what we are doing. I cannot support it. It will make this thing extremely cumbersome, and we would fall into the trap that Senator Vera is warning us not to fall into, that you would have onerous requirements imposed on little people, unsophisticated people, or people who simply just don't know that they have found themselves within a legal framework, and then you have to convene Parliament to avoid that trap. And while you're doing the debates, and you have the same opposition senators saying they want to send the request for an extension of time to a joint select committee because they're capable of that, and stick it up there for 2 years, while all of these people who are now in danger are going to be in serious trouble. This does not make any sense. I cannot support it.
I will now put the...
Minister, through you, since he is violently opposed to an affirmative resolution, would he consider a negative resolution so that it will just be published and then we will have to come and fight for an annulment? Would
I think the minister has made
that?
a final decision on that, and as such I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is similar. Sorry, Mr. President, I'm terribly sorry. Where we are changing the word 14, so it will no longer be 14 days for compliance. It will now be 30, or such other period as the minister may by order approve. And I will send, although I'm not sure they will bother to read it, a document that I have sent to other senators with respect to the making of statutory instruments and the various types of statutory instruments and the various criteria that are applied in terms of the different categories: affirmative resolution, negative resolution, or simply order by a minister. The circumstances under which these things are done, I think it is an assembly in Wales, and it is very educational. I'm not sure if the members of the opposition will bother to read it, but I'll send it to them anyway. So this is the same approach. We're trying to help people. Instead of 14 days, 30 days. And Mr. President, let's be serious. The Ministry of the Attorney General is just subject to a cyber attack. Everything shut down. The company's registry was under attack. We've had our telephone company under attack. What is going to happen if people attempt to file and they can't because they're locked out, because some Russian criminal has decided to launch a cyber attack on our registry? And you don't have the ability of the minister to extend the time and do it quickly and do it immediately. What is going to happen? We have found ourselves now in Trinidad and Tobago very vulnerable to these cyber criminals who are destroying our ICT systems, or trying to destroy our ICT systems, trying to shut down our registries, trying to lock people out. You have to have this kind of flexibility. You have to have this kind of nimbleness where a minister determining there is a problem, people cannot file, they cannot get online, they cannot electronically submit documents. You have to be able to extend right away. I would think recent experiences would explain why it is necessary to do something like this.
Senator Vera. Senator Vera.
Thank you, Chair. In similar vein, now with the wills, we have an advantage in that there's a probate registry that guidance can be given there. With partnerships, you have law partnerships, dental partnerships, medical partnerships, accounting partnerships, business partnerships, and those are partnerships that have written agreements. We have many other partnerships that are partnerships at will where people may not even be aware they're in a partnership. So the question is there a mechanism or an agency that can speak to and educate these people? I was thinking that now very few partnerships in Trinidad actually register partnership deed. At highest, they may have just a very general agreement. But most of them will register with the registration of business names. And so maybe at the registration of business names, that might be an opportunity, again, to liaise with the Law Association and for guidance to be given that once you're in a partnership, you now have these additional statutory duties and obligations.
And for that, would you like me to?
Yes, I would like to hear Senator Mark. Senator Mark?
Yes, sure. Okay.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, is my friend and colleague, Senator Vera, talking about partnership? If he is, are we on clause 4 or are we on some other clause in terms of what you are seeking to debate and to discuss? I'm not too sure, because I hear the Honourable Senator talking about partnership, but before me is the Exchequer.
I think Senator Vera was just using certain examples, certain entities as it relates to clause 4 to make a point. That's my understanding. So if you have another comment to make in relation to clause 4, Senator Mark, I invite you to do so now.
And I was about to ask the distinguished, can I have peace here, please?
Is your members disturbing you?
No, forget them. I'm talking to you.
I must forget them?
Okay. No, I'm talking to you. Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Minister of Finance, please, I
I want your undivided attention.
Okay, let me just say that Senator Mark is the person speaking right now. And when we get into this back and forth, it gets all muddy in terms of the points that need to be brought across. So Senator Mark, continue.
Ask the distinguished Minister of Finance whether there's a problem. He made mention of ransomware attacks by criminals from Russia. I want to ask the Minister of Finance, that's what he said? Yeah. So I want to ask the Minister, these ransomware attacks, is there any association with any party that you know of in Trinidad with these Russians?
So again, Senator Mark, that has nothing to do with Clause 4 or the bill that's
in
front of us.
But let me deal with my substantive matter. I was just going to intro you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, let me continue, sir.
Senator
Mr.
Mark.
Mr. Chair, just respond.
Senator Mark, I am talking, I am speaking.
Okay.
I haven't called upon you yet. Senator Mark is still talking. I am talking. So, again, we have a bill before us. We are dealing with Clause 4. In spite of whatever the Minister of Finance would have said to create context, he still was relevant to Clause 4. Let us keep it relevant and succinct. Okay? You have comments in relation to Clause 4, which, by the way, is almost exactly the same as Clause 3, and the arguments have been back and forth for Clause 3. They have not changed. They have not changed as it relates to Senator Vera. Do you have something new in relation to Clause 4, given the fact that it's very, very similar to Clause 3?
Mr. Chairman, no, I'm guided by you. And you know, I, like you, have the freedom of speech. So I would like you to give me the opportunity to speak. So all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, in the context of Clause 4, whether the minister has taken one matter raised by my honorable colleague on trusts or trustees ordinance, and now he's applying that to the Exchequer and Audit Act. I don't understand that. So, and then it goes to all of them. So from what is the justification? I understand for trustees, but what is the justification for Exchequer and Audit Act? What it is?
Minister of Finance.
It's very difficult to answer Senator Mark because I think even Senator Mark is confused about what he is talking about. This refers to statutory bodies. If Senator Mark would read the bill, Clause 4 deals with beneficial ownership of statutory bodies. And if you have a statutory body, whether it is a public body, of course, it is still required to comply with the law. There's no free pass here. So I explained that as corporation sole, for some odd reason, I have to fill out the requisite form to prove that I am the beneficial owner of the shares of state enterprises, even though there is a Corporation Sole Act, which says that the sitting Minister of Finance is the beneficial owner of shares of state enterprise. I still had to fill out the form. And therefore, statutory bodies will not be exempt from filling out and complying with the requirements for beneficial ownership. But if for some reason they can't get access to the company's registry to do the necessary submission, then that is an example of why it would be necessary to extend the time quickly.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the distinguished minister, honorable colleague, let me ask this through him. In your instance, I understand corporation sole. In the case of a statutory body, would it be the minister along with directors of a statutory body that would be responsible for putting into the register their beneficial interest insofar as ownership is concerned? Could you clear the air for me? Is it just directors?
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, only directors?
Because you're going on and on and on.
Right, I'm asking.
Right. If you read the legislation, and if you went to clause 4 in the legislation, and then you went to 31A, and you go over to B, your answer is there. The natural person who exercises ultimate effective control of the statutory body indirectly or through other means. And then you go to C. If no person is identified, if there's any doubt that the person identified is the beneficial owner, the natural person who holds the position of senior managing official. So it depends on the statute. The statute will tell you who has control over the statutory body. And if it's not clear, it is the senior managing official. It's all there.
Extension. I don't think there's extension.
All of that is their determination of the senior management official, senior managing official, that's ambiguous, Minister.
Minister of Finance.
I was waiting for Senator Gopi Singh to complete his contribution. Are you finished, sir?
Hmm?
Are you
yes, I'm
completed?
asking, when you say senior managing official in the Act,
I know.
Who is considered a senior managing official? Is it a designated position? Thank you.
Thank you very much. When one is interpreting legislation, if there is no definition in the interpretation section, then it is the natural English meaning of the words. That is trite. And someone of your experience should know that.
Okay. Honorable Senators, I shall now put the question. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as circulated by I'll just wait because this question has to be put, it has to be heard by all senators in order for it to be correct. Okay. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 5 to 8.
Honorable Senators, the question is that clauses 5 to 8 stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that clauses 5 to 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 5 to 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Again, just to correct typographical error. Instead of knowingly and, it's knowingly or. So it's knowingly and recklessly and knowing or knowingly. We're changing it to knowingly or recklessly. Okay?
All right. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 9 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 10.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Again, this is the same theme where we're changing 14 to 30 or such other period as the Minister may approve by order. Same concept.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 11.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 11 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Yes, this is the same two concepts where we're changing 14 days to 30 days or such other period as the minister may by order approve, and also dealing with the typo knowingly and changing that to knowingly or.
And at C?
Oh, and there's typo, another typo. 11C, it should be in subsection 5 and not subsection 6. So I'd like to propose that this amendment as further amended to change 6 to 5 in C.
Honorable Senators.
Chair.
Senator Drayton.
I have a question.
Sure.
With respect to clause 11A under beneficial ownership C, if no person is identified under paragraphs A or B, or if there is any doubt that the person is identified as beneficial ownership, the natural person holds the position of senior managing official. I would like to recommend that that's consistent with the MPO Act and we just use controller. Is that fine?
Just a second.
Sure.
I'm told by the drafts persons next to me that the senior managing official is not the controller. Controller
two separate persons.
Yes, controller is a term of art. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Senators, listen carefully. The question is that clause 11 be amended as circulated and further amended at subsection C to delete open bracket 6 close bracket and replace with open bracket 5 close bracket. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that clause 11 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 11 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 12.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 12 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Mr. Chairman, the last time I checked the Constitution, citizens have the right, well, put it another way, one is not guilty unless one is convicted, and one is innocent until one is proven guilty. I am seeing in this particular provision before us an investigation. Just an investigation is taking place. And if the investigation is to be successful, don't inform the individual who is being investigated. Mr. President, are we mad? And this is what we are being asked to support and approve. Just an investigation. And do not notify the individual who is being investigated because it could compromise the investigation. Mr. President, something is fundamentally wrong with this provision. And when I hear the Attorney General and the Minister of Finance both agreeing with this and saying this is nothing big, it's in the law, etc. Yes, it is in the law. Mr. Chair, it is in the law. But they are adding something to negate what is in the law. The law is saying in section 11 that this is what you are entitled to, notification. They are now inserting a new subsection, crashing, canceling 11.1. So there's no notification in the new subsection. Bypass you, like if you're having heart surgery, have a bypass. And you bypass me, and you go on directly to the person who is requesting the information. And Mr. Chair, may I advise you, if you go to 11, it is your personal information. And if you go to the law, there are categories that constitute personal information. And you are not being even made aware that your personal information is being shared with a third party. And the government is telling us that is okay. That is okay. We are not in support of that. We are not supporting that, Mr. Chairman.
By their nose until somebody sues.
Minister of Finance.
Right. When we did the previous legislation a couple of years ago, it was the opposition that asked for notice period, a notification, sorry, when someone's information is being shared with another competent authority in another country. When the opposition asked for that, we made the point, could you let me finish?
Senator Mark, 1 second.
What is wrong with...
Senator Mark, if you would allow him to finish, he would repeat what he said for clarity. But he has to finish. Senator Mark. Minister of Finance.
When we amended the Income Tax Act on the last occasion to become compliant with the Global Forum and the EU Council of Ministers with respect to this particular provision, there was no requirement for a notification in the original draft. It was the opposition that asked that the person be notified. It was then agreed that that notification will come an entire year after the fact. That is in the current legislation. When the opposition asked for that, and when it was agreed that it would be done a year later, we made it very clear, it's on the Hansard, that we were not certain whether the Global Forum would agree to that. The Global Forum has now told us emphatically, unambiguously, that if we do not put in this amendment here, where a criminal is under investigation and therefore there is no tipping off of that criminal, if we don't do it this way, we will fail the Global Forum. And it makes eminent sense. If you're investigating a criminal, why are you going to tip them off? So I just want to tell...
Wait. There's a procedure here. The Minister of Finance is speaking. When he's done, members will be allowed to respond. Minister of
Senator
Finance.
Mark has given the false impression that this will apply to all persons, all whose information is being shared, across the board, no matter what, whether they are completely innocent and upright or not, as the case may be. This only applies if a foreign jurisdiction is chasing an international terrorist or a criminal. It is not happening by VAPs. They would have reason to believe that somebody is either financing terrorism or somebody is laundering money or somebody is trying to evade tax. They would have reason to believe that. And they will ask that in that situation where they are pursuing somebody who they believe is a terrorist or believe is a money launderer, a drug dealer, an arms dealer, whatever, they are pursuing this person, they will want to request Trinidad and Tobago, please do not tip off that person that we are looking into the information that you have given to us. And when we have reached a point where either the person is indicted or the person has been exonerated, you can then share it with them. So all that is happening here is that we are qualifying it. We are not deleting the requirement for the notification. I'm not finished. We are simply qualifying it. All we are saying is that in a particular instance where a foreign jurisdiction tells us, and this happens across the board with all sorts of things, proceeds of crime, all sorts of things where foreign parties, foreign jurisdictions are trying to deal with a criminal, they will request that we do not inform the person. It's standard. It will only apply in those cases. It will not apply to everyone, and it could only apply in a small number of cases. And they have told us if we don't do this, we will fail the peer review.
So I have Senator Vera, Senator Mark, Senator Roberts, and then Senator Gopi Singh. Senator Vera?
Thank you, Chair. I understand Senator Mark's concern, but I think in trying to address it, I would just make a couple points. First, I think it's erroneous to conflate investigation with conviction. They're two separate things. An investigation does not preclude the presumption of innocence. When police and regulators are investigating a potential crime, as tax evasion is, there is no obligation to inform the suspect he's being investigated. That's generally what applies. Secondly, I think that we need to read this clause in tandem with clause 7 earlier, because 7 speaks about where taxpayer information is received by the board from another jurisdiction under a tax information sharing arrangement for the exchange of information in relation to taxes. The board shall only disclose such taxpayer information to other agencies, and the board and the other agencies shall only use such taxpayer information as permitted under the terms of the agreement. So there's a particular context that needs to be made. So it is after the investigation, if it is felt that there are charges that will follow, at that point, the suspect, the subject of the investigation, is notified of the offense, and it is then the constitutional right to be afforded an opportunity to explain yourself or to speak is afforded. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think my colleague would like, if with your leave, sir, I want to bow to my colleague. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it baffles me to know that the Honorable Minister of Finance has LLB. He just stated for all of us here that the international community may be investigating a criminal. One can only be a criminal after indictment and conviction. Mere investigation does not define a criminal. Therefore, with the principle that we operate under, innocent until proven guilty, what we just heard was a portion of insanity that will send me straight up St. Anne's right now. You cannot go into people's private bank records and so on when they are being investigated. We have a whole system here of jurisprudence that police have to go to a court and get a warrant and apply and so on. And you are sitting here telling us in the Senate now that some foreign agency unknown says that they are investigating John Brown, and they could just go in John Brown, innocent until proven guilty, get his private records, and a year down the line, if they happen to convict him, you say that to notify him. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So please, let us stop there and revert to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, the laws of natural justice, the principle of innocence until proven guilty. And what I would give the Honorable Minister of Finance the opportunity to withdraw his entire statement, because it really disappointed me after 33 years of knowing his intelligence.
Senator Gopi Singh.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The first statement made by the Honorable Minister of Finances that Trinidad and Tobago was told by the authority that this is what they want Trinidad to do. First of all, how can we ascertain whether that statement was made and the truthfulness of that? But we will have to consider the minister is speaking the truth. But there are question marks on that. Can the authority tell Trinidad and Tobago that they must deprive a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, a sovereign nation, of that citizen's right to privacy, which is enshrined in the Constitution under Section 4. So no foreign authority can tell. That's the first question is whether that has been told. And the second question, can an authority tell Trinidad and Tobago to deprive a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago of their constitutional right? And second point I want to make, is the minister aware that there is a legal judgment that has been handed down in the court recently that prevented people from going into the bank accounts of a citizen or two citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? And that has been passed, that is by the courts of law, which is an independent body.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to follow up to consolidate. Mr. Chairman, right now, the competent authority is the Board of Inland revenue. Let's assume, but not admit, Mr. Chairman, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago wins the battle for the TTRA, in which the minister is directly involved in the activities and decision-making of the TTRA. You know the political implications of what we are passing here? Mr. Chairman, may I advise that the court has determined that the right of privacy to your banking information is sacrosanct. It is a human right. And I want to warn this government today. I want to warn the government today. You pass this piece of legislation and anybody could challenge it and they will get away. You know why? Because we have not taken into account, because Mr. Chairman, you would know that under section 13(1) of our constitution, even though you pass a law with 3/5, the court could rule that in a country that has respect for human rights and fundamental freedom, a law is still totally unconstitutional. So what I am saying to this government through the Honorable Minister, we have to be careful what we are doing. That is why we argued, Mr. Chairman, that we need time to study these things. And luckily we were able to pick it up. And we are helping the minister in this instance. So we are asking the minister, do not go down that road. That is not a proper road to go down, to bypass the rights of people. Because what? The investigation that you are conducting might be successful. Mr. Chairman, something is wrong with that. So we totally, completely, and comprehensively reject this particular proposal. We are not in favor.
Attorney General. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the point has been missed entirely, that the amendment which is being sought by the bill before the House, and if you look at clause 12, you will see the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act 2022 is amended. And when you go to C, Senator Mark is asking that C, which seeks to introduce an amendment to the Tax Information Agreement Act, should be deleted. When we look at the Tax Information Exchange Agreement Act number 5 of 2020, it provides for exchange of information between institutions of Trinidad and Tobago and other institutions of other countries, and that act is passed by a special majority. Section 11 already provides for an exchange of information in the circumstances outlined by the Minister of Finance, consistent with an act that is passed with a special majority, so that there is no question of the amendment now that is being sought contravening anyone's rights. And I thought I had made that clear when I spoke earlier. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask the Minister of Finance to respond and wrap up. Minister of Finance.
What is unfortunate here, and what is bothering me, is I don't know if this is purposeful or if it's just accidental. I don't know. It's difficult. Because this has nothing to do with anybody's private bank account information. Nothing. There is no word in the bill, in clause 12, that will allow anybody to get access to anybody's private bank information. There's nothing here. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy being propagated by Senator Mark, Senator Roberts, and Senator Gopi Singh. A fantasy. All this does, it is codifying existing law. And I want to repeat, because it's necessary to repeat, that the opposition agreed. The opposition, the same Senator Mark, agreed to the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act of 2020. He agreed to that. And in that act, he agreed that tax information held by our Board of Inland Revenue could be shared with a corresponding tax authority in another country. He agreed to that. So Senator Mark and the whole opposition in this place and the other place already agreed to the sharing of tax information with a special majority. They gave us the special majority that allows the sharing of tax information, not bank information, not bank account information. I think it is just wrong to gallery to the public and pretend that what the government is trying to do is to get access to people's private bank information. That is totally untrue. It is just wrong to keep shouting that over there, hoping that somebody will listen to you and think that Clause 12 is giving the government access to people's private bank information. That's simply wrong. It's just wrong. All Clause 12 is doing is amending an act which already allows the sharing of tax information, which was passed with opposition support, unanimously with opposition support. And all we are saying, and to deal with the point made by Senator Roberts, if you have a Russian oligarch already convicted as a criminal who is hiding in an express trust in Trinidad and Tobago under a dummy company, and you don't know who the beneficial owner is, and with this legislation you can now find that convicted criminal Russian oligarch, and you can determine whether he's using a shell company in Trinidad and Tobago to launder dirty money. That is perfectly permissible. That is simply an example. You may have convicted criminals who are using shell companies in Trinidad and Tobago to launder dirty money. My statement does not mean that everybody who is being investigated is already a convicted criminal. There are categories of people. There are suspects. There are convicted persons who would be hiding their beneficial ownership of companies. So please do not shout and scream like that and disturb people who don't understand that what the opposition is doing is making a mockery of this parliament. This has nothing to do with private banking information.
So, members. Senator Roberts, very briefly.
From the Minister of Finance. I never mentioned a word about anybody banking private information. I am speaking about information. Excuse me. Don't be specific.
Senator Roberts. Silence. I do not want this exchange to get heated. Let us maintain a certain level of decorum. Senator Roberts, quickly.
Mr. President, I'm speaking about people's information, whether tax, whether private banking. I never mentioned any specific information. Mr. Minister said that when there are investigations, that there are investigations going on a criminal. And I started off by saying, if they're investigating, you cannot be a criminal. You become a criminal after you're indicted and convicted. And the Honorable Minister is now trying to make it specific to only private banking information. I am speaking about any personal information, including tax information, health information, any information that is private and confidential to an individual who is innocent until proven guilty. And now the Honorable Minister secondly comes in with this convoluted, concocted situation, hypothetically, that there's some Russian convicted oligarch, and therefore the convicted oligarch is who you're trying to investigate. However, even if you are investigating the convicted Russian oligarch, you cannot come to an innocent citizen in Trinidad and Tobago to try and say that you are somehow connected to the convicted oligarch and breach their rights. So on both points, the minister is confused.
Okay, good. So let me have the final say, and I will invite the Minister of Finance to close it off. Again, the way this procedure works is quite simple. The person that moves the amendment opens by explaining why they've moved that amendment, which Senator Mark has done. After everybody who wishes to contribute on said amendment has done so, the Minister of Finance responds to everyone, which he has done. in relation to all comments made by opposition and including Senator Vera in that. At this point in time, I need to put the question. Minister of Finance, final words.
Thank you. I just want to make it crystal clear that Clause 12 of the bill on page 32 of the bill deals specifically with the sharing of tax information, which we as a parliament have already agreed unanimously can be done and will not infringe constitutional rights. That is all Clause 12 deals with, the sharing of tax information, which this parliament and the opposition agreed can be done and is already in our law with a special majority. That's all it deals with, nothing else.
Okay, I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 12 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Armour?
No.
Ms. Paula Gopiskun? Mr. Rohan Sinanan? No. Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Sukai?
No.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
No.
Mr. Hislop?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Lyda?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Roberts? Dr. Gopi Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Richards?
Abstain.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Thompson-Aye?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Professor Hutchinson?
No.
Ms. Maraj?
Abstain.
Mr. Francis?
Abstain.
Mr. Drayton?
No.
Ms. Gopiskun?
No.
Yes. Mr. Chair, on a division, the motion was not carried. There were 21 votes against, 6 votes for, and 3 abstentions.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 6 votes for, 21 votes against, and 3 abstentions. As such, the motion is not carried. The clause is not amended. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 12, as it is in the bill, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 13.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark. Briefly, Senator Mark, because this is the exact same thing as Clause 12. So
You know, brilliant minds think alike. Because I'm just about to tell you I'm going to be very brief. But you took the words out of my mouth. Mr. Chairman, I support what you have said. I've raised my arguments. I don't want to reiterate them. So the question is clear. We are not in favor of what the government is.
Minister of Finance, final few words. It's the same as clause 12, so I'm assuming the argument is the same. Senator Mark has just repeated the same argument as 12.
Our argument is exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Okay. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 13 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Armour?
No.
Ms. Gopi School? Mr. Sinanan? Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West? No. Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Cox?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim?
No.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
No.
Mr. Sukai?
No.
No.
Mrs. Lazama Leasing?
No.
Mr. Hislop?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Lyder?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Richards?
Abstain.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Mr. Timo?
No.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahi?
No.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Professor Hutchinson?
No.
Ms. Maraj?
Abstain.
Mr. Francis?
Abstain.
Mr. Drayton?
No.
Mr. Chair, the motion was not carried. There were 21 votes against, 6 votes for, 3 abstentions.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 6 votes for, 21 votes against, and 3 abstentions. As such, the motion is not carried. Clause 13 is not amended. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 13 now stand part of the bill as it is in the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Clause 13 now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to report that the Miscellaneous Provisions, Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organizations and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Bill 2023 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions,
Trustees, Exchequer and Audit Act, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Proceeds of Crime, Income Tax, Companies, Partnerships, Securities, Tax Information Exchange Agreements, the Non-Profit Organizations, and Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Bill 2023. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Dr. Amory Brown? Mr. Armour? Ms. Gopi Schoon?
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes.
Mr. Sagran Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Sukai?
Yes.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
Abstain.
Ms. John?
Abstain.
Mr. Naked?
Abstain.
Mr. Leida?
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts?
Abstain.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
Abstain.
Dr. Richards?
Abstain.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Abstain.
Mr. Timal?
Abstain.
Mrs. Thompson Ahi?
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Professor Hutchinson?
Yes.
Ms. Maraj?
Yes.
Mr. Francis?
Yes.
Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Okay, again, I've had too many times during proceedings of the Senate to have to raise to my feet during the calling of division. This is simple. I shouldn't have to tell anybody that in order for this division to occur properly, every vote must be heard. This is extremely important. You all should know that. Therefore, moving forward, in every Senate sitting, there will be silence during a division. Continue, Clerk.
Mr. President, the results of the division are as follows. There were 22 votes for and 0 votes against. There were 8 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 22 votes for, 0 against, and 8 abstentions. As such, the motion is carried. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, Number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Number 7 of 2020, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance Cap 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act number 7 of 2020 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Armour?
Yes.
Ms. Gopi Schoon?
Yes.
Mr. Sinana?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Sukai?
Yes.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
Abstain.
Ms. John?
Abstain.
Mr. Naked?
Abstain.
Mr. Lyda?
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts?
Abstain.
Dr. Gopi Singh?
Abstain.
Dr. Richards?
Abstain.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Abstain.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahi?
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Professor Hutchinson?
Yes.
Ms. Maraj?
Yes.
Mr. Francis?
Yes.
Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of division are there were 22 votes for, there were 0 votes against, and there were 8 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the results of the division is as follows: 22 votes for, 0 against, and there were 8 abstentions. As such, the question is put and passed. The bill is now read a third time and passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Cap 4 of 1939, Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 6901, the Minister of Finance Incorporation Act, Chapter 6903, Proceeds of Crime, Chapter 1127, Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnerships Act, Chapter 8102, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Tax Information Exchange Agreements Act, Number 5 of 2020, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, and the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Act, Number 7 of 2020.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, November 28, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. for Private Members' Day, and the opposition might wish to indicate.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. We shall be pursuing motion number 1 on the order paper.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted with 2 matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Dr. Richards.
Raise this motion for the adjournment of the Senate. The need for the Minister of Finance to engage the central bank with a view to re-evaluating the anti-fraud and customer protection systems at commercial banks in the country. Mr. President, the banking institutions in the country are an indispensable and central part of aspects of all persons' lives in almost every demographic, with the exception of children who obviously cannot open a bank account. But for those who must use the banking sector, there have been several incidents in the last couple of weeks and months that have raised concerns in the general population that I think need to be more assiduously addressed. The first is the issue of the cyber attacks, which have plagued many institutions, and a couple electronic glitches which one commercial bank had taken responsibility for with regard to a retailer in the country, a popular retailer in the country. And the fallout from that in terms of the trust and confidence in the systems that we all must use in the country, and the understanding that what may have worked 6 months ago or 18 months ago may need to be revised now with some supervision from the regulator. And because transparency and public confidence and trust is a cornerstone of financial banking institutions or commercial banking institutions in the country, that must be protected at all costs, and transparency mechanisms should be at the forefront of the banking sector's interface with the public. The public protection of the public interest, I should say, where commercial banks may have had a tendency in the past to manage instances of fraud, whether originating internally or externally, quietly and internally, may not be the best and most transparent way to move forward in the context of them getting the kind of information to the public to maintain public trust and confidence. The other issue has to do with where in the public domain there is a disquiet in the public about persons, in many cases a vulnerable group, the elderly, being targeted, either stalked outside of commercial banks and ATMs, in some instances intercepted when they leave the institution, or when they're about to get home and robbed, traumatizing them, which is even more disturbing for the elderly persons who have been the victims of these attacks. There's been speculation that the security of customer information and regarding that customer information, if there had been breaches by the customers or of the customer's information provided to the criminals, either by internal agents in the banking institutions or breaches to the systems in the banks. And there has been a lack of clarity to me from the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago and the banking institutions about those suspicions, and I stress suspicions and allegations, in the public domain. I have seen the banks and the Bankers Association issue a release. There may have been others that I didn't see, but that's unlikely because I'm in the media, urging customers to be vigilant and take the necessary steps to protect themselves, which is commendable. But I do believe a lot more needs to be done. There's a responsibility of the banks and the Bankers Association to have a thorough, transparent investigation into these allegations in the public interest and of the outcomes. I believe the public has a right to know, and the banks have a responsibility to indicate if these allegations have been thoroughly investigated and the outcomes of these investigations in the public interest. I think customers who drive the bank's billion-dollar profit lines, which is not a problem, banks in the business of making money, by the patronage derived from their clients, deserve better. I hope the Minister of Finance can have discussions with the Bankers Association as well as the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago in a bid to showing greater attempts at displaying a bit more definitive protection measures and information in relation to their valued customers. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Sorry, Mr. President, thank you very much. Just clarifying exactly. The letter I received had two parts. The schedule only has one part and deals with anti-fraud and customer protection. But you, in your contribution, spoke about the two parts in your letter, both the issues with ATMs and then also anti-fraud protection. So I'll try my best.
now figuring out exactly what occurred. Senator Richards, it seems as though what is on the order paper to be done by way of the motion to be raised on the matter for the adjournment, the one that you spoke about is not the one that is specifically here. As such, there's only one way to properly deal with this, and that is either you choose to stand down, that one that you did, and we will correct that, or with the leave of the rest of the senators, I allow you to do the actual one that's on the order paper if you're prepared to do so, if the Minister of Finance is also ready to answer that. Minister of Finance.
Just allow me to clarify. What Senator Richards appears to have done is deal with the two things in the letter that was sent to the Senate, which is both the anti-fraud and the removal of teller services. I'm not clear on exactly what was presented.
What happens, Minister of Finance, is that when the letter is sent to you, as the member raises the matter or proposing to raise the matter, there would have been two sent, and he would have chosen which one he wanted to do today. Senator Mark has the second one on the order paper for today. You did both?
Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, I was informed that one of the two would be able to be raised today and the other one at a different time because Senator Mark has one on the order paper also. So I chose the second one. I apologize for not clarifying that.
I'm ready.
To the second one?
Sure.
Yes, okay,
I could have answered this first one as well, which seemed to have come in there with the ATM issue. It seemed to. I kind of picked up, Senator Richards, that you were adverting to the removal of teller services when you spoke about the problem with the elderly and ATMs. Now, the central bank issues guidelines, and I'm glad you brought this up, and I was quite interested to learn exactly what the issues were, because the commercial banks, driven by profit, I guess, over the last 10 years, have tried to introduce more, I would say, online and digital services and more impersonal services. They've tried to get people to use ATMs and so on. And they have sort of discouraged people from using teller services. Okay, so I'm glad you brought it up because I wasn't sure, Mr. President, exactly what aspect of this whole problem that Senator Richards was going to raise. And it is quite a complex issue with the banks changing the whole business model for efficiency and profitability to try to reduce personal contact. That's really what's going on. And that then exposes people to cyber attacks and cyber fraud. So the central bank has issued a number of guidelines to the banking sector. And some of the guidelines that are worthy of mention include a guideline on the security systems for safeguarding customer information. This was issued in May 2005, quite a long time ago. It sets out a standardized framework for an effective customer information security program for preserving the integrity and confidentiality of customer records and information. So there are guidelines and banks are mandated to follow these guidelines. With respect to market conduct, the market conduct guidelines were issued in November 2018, and this gives guidance to banks for implementation of proper market conduct practices, policies, and procedures to facilitate a sustainable, fair, and sound financial environment for customers. Then you have the corporate governance guidelines, which were revised in March 2021 to take account of best practices and establishes standards of business conduct and code of ethics for the directors, senior management, and other personnel. And then the cybersecurity best practice guidelines issued just a couple months ago in September 2023, which seeks to provide companies with guiding principles that are consistent with international best practices for establishing adequate cybersecurity frameworks to ensure cyber reliance. Now, with respect to the specific matter that Senator Richards raised, the question of a particular company where persons were charged twice in some cases for items that they may have purchased once. What I was told, and I think the bank in particular that committed that error, I think they were very forthright. They came out and admitted it after a while. They didn't come out right away, but they came out and admitted that what happened was that the company that they were working with, the retail outlet, had two types of credit card systems. One that remitted the funds in foreign currency and one that remitted the funds in local currency. And somehow, and these things happen as we move into the electronic age, there was a glitch in the software, so that the software did not recognize that it had already billed the persons. It did not recognize that these transactions were in TT dollars, and it billed the people in US dollars. So there were double billings and US dollar billings when it should be TT dollar billings. And in attempting to recover from that error, they then converted at the wrong exchange rate, because we have a buying rate and we have a selling rate, and persons were billed at the buying rate and then, reimbursed at the selling rate, or vice versa, resulting in a loss. It really was quite confusing to me as to how a serious bank could make an error of that nature. And I can tell you that matter is being investigated by the central bank, and a report is expected in the near future. But how that could happen, that somebody does a TT dollar transaction with a local retail outlet, and it's somehow billed on their credit card as a US dollar transaction, and then it's billed twice, and then in the reimbursement they use the wrong exchange rate, and they say it's a glitch in the software. I mean, come on. It's quite ridiculous. So that I'm glad you brought this up, because this could certainly happen again, and it makes people lose confidence in the system. You lose confidence in the company.
Minister, you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, sure. It makes consumers lose confidence in the company where they purchase the goods from, because that was the initial belief, that it was the company, the retail company, that was, overbilling the people. Then it makes you lose confidence in the bank, because you think such a prestigious bank should never have a mistake like that. So certainly the central bank is going to improve guidelines to try to deal with that sort of problem. But I just wanted to make it clear that there are already cybersecurity best practice guidelines published as recently as 2023, and the sole purpose of those is to eliminate fraud. But we have very sophisticated criminals out there at this point in time, and this requires constant vigilance. It requires vigilance by the regulator, and I can assure you as Minister of Finance, I am very disturbed by all of this, and I will be working with the central bank to do whatever can be done to minimize this kind of thing in the future.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the matter on the motion for the adjournment deals with the failure of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago to enforce the terms of the Cable and Wireless Acquisition Agreement to have Liberty Latin America divest its 49% shareholding in the telecommunication services of Trinidad and Tobago after some 8 years. Mr. President, it was in 2015 that Trinidad and Tobago was told by the Telecommunications Authority that there was a change of control of Columbus Networks International Trinidad Limited and Columbus Communications Trinidad Limited through the acquisition of Columbus International Incorporation by Cable and Wireless Communications. Now, Mr. President, this was in 2015, and under the Telecommunication Act of our country, the Telecommunications Authority is supposed to avoid market concentration and through that process, prohibit anti-competitive pricing in the marketplace. What has happened is that, according to the information I have, Mr. Chairman, Cable and Wireless and Columbus Communication was supposed to divest the 49% owned by Cable and Wireless in the TSTT based on an agreement with the Telecommunication Authority in 2015. Cable and Wireless was supposed to have a complete divestment of their 49% shareholding in TSTT within 1 calendar year, or such extended date as may be approved by the authority in writing, such extension not to exceed a maximum of 6 months. So within 18 months of 2015, December, Cable and Wireless was supposed to divest its 49% shares or shareholding in TSTT. Mr. President, it is now 8 years, and that has gone to sleep. And you have one giant in charge of the telecommunication industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Outside of Digicel, Mr. President, Columbus Communication, Cable and Wireless control that market. Mr. President, this is extremely serious. It is very alarming. What is even more critical, Mr. President, is that when we looked at the people who own Cable and Wireless and who own Columbus Communications, it would shock you. Based on research that we have conducted, we understand that a company by the name of Portland Holdings, whose chairman is a fellow called Mr. Michael Leachin, and who is the CEO of Portland Holdings, in 2005, they linked up with a group called the Risley Group to form Columbus International, known as Columbus Communication. It was supposed to be a diversified company whose core operations, Mr. President, was supposed to provide cable television services, high-speed internet access, digital telephone, and internet infrastructure services at the retail level. Mr. President, what has happened is that we have learned that this company in 2015, Cable and Wireless, acquired Columbus Communication. And this was acquired later on by Liberty Global in 2016. So what we have in Trinidad and Tobago as we speak today is Cable and Wireless, Mr. President, supposed to own 49%, but they were supposed to divest of that 49% to the people of Trinidad and Tobago or to whoever they wish. 8 years later, they are still in charge
of the 49% shares. So they are competing directly with TSTT. So you have Columbus Communication, known trading as Flow. You have Cable and Wireless, owned by Liberty Latin America, which is owned by a fellow called Michael Leachin. And they are now effectively in charge of TSTT. When I say TSTT, let me just rephrase that. They have 49% ownership in Cable and Wireless. Now put them, Mr. President, in direct competition with TSTT and their services. You see why TSTT cannot survive? The government has facilitated this Cable and Wireless failure through TAT to divest its 49% shareholdings after 8 years. And given the agreement I have seen, Mr. President, they were supposed to divest of their shareholdings within 1 year.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
And no more than 6 months by extension. So within 18 months, they were supposed to divest of these shares. So, Mr. President, I have brought this to your attention and to the attention of the Senate so that we can get answers from the Telecommunication Authority through the Honorable Minister as to when Cable and Wireless will divest its 49% shareholding in the People's Company called TSTT. Mr. President, I await answers from the Minister of Digital Transformation to tell Trinidad and Tobago why Cable and Wireless has not divested its 49% shareholding in TSTT after 8 years. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Digital Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I don't always share Senator Mark's enthusiasm in terms of the sensationalization of the way things are. I am going to, for all intents and purposes, set the record straight. The Telecommunications Authority, and by the way, I must compliment Senator Mark in that he got quite a number of the things that he said correctly. And I will say those things as I go through here. The Telecommunications Authority on March 12, 2015, and confirmed on the 26th of March, granted approval to Cable and Wireless Communications to purchase Columbus International. The authority's approval required that CWC, which is Cable and Wireless Communications, sell 49% shareholding of telecommunication services of TSTT. Accordingly, Cable and Wireless Communications, CWC, and Cable and Wireless West Indies Limited entered into a divestment and suspension agreement, a DSA, with National Enterprises Limited, NEL. And there were some stipulations to that. The agreement actually has 26 items inside of it. It is available on the web. You can get it. And the stipulations in there included, and I will read part of it, but it included that they give up their rights on the board, etc., etc. So they really had no control and still have no control over TSTT. Really, what they will receive would be dividends should the company make a profit and some other rights that they had, but they really had no control. And to specify that, CWI and CWC agree to suspend the exercise of all of their respective rights and receipts of all respective benefits under the shareholders' agreement. So they had to give it up. That was in the law, right? And they also indicated that in contemplation of the completion of the acquisition of that is the closing of the entire issue, the share capital and so on, and pursuant to the terms and decisions of the Telecommunications Authority communicated on the 12th of 15, that they had to divest the 49%. That is really what it is. So Senator Mark, you were correct relative to that divestment piece. The companies were wrong, but the divestment is right. To date, however, again, he's correct, that divestment has not happened, right? But it is not that it just doesn't happen. There are things that have to be applied for. So the authority has been in receipt of requests for 6-month extensions from Cable and Wireless dating back to the 30th of June 2017 to effect the said divestment. So it's not that they weren't doing anything. They had to apply not to be able to do it. And the authority has been granting them that. And there are reasons why that didn't happen. The 18-month piece is also correct. It says in clause 22 of the DSA, if the expiration of the 12 months or in the event that the extension is referred to in this paragraph being granted by TAT of 18 months, etc., that is there. No binding agreement has been entered into for the divestment of, again, the Cable and Wireless West Indies Limited, the Cable and Wireless Communications, and NEL. They shall meet, once that didn't happen, they shall meet to explore in good faith further options for the disposal of the shares. Acknowledging, however, any such disposal would be subject to the consent of TAT. What that means is that with Cable and Wireless and CWI not being able to divest it on their own, they would meet with NEL, see if they can get a buyer for it once it meets with TAT's approval. That has been ongoing. They said CWC sought and was granted extensions of time by the authority to sell the said shares, and CWC indicated that the delay of the sale of the shares were predicated on some things. Interested parties in purchasing the shares, the negotiations of those things, and of course, the price of the shares, they're saying, were not attractive. They had put the shares at a particular value, they went into the market, they didn't get the amount of buyers they were looking for, and even when they were negotiating with them, the prices that were being offered were not consistent with what they valued their shares at. On the 20th of June 2018, Cable and Wireless again did back into and asked for an extension to give them until December 31st, 2018. They still didn't find one. Subsequently, in February 2019, Liberty Latin America, the parent company of CWC, wrote the authority and indicated inter alia, and there were some reasons, but the discussions with TSTT regarding the divestment of CWC shares holding in TSTT were at a standstill, and that the parties could not agree on a reasonable valuation for the shares. This despite best effort for the completion of a transaction, including offers that were being made below the floor price. They really weren't getting what they wanted. So Liberty again met with NEL, they had discussions with other government officials, they still have not been able to do it. But it is not that it has been standing still. The authority continued to monitor the efforts of Liberty Latin America, who has provided the authority with status updates on its efforts to sell its shares. So it has been updating the authority. And the authority met with Liberty on the matter again to seek updates. And the latest of these was on August 15th, 2023, which is just recently. The authority wrote to Liberty Latin America requesting an update on the sale of the 49% shareholding. And on September 21st, 2023, Liberty Latin America responded and provided a status update on the sale of the said shares. It says the company was reaching out to various parties who now may be interested in purchasing the shares. And you will understand that given the recent audited numbers for TSTT, it is now once again an attractable interest. So you would understand why people will be trying to get it in. But the last two pieces I think are very important for the public and for everyone to know and for this honorable House. It should be noted that the authority's responsibility in this matter is to ensure fair competition in the market for telecommunication services. The authority will continue to monitor the attempts of CWC and NEL to sell the shares. The authority has no responsibility or authority to sell shares. This remains the remit of NEL and Liberty Latin America. In the interim, the authority has ensured that Liberty Latin America is not part of the decision-making function at TSTT, and is in fact, its only involvement is to receive dividends if and when they arise. In this way, the anti-competitive efforts of their ownership as a competitor of the telecommunications of company, as a competitor in the telecommunications company of Trinidad and Tobago would have been removed. So Senator Mark, I hope this allays some of the fears that you have relative to this being that they are still in control of TSTT or in some way control of it. They've been removed. The authority validated that. They continue to do this, and the attempts to sell the shares continue. I believe with the turnaround in fortunes at TSTT, that may be something that may be accomplished within a shorter time as opposed to when it was depressed and where COVID happened, etc., etc. Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, November the 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, November the 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.